Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PAs, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? How are we doing today? What up, Shadow? What up, Corinne? Good day to you, beautiful. No chaser. What it do? Man, it been a interesting. Good day to you, Miss J. It's so crazy out here. It is a wild time. And I'm just surprised, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Miss J. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so, make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. I really appreciate that. Everybody that shows any kind of love, hit that like, hit that share, hit the super chat, all those beautiful things. I appreciate every last one of you. So you know it don't be that easy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happy Monday to you as well. So let's get into it. We have to talk about it. You know? We have to talk about it. Because the video is and was released. I gotta start today's show with something that don't happen often on the internet. I have to start today's show with something that don't often happen on the internet. I was wrong. It's something that doesn't happen on the internet. Somebody admitting to that I was wrong. After watching the video, I was wrong. Now, hold on. Don't get excited. I didn't say I was wrong about everything. I said I was wrong, and I was wrong about one thing. You know, see, that's how you know I've matured. Okay? That's how you know I've matured. When I was younger, I would have taken that mistake to the grave. I would have taken that mistake to the grave. You ever notice people will fight harder for a bad opinion than they will for their own marriage? We see it time and time. They will fight for a bad opinion. Listen, folks get divorced every day. That's such a terror. But changing your mind on the internet, that's apparently where people draw the line. That's where they draw the line at. What's up, Wanda? You know what I'm saying? That's where they draw the line, which is kind of crazy to me, bro. It is. So, you know, I saw the newly released video in the Karmelo Anthony case. And what I realized was this. Okay. What I realized was this. Man. And what I realized was this. I completely, 100%, I completely overestimated. I completely overestimated people's willingness to reconsider their position. That's what I saw wrong. That's what I was wrong about. See, I thought once more footage came out, everybody would calm down. I thought people would look at it and say, maybe I should wait before acting like I was standing there that day. Boy, was I wrong. These people looked at new footage the same way my uncle looked at vegetables. They wasn't interested before they saw it. They wasn't interested after they saw it. Their mind was already made up. Some people don't want evidence. They want confirmation. That's different. Evidence asks questions. Confirmation says, tell me I'm right. And we living in a time where people don't even watch footage anymore. They watch clips, not clips, but clips of clips. A 12-second TikTok of a YouTube short of a live stream reacting to another reaction channel reacting to a news story. Nobody knows what happened, but everybody got a verdict. Everybody's a detective now. America got more detective than police officers. You got people solving cases from their couch wearing SpongeBob pajamas. That ain't right. Talking about based on my investigation. Brother, your investigation was 3 Facebook posts and a comment section. Sit down. Now, from what people are discussing about the footage, one thing that stood out is how quickly folks try to force every situation. They try to force every situation into a story they already wrote in their head. Because once people pick a side, everything becomes evidence for that. Everything becomes evidence for that side. You ever notice that if you like somebody, look at him walking. If they don't like somebody, look how he walked. Same footage, different narrator. That's why 2 people can watch the exact same video and leave with completely different conclusions. One guy said, see, that's proof. Another guy says, see, that's proof of the opposite. And at that point, the video ain't even doing the work anymore. Make sure y'all put some W's in the chat. Make sure y'all put some likes on the stream. Make sure y'all put some shares out there. And if you got 99 cents, I appreciate you. At the point, the video ain't even doing the work anymore. People projecting. It's like sports fans. Anybody, got sports fans in the audience? Sports fans are insane. A referee can make the exact same call. If it helps your team, great call. If it hurts your team, corruption. 5 seconds later, same referee, same whistle, different outcome. Now, he's either a genius or a criminal. That's how people act online. He's either a genius or a criminal. The internet turned everybody. It turned everybody into defense attorneys for people they never met. Folks out here working harder. They're working harder for strangers then they work for themselves. You know what's funny? Everybody claims they want the truth. Nobody actually wants uncertainty, right? That's what scares people, right? The truth might be, I don't know. And people hate saying that. I don't know is the most terrifying sentence in America. People would rather be confidently wrong than temporarily uncertain. You ever notice that some people got opinions so strong, you think they were there, talking like eyewitnesses. Brother, you live in goddamn North Carolina. What are you talking about? You found out about this case the same way I did on the internet. Relax. Now, another thing that fascinates me is how every story immediately turns into a racial battleground. Not because the facts, not because the facts necessarily say it should, because people need, right. Some folks wake up every morning looking for racial confirmation. It's like fantasy football. They got teams, and every news story becomes a game. Nobody asking what happened. They're asking, did my team win? And once people start treating real life like team sports, logic leaves the building. Facts gets traded for a jersey. Then when new information comes out, nobody changes. Nobody changes their mind. They just upgrade their excuse. That's all. See, all I expected some people to say, maybe I judged too quickly. Instead, I watched folks perform Olympic level mental gymnastics. I was impressed. Some of these explanations deserve gold medals. One guy was twisting logic so hard, I thought he was auditioning for the Circus du Soleil. Or Circus du Soleil. I don't know how to pronounce it. I said, brother, are you analyzing evidence or stretching before yoga? And that's when it hit me. For some people, changing their minds feels like it feels like they're losing just for them to change their mind. And that's the problem. They think admitting a mistake, means surrender. No, it means you're thinking. If new information never changed your opinion, what's the point of gathering information in the first place? Imagine living like that. Doctor walks in, we got your test results. I don't care. I don't care. Pies walking to the cockpit. Weather change. I don't care. The GPS says turn left. Nope. I made up my mind yesterday. You drive straight into a lake. But somehow people do that with public events every day. Now I know some people watching are going to say, so what are you saying happened? That's exactly my point. I'm saying too many people are pretending certainly where uncertainty still exists. That's the issue that I'm having. Let me drink some of these tears while y'all get it together, hit the likes and the shares and the 99-cent super chat because y'all enjoying your damn selves. Let me give y'all some space to hit the like, hit the share, and hit the 99-cent super chat button. Right? Pretending certainty where uncertainty still exists. That's what I'm saying. The loudest people always know the most. At least at least according to themselves. Meanwhile, the smallest people usually sound like, well, let's see. Because reality is messy. Reality doesn't fit hashtags, reality doesn't fit thumbnails, reality doesn't fit a tweet. But social media rewards certainty, not accuracy. And that's why everybody's screaming. They don't give a damn about accuracy. Nobody gets views saying, I need more information. That video gets 12 views. Half of them are, this is your cousins. But they say, I have the truth. Now, everybody clicks because confidence sells, even when it's rented. So, yes, I was wrong. I thought some people would see additional footage and become more cautious. Instead, many people became more committed. Not because the footage answered every question, but because once an opinion becomes part of somebody's identity, changing it feels like personal. And that's bigger than this case. That's America. That's politics. That's social media. That's sports. That's family reunions. That's Thanksgiving dinner. Half of the country ain't arguing facts. They defending ego, and ego never enters a debate to learn. It enters to win. And that's why these conversations go nowhere, because everybody brought a lawyer, nobody brought a student. So if I learned anything from all of this, it's simple. The hardest thing in America isn't finding information. The hardest thing in America is getting people to reconsider information they already decided to ignore. And brother, that might be the toughest case of all. So, good day, everybody. Let's talk about it. Let's converse. Let's discuss. This is insane. So I'm going to drop the link and we could discuss about it. All right, let me see. Hold on. And please cam up. It makes for a better show. This is how we get better interaction. This is how we get more audience. Because we want the show to get bigger and better. I know that's why you're here for, not just information and some good laughs, because I think I am pretty funny. You know what I'm saying? I do be. But we also here to get the show to move in a productive direction. The line is now open. I just dropped the link for anybody to come and hit the link and we can have a discussion. Make sure also, while you're hitting the line, make sure you're supporting the show, like, shares, and super chats, cash apps, whatever is your pleasure. All those things is accepted as productivity. Kiki Star with the $1. Thank you so much. That's how you show some love and production. Thank you so much, Kiki Star. That's all we asking for. It's 99 cents from each individual. We'll be well off. We don't need to break anybody's bank because we know how hard it is out there. So hopefully you have recognized how hard it is out there as well, and you can send 99 cents. It'll be much appreciated. Shout out to Time Watch with $2. It's clearly cut. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's clearly cut. So the link is open. I'll drop it one more time for anybody that's misunderstood. I'll drop it one more time. So that's my little 2 cents about it. I think with this video, we cannot ignore the facts. Somebody drop the Cash App if you can, just in case somebody want to support the Cash App, so YouTube don't take the 30%. Also, another way you can escape YouTube taking the 30% is by becoming a YouTube member. YouTube memberships, YouTube do not take 30% of that. So let's try to get 10 YouTube members today. That would be so awesome. We could get about like 10 today. In this video, what it shows a lot of things that we should be able to confirm. It shows that Karmelo was sitting down. It shows when Austin and his brother and his group of people came in together. That's when the altercation started. It shows somebody grabbed Karmelo's book bag. It shows somebody pushes Karmelo first. It shows that it was more than one person around Karmelo. It shows that Austin, he was so adamant at pushing Karmelo that he seemed like he pushed other people out of the way. And also when Karmelo was going to defend himself, it seems like it's possible that somebody could have pushed Karmelo as well. But it's very hard to see because the video is very choppy and grainy. But it seems like more than one person actually put hands on it. It doesn't seem as if it was just, in my opinion, from what we can gather about how people move, that we could say that was just one person harassing. When a group of people showed up, and then that's when he started getting harassed. But for some reason, people act as if this is not a normal thing that people talk about. That people don't say, hey, keep your hands to yourself. People act as if the other person, now you could control what the other person is going to do. People escalate things all the time. Even when we just having these conversations, somebody would say just a little joke and the other person would go and say, F your mama, your wife is this, your children is that. We see it happen on communication when it's talking through a screen. People were up it so far. They would take it to a completely new level where it should not be. There's so many examples in America, especially in the red states, especially in the stand your ground states. And I just want to know who is controlling the camera that is following this thing so precisely as well? That's getting exactly enough information and exactly not enough information at all, to where that the video brings more confusion. It just really confirms the bias on each side. Yeah? I didn't see it yet. I'm sorry. It's motion cameras? Okay. Thank you, CJ. Shout out to the catcher. Does one suppose to seek truth beyond appearance? Yes, I do, sir. Thank you so much, man. Always holding me down. Thank you. Thank you so much. And man, like if people wasn't just like, hey, I'm just going to be stuck on my position, like this video should really open it up your position for real, for real. There's no way that you can just say, there's no way you could say, hey, he wasn't surrounded. There's no way you can say that Austin wasn't the one that's being aggressive. There's no way you can say these things. Just not possible. It's just not possible for you to say that. There's no way for you to say and act as if people be in road rage in their car and they will hop out their car, walk towards somebody in Texas, and that is enough for the person in the car to act all nervous and scared and pew somebody. They ain't even get touched. Just the fact that you got out your car and you walking towards me in a violent way and saying that you're going to do something to me is enough in some places. They didn't even get touched. They got this young man that was in New York City, was on the goddamn subway, and another crazed man was acting all wild on the subway, and this man decided to put him in a chokehold until his life was gone. And you know what his reward for it? This is in New York, where we don't have these kind of stand your ground rules at all. He was harassing some people on the subway. An innocent bystander got up and took into his own action to be a vigilante, put the man in a chokehold until his life was gone. Do you know what was his consequences? His consequences was a trip to the White House and no jail time whatsoever. He didn't even get touched. He put somebody in a chokehold because he was being wild on the subway, saying he was going to do something to somebody. That man took it upon himself to be a vigilante and choked the man to death. And after he choked that man to death without being touched, did no jail time and went to the White House. Please make it make sense. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, support the damn show. Thank you so much. Let's see where we at with the goddamn likes. Let me see. Are we at least at 50 likes? Can somebody let me know? Are we at least at 50 likes? That's what I would like to know. Are we at least there? I know we gotta be at least at 50 likes. And I know Ronald 804, he's gonna be able to turn on his camera, god damn it. I know he ain't gonna just leave me here talking to no damn avatar. I know my man Ronald 804 got me. What up, the plug? Welcome to the show, Ronald 804. This new video evidence did what for you?
It made me understand why everybody was so confused and why everybody still had different opinions. And so it did answer some questions. So we all did watch the same video, but people had different interpretations about the video. Some people saw he got jumped. Some people saw it was an individual situation. It was a one-on-one situation. So yeah, so it wasn't two different videos that people were showing. So whatever the jury saw was the same thing that the civilian people saw at the school. So, but I think at the school they only saw it once, and that was it. They gave them the option of watching a 2-minute video or 11-minute video, something like that. So they wasn't able to like rewind. This is from my understanding. I could be wrong, but they wasn't able to rewind or stop. They just saw it once and that was it from my understanding. So I could understand why so many people had different interpretations of what they saw in the video.
So now so I could agree with that. So now after you've seen the video, have any thoughts have changed for you?
No,
So you
No, it's
still,
still the
so
same.
let's, I want to confirm, I want to also, you said no, and I also want to confirm, what is your thoughts for the people that don't know? You believe that he do deserve 35 years even after seeing the video.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. So you
Um,
believe
I,
that is M1 and that was not manslaughter. You believe that he had a premeditated thought or that he was out there being vicious and wanting to stab people.
yeah, so like I said, if they were having a verbal back and forth and he put his hand in his bag, instead of just walking away when he saw the situation brewing, I think it's wrong. We shouldn't be stabbing. I mean, students should be stabbing each other, at school or any school functions or something like that.
And so you
You
think
know,
that that 35 years is a make an example of him so other students won't do it, or you think it's actually justifiable for 35 years? So I'm not understanding.
it's justifiable because, and this is another reason why, is because also he never like when everything happened, his parents and whoever was affiliated with him, they did everything wrong. When it comes to the other family is a victim because their child died. They kicked the father, the Metcalf father, when they was having the press conference. When the Anthony was having their press conference, they kicked the Metcalf father out. Right? If they would have tried to mend some kind of, even though they still have to defend their child, the Anthony still have to defend their child, which is understandable. If they would have tried to make some kind of like compromise or some kind of, I want to say friendship. I don't want to say friendship, but if they could have stopped a lot of this race tension right there, or at least slow it down. So I think all these things could have helped to lower that situation, to lower that 35 years. So there's a chance he could have got 25 years. But when when everything happened, and there were all of a sudden there's a white side, there's a black side, and all this race and tension and stuff like that. I think that also made it deep 35 years.
This
But
is insane.
'cause
Okay. Okay. Uh man. Welcome to the show. Shout out the Time Wasp. After you've seen the video, what did that do for you? Did it make you reconsider things or did it confirm your thoughts in the first place?
It still confirmed my initial belief. Like at the end of the day,
Mm.
while I understand where he was, I also understand that he was not allowed to be there. Dude came in aggressive. Dude, shit escalated. I still believe it was negligent H above all, but M1 definitely not. Especially since you can clearly tell it wasn't premeditated because he made a warning. And the first thing he asked the first two people were, "Is he okay?" And I told him to keep his hands off me. So, like, that shows his actual intent during the process.
Yeah, and I also believe that Ronald was very mistaken that, that it was. Hey, Ronald, so do you think that he was surrounded?
when you say they're all sitting down on benches and stuff like that. So yeah, he was surrounded by other kids at the school, but he wasn't being jumped or nothing like that.
So do you think it's possible that two people put hands on him from the video?
I didn't see two people. I saw
I
it,
asked
it
you what
looked
you
like
seen. Nobody could really, so nobody could actually see anything very clearly. But I'm asking you, dude, from the video, do you think it's possible that more than one person put hands on him?
um from what I saw, no.
Okay, so did you see also you see somebody push him, right? You see a motion going this way, correct?
Yeah.
And then you see a motion going back this way, correct?
Yeah.
So now with that, You also see a person in all black going that way towards Austin, correct?
Yeah,
Because right, because Carmelo is wearing gray, correct? Am I frozen? Can you hear me, Ronald? Maybe I'm frozen.
No, I hear you. You're clear.
Okay, so you see somebody in black push Carmelo this way, and you see somebody in black move back this way, and then you see Carmelo shoot out from the bottom. That's what we can actually see. Now we don't know if that person that was in dark colored clothes was pushing, pulling, or was just there that got hit by Carmelo because the push was so hard. We don't know what's happening. But it's more than one person being moved. It ain't just Austin and Carmelo being moved around.
So to
So that's
answer your
the
question,
only
it looks like
real
more
issue
than
that
one
I
person
have
engaged
with
him.
that whole situation. Shout out to the night.
Sorry.
Yeah, what you saying, Shadow?
No, I was saying exactly what you mean. It looks like more than one person engaged him based on the video. But you don't know what that second engagement was. You know for a fact Austin got him at least twice.
Yeah.
The
At
video
least.
confirms
And
it.
we got Chaotic Truth Live saying Carmelo was completely in the wrong. And so Chaotic Truth, I would like to ask you, what was Austin? If Carmelo was completely in the wrong, what was Austin? I just want to have clarity for what we are saying. Is what was Austin? If Carmelo was completely in the wrong, Ronald 804, are you still there? Maybe he got a phone call. I would like to know, what do people think about Austin's position? Was Austin in the right position?
yeah, I'm sorry, I had a phone call.
Yeah, I figured. So what I'm saying to you, Ronald 804, you could clearly see somebody in dark clothes push this way, and you could clearly see somebody in dark clothes push this way, and then you see somebody in gray clothes run out the tent. Are we in agreement to that?
No, like I said, it was really hard to see. Even like because he had on the gray, it was pretty hard to see a lot of things was going on. But I did see a push. It did look like Austin came in from the left hand side. So and I think somebody was in front. I think he had to move somebody. I think there was somebody between Austin and Carmelo. I think it was that guy who was supposed to be Carmelo's
Yeah,
friend
but
or
you
something like
can't
that.
you can't actually see who's in front of who from that video, correct?
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to see. But from
Can
what I
you?
understand,
I want to know. Do you believe you can? Because from the video, you can't even see Carmelo at all until he runs
yeah,
out.
yes, it's hard to see, especially since he had on like a different
It's not.
color.
It's not about hard to see. You can't see him until he runs out.
Yeah,
Okay, so that means he was surrounded. Now that's easy. We couldn't see him sitting down because he was surrounded by a bunch of other people.
yeah, because
And
yeah,
also
he
he
was
was
at a
surrounded.
different school.
Also, he was surrounded. Also, he was surrounded by people that was not in kind with him.
Yeah, because people tell him to leave, but that doesn't mean that he got jumped. When you saying the way you saying that he was
Hold
surrounded,
on, before
it makes it
before we
sound
go
like
before we go into he got jumped.
uh-huh.
Can we agree that was more people that was on Austin's side than people that was in neutral positions? Could we agree to
That
that?
yeah, because people was asking him to leave.
Okay. Okay. So therefore, now if you have a bunch of people telling you to leave, wouldn't that make you feel as a person sitting down minding your business that is all these people against you?
Yeah,
Is that a possibility? Okay. So that is a possibility. So now, with that possibility, that is more people against you, and you starting to feel like you're surrounded because you are sitting down. Why are we acting like we just don't understand that? Because if that is the case, we cannot call it M1. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that the young man shouldn't do any time. All I'm saying is that 35 years is too much time.
the reason why it's M1 is because he had a time to think about what he was going to do, and his action was to, if this guy touched me, I'm going to stab him. That's why he put his hand in his bag, and like I said, they was having a verbal back and forth at first, and touch me and see what happens, or whatever else, or whatever version of what he said. It was all
So
planned.
okay, so how much time do you think he had to get the knife from him getting pushed and shoved into each other? How much time did he have, in your opinion?
He already had his hand. He already had his hand already on the knife.
I'm asking
His
you a
hand was in his
question.
bag.
I need you to answer it. From
He
the
had
video we seen, how much time do you actually think he had?
he had some seconds. He had over 10 to 30 seconds. Because like I said, during this back and
30
forth, he had his
seconds.
hand in his bag.
Okay, so you need to put that in perspective. 30 seconds of people screaming at you, people putting their hands on you, all in the midst of 30 seconds. You saying that is enough time for him to say, you know what? I'm going to kill a guy, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not just I think in his mind, I'm not sure if he kind of know what he's doing, but which was at the end of the day, it was just silly. But he did put his hand in his bag while I was having the back and forth, and there was
Okay,
kind
we
of like,
understood that, but what I'm asking you, you saying 30 seconds is enough for you to say, you know what? He was intending to purposely kill somebody that day.
yeah,
In the heat of an argument and a battle and being surrounded.
yeah,
17 years old.
yeah.
Wow.
And you got to remember,
That's crazy.
your verse. You got to remember that this is Texas, and like if he was in another state, this would have never been M1, right? Because he didn't wake up in the morning saying, you know what, I'm going to delete somebody this morning. Texas, Texas is a little different. So this would have been something else in another state. This would never been M1. But
I cannot
it's
believe my ears. This is just insane. I don't know what is going on in this world today. Welcome to the show, Nighters. Good day to you. My gasket is flabbed, my brother. What are your thoughts after the video? Did it confirm anything? Good day, Sugar Bum, or did it make you reconsider any of your thoughts?
I'm on your
Damn, that
page. I don't believe M1 is what it should have been. I believe it was all impulsive, instantaneous, and just two young people that made a bad decision that day. And the outcome was that they lost that young man. And I think people should have empathy for the grieving father who lost his son. At the same time, I just think 35 years for a kid don't have no history. They don't. There's not one person that said he used to walk around the school like a thug. He was, he wanted to be. He did this. It's just this one moment, bad decision. And even when he runs away, he kind of he runs up the bleachers, down the bleachers. He runs like he's leaving, and he comes back to the field. He looked like he's going back to the tent. Everything seemed just like sporadic, and he didn't know what was going on. So again, when y'all sit up here as grown ass men and make it seem like y'all wasn't fucking morons before, I got $5 I got to send to you, and make it seem like y'all had everything figured out when y'all was 17 is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. And that they're trying to excuse all of the visible evidence that we do have. They try to act as if we can't see that he was surrounded by agitators, that he was being harassed, that before Austin got there, nothing agitative was going on whatsoever. He was just sitting there. Even like what Knight just brought up, the fact that he didn't know which way to run. He ran one way, ran back the other, ran down the outside of the gate, then ran inside of the gate, talked to a teacher, walked back one way, went back in this direction. It shows that he was not in his right state of mind. The fact that he was crying when he finally caught up with the police officer, all these things is showing remorse. It is not showing somebody that is the goddamn Joker. Like he is not a. This is not a criminal intent stabbing. This was a bad decision stabbing. And again, I don't think majority of people are saying they are okay with the stabbing. So I think we need to knock that part out of the equation. Nobody is saying that they're okay with a shove equals stab or a shove equals a bullet. That is not never the conversation. Especially when we talk about 17-year-olds. We'd rather 17-year-olds deal with everything with fisticuffs and keep it moving. That's what we'd rather happen. So it's not about that. It's not about him not doing any jail time whatsoever. It's not about that as well. It's about this young man not getting a fair trial. And some people got a great argument for why he shouldn't get no time at all. Some people got some great arguments for it. But I
Like
do
what?
not see any great arguments for why he should have 35 years. I do not see the argument for that.
There's a great argument because the child is deleted now. A 17-year-old got it deleted. So you can't just watch through this with pro-black colored glasses. You also got to think about the other parents who don't have a child anymore. At least the Anthonys could go visit their child in prison. The Metcalfs can't visit their child anymore. They can't talk to their child anymore.
But why
He's in
you
the
say
ground.
pro-black glasses? Where'd that come from?
I have no idea.
Because that's
crazy.
how y'all thinking.
You know
So,
you know how the 17-year-old think, and you know how we think.
Yeah, I know how y'all think.
Oh my!
All right. So what did we say just now that was pro-black?
Y'all not thinking about the other child that another child is going now. So that's the reason why when they
hold on. I need you to answer my question though. Like regardless of if I am pro-black or not, which I don't see nothing wrong with it. But what is it that I'm saying now that is showing that I have a pro-black perspective?
Because you're not thinking about the other child that is gone. You're only thinking about he didn't really mean to do it. It shouldn't be this, it shouldn't be that. You also got to think about
what about me focusing on the sentencing got to do with being pro-black?
Because you're not thinking straight. It's just plain and simple. You're not looking at the whole situation and you just think about one side, you're not thinking about the other side. Right? Most likely, if that was somebody that you loved who died, you'd have wanted them to get the chair or get 99 years or get life. You won't be like, oh, he didn't really mean to do it.
Pause there. Also, if that was your son, you would want people to have empathy for him and not give him 35 years. You said that yourself.
But like I said, yeah, when is your child?
No. Is that not correct? If it was your child that did the stabbing, when you want people to have empathy for your son?
Yeah, because like I said, when it's somebody that you love, you won't have some kind of bias.
So now, why would you want people to have empathy for your son, but no empathy for Karmelo?
Because you got to look at it because that's not their child. You got to look at both sides. If you, especially whether you're a juror or whatever, you got to look at both sides.
Hold on. So you're saying this is so confusing. So if it was your son, you would want people to have empathy for him, but because it's not your son, you don't want to have no empathy for him.
Yeah, because like I said, when if it's your child, you're going to be biased.
Hold on. How is that looking for both sides?
It is different. Like I keep on saying, if it's somebody that you love, it's different. Pause there. So pause there. But you keep trying to make me be in the shoes of Jeff Metcalf. Jeff Metcalf, I'm not in Jeff Metcalf's position. So why should I look like at Karmelo that he should get the chair? Because it ain't my son. According to your logic, why should I care about if he's my son or not?
Because you don't have empathy for somebody else.
Because especially if you look at it, you got to look at this objectively. You got to look at both sides. You got to look at both sides are hurting. So you can't just be like,
Okay, hold on.
okay,
Pause. So okay. So you saying I should have empathy for Austin, correct?
you should have empathy for both sides.
But you're
Because
not
both
having
sides,
empathy. But you are not having empathy for the other side.
yeah.
How are
I
you
don't
having empathy for the other side?
because I didn't think that he deserved life in jail. I didn't think he deserved 99 years. I still look at him as he was still a 17-year-old, and with good behavior, he'd be out when he's like in his early 40s.
Yeah, that's
So
his
he still
life.
have a chance to have a life.
No, he doesn't.
Yes.
How?
If he get out, let's say he get out
If
when he's
you
42, 43, 44 years old, he still has a
He's
lot
like
more years on
okay.
this earth.
So he would be what? He is 35 plus 20. That's 55 years old. 54 years old. What are you talking about?
Most,
no,
most
he gonna
likely he's not
come
going
up.
to do all 35 years,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, he
With
gonna
good
do
behavior,
17,
he'd be
18.
out. Most likely he's gonna do at least 22 years. With good behavior. So he'll be out in his early 40s. And he'll
And
still have a
you
lot more
think that's
years.
to do what?
Not a
He
lot.
Are
could do
you
whatever he want to do.
insane?
He could go to college in his
Are you
40s.
insane?
He could even have a family. So he'll still have enough time.
What do you think happens in prison, my brother?
It depends on your mindset. You have a chance to
What?
there are some people who get out of prison and say, I'll never want to get back there again. There's some people who get out of prison and can't wait to go back again.
You could get great. You can get turned into a monster because of the environment that prison is. You might not even get out of there. Somebody could take your life away. What are you saying right now? That it's just gonna be smooth. He can do this 18 to 22 years and he'll be the same person.
Well, it's prison, so it's never going to be smooth.
Well, you make
So
it
what?
seem like you said he'll
But
be
you
out
making
in
it seem like
18
it
to
is.
22 years and he can go right back to life and everything will be.
That's
All
why they
peaches
call
and
it
cream.
prison. Yeah, I mean, he ain't going on vacation. He's going to prison. So, I mean, like I said, he got to learn from his mistake, and could still have a life. Is everything
You
going to be
know how
peaches and cream? Of
I,
course not.
I'm sorry, but you are not. I don't know what is. I don't know what is your real issue of
He just
not
want to be right.
understanding.
He just want to be right. Did you get
This
the
shit is
cash app that I
crazy.
sent?
That is just insane. Yeah, oh yes, thank you. My bad. Shout out to the night. It says my bad. I appreciate that night. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's just insane that you actually believe that you have empathy for the Carmelo family when
I
you
have
are
empathy for both of
displaying.
them. I have empathy for both sides.
No, you're not looking at it from both sides. It's not possible that you're looking at it from both sides. Looking at it from both sides would say that yes, he is guilty of manslaughter. That would be both sides. He should do manslaughter. He should get 20 years, get out in like 12. That would be like objective looking at it from both sides. You saying that he deserves 35 years, that is not objective. That is not looking at it from both sides. Not even close. That is just insane. Dallas 2221. Dude just repeating shit he heard. Yeah, because he ain't substantiating at all right now. Stan Autry. Salute to the panel in chat. Sharon, let him out of the chokehold. He is tap dancing. He needs to run for political office. Welcome to America, US.
Yeah. Shout out to Toronto. I love you, brother, but you called us pro-black, so I guess you pro-tether. And shout out to Stan Autry too. Salute, brother.
Yeah. So Reese Cup, what I'm saying is that if he was actually being objective and he had empathy for both sides, he would try to be fair and be down the middle. He is not being fair and being down the middle. He's being whatever the court system say. He's saying I'm just agreeing with it. Like the courts can't get it wrong. Is Ronald's position. So I just hope that if something happens and this case get overturned, I hope Ronald will be saying the same thing and say, hey, according to the court, that he's a free man and I don't have no issue with it. I hope so.
Yeah,
This case is not going to be overturned, man.
it may be.
If it was,
It's not
what
going
would
to
you
be.
say? If it was, what
I
would you
will
say?
first. I will come up here, give you a super chat, and say, "Wow, I can't believe I was wrong about this." But
Wait a
it's not
minute.
going to
You
be
gonna send
overturned.
wait. You gonna send a super chat?
Oh, not like I've never done it before.
My goodness. Anyway,
So,
they said
yeah.
that this community that this court happened in is a sundown town.
Oh
That
God.
just has been
Ooh.
brought up. Even though it wasn't an all-white jury, it was a bunch of folks talking about they was looking for Carmelo's truck because there a bunch of racist white folks were talking about they wanted to take him down, especially if he would have beat the case. They had to arrest Jake Lang because he was trying his best to get there because he definitely wanted to do something. He was the one running around with Austin Pitcher on his bus. And in the beginning, my thing is Dominique Alexander kicking out Jeff Metcalf when I was a grieving father. He wasn't causing no corruption. They should have never made it, as you just saying, some pro-black stuff. They should have had some empathy for that grieving father and definitely not kicked him out and made it public. Embrace
That's
him,
correct.
say we sorry for your loss and whatever, be in his good graces. That should have been a mutual thing, that part right there. So Dominic Alexander, bad. The court in a sundown town, bad. The defense, because Dominic Alexander picked a lawyer, bad. My lawyer is supposed to be saying objection. Every word is objection, 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 objection. They should have been annoyed with him. He should have been, the judge should have been like, if you object again, we're going to have to let you sit in jail for the night. The fact that he didn't object, the fact that he couldn't get no black people on the jury. What are you doing? It was bad from Dominic Alexander and his suggestions. They needed to get some people that this is what they do. And it should have been fought much more diligently than this. It wasn't no objections at all. They just, okay, we go along, whatever, and then messed up. You got to go to jail. It was bad.
Yeah, the reason why it was bad because it was a very easy case, like I said last year.
I don't even know what you're saying right now. What is it? How did that contradict? I said he should have had a more vigorous defense. This case happened in what, 1 or 2 days? What you said last year had nothing to do with what I just said, sir.
Yeah, so Nightish, I agreed with you because I've been saying the same thing.
It was
when it comes
7
to
days. I believe it took seven days night for the whole case. Crazy.
Yeah, that kicking that father out.
The problem is Ronald don't have no real logic behind what he's saying because he's saying if it was
What the hell you talking about?
If it was your kid, you would want your kid. You saying 35 years is okay?
If it's, I will have to accept what the jury gave because he committed a crime.
Would you feel like
that wasn't a question?
It's okay if it was your kid to get 35 years for the same exact situation.
To be truthful, yeah, because he committed. I'll be happy he can get life.
Wow, happy Father's Day, bro. That is crazy.
But like I said,
wow.
So wait. So Rana, you disagree that a defense lawyer should be more defensive because they wasn't doing nothing.
Yeah, we wasn't in the courtroom, so we don't have a better understanding of exactly what he was objective and stuff like that. So I mean, every lawyer has their strategy. But like I said, it was a bad case. If you give a lawyer a bad case, most likely you're not going to be successful. And from the jump, this was a bad case.
If from the beginning, the people that's testifying change their mind about what they said initially to go along with everything that the prosecution said, you as a defense attorney shouldn't take every single one of those witnesses and challenge the new things that they're saying.
Do you know for sure that he didn't challenge all these people?
It was
And
7 days.
And remember, you're also dealing with kids, and kids are really bad witnesses. As they're going to they're telling you something that happened.
That's why it should have been easy to destroy their arguments as a defense attorney.
But what was similar about what they all said? Did anybody say that Karmelo got jumped? Did anybody say that? Did anybody say last year?
Wait. I'm not even talking about being jumped. Was he invited by Eddie? Is Eddie from the other school? Was he sitting there for almost 9 minutes without nobody saying a damn thing to him until the Metcalfs got there?
Okay.
That's a question for you. If I'm sitting under 9 minutes with my friend Eddie, ain't nobody bothering me, and then these new people come along, and now all of a sudden everything changes, and I get touched, and then I get touched a second time, why is that irrelevant? I've been in here before y'all got here. Okay. I'm not bothering nobody. I was invited. And why didn't Eddie stand up and say, I invited him here? Why
we have no idea.
Why didn't Eddie get between Austin and Karmelo and say, no, let's not do this. I invited him here. Don't touch him again.
We have no idea. That's the reason why.
But you ignore all of that and just say, this kid is a monster.
Nobody said, did I ever say he's a monster?
Pretty much. You said,
yes. No.
You're saying that you would have been okay with him getting 99 years.
No, I never said that. I said the parents of the Metcalf family probably wanted him to have life with 99.
I understand
so that. So that's why
I understand a grieving father feeling that way. But you're up here being a representation of the so-called grieving father, and I understand that both families lose. Yeah, y'all can go hug him and put money on his books, but both of y'all losing y'all kids.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's why I think the jury did the right thing. Instead of giving them life for 99 years, they gave them 35 years. And and there's a chance he could get out after 18 years. So I think they kind of met somewhere in the middle. So I think the jury, and he had the option of picking the jury to give a sentence or the judge to give him a sentence. Right, so he also had a, he also had a say in his faith.
I ain't gonna lie, Rondo. It's very difficult not to call you a name right now. I ain't gonna lie, it's hard. Like the common sense that you are displaying is just ridiculous.
You can call me free. That's one thing you can call me.
Huh?
You can call me free. That's one thing you can call me, free.
And I can also call you alive.
Yes.
Okay, so like you saying that joke, then I said that stupid joke. So what was the purpose of that?
No, I don't give a damn what somebody got to say about me. The most important thing is I run my life pretty well.
Hold on. So this is what I'm saying. Like you're not as like you're not. I don't know what is why are people having such a difficult time with processing new information? The new information should show you that, huh?
Go ahead. What's the new information?
The new information that Austin came to him, the new information that he was surrounded, and the new information that is possibly shows that more than one person was interacting with him in an aggressive manner. That's the new information.
Right.
Based on what you just said.
And you act as if you don't see that new information that somebody other than Austin grabbed his bag. You acted as if you don't see Austin push him first. You act like you don't see that he pushed Eddie possibly out of the way to even get to Karmelo. You act as if it was somebody in black that somebody went this way and somebody went that way, and then Karmelo went up. So it's a lot of things happening in that very blurry video that shows that it is more than one person involved in this altercation.
Yeah, and it
And the
wasn't
kids was
just
not credible with what they are saying.
and it wasn't just the thing that was interesting to me, and you just said it a moment ago, it wasn't just Austin telling him to leave. So I've been here this whole time where nobody's saying that. Now multiple people are telling me, get out of the tent, get out of the tent. Why would I think that it's multiple people? Why would I think if I try to fight him, they're gonna jump me?
And that's why you should have left. If you got multiple people telling you to leave, you should have just left, especially if you didn't get no backup from your so-called friend. You should have left.
But his so-called friend also got his so-called friend looked like he possibly got pushed out the way.
He did look like.
That's number one. Number two, people acting as if a group of people that came together all telling to leave, that is not a possibility that he got jumped is wild to me.
And then you got to think about this, Ronald. So Eddie is his friend and invited him to the tent. Eddie get pushed or whatever, which makes him cower and don't even fight back. Because I would think if I invited you here, I would get in the middle. So let's say that's what Eddie tried to do, try to get in the middle and just pushed him out of the way. And now we get to court and all of a sudden I don't know that I invited this man here, and everything was perfectly fine until the Metcalfs got there. And they suppose he was suspended a week before that for wilding out. So which one of us got the bad behavior if we looking at our histories? Is it Karmelo, who nobody has nothing negative to say about, or is it the Metcalfs who beat up his daddy, been involved in bad stuff, got suspended a week before? Which one? One of us got a behavior of violence. The other one just did something instantaneous one day.
Yeah, they both did things wrong, Nightish. Nobody
ignored
nobody
everything I
in
just
school.
said. One has a history of wilding out, the other one doesn't.
I don't even know if what you're saying is true when it comes to the Metcalf.
He beat up his father because his father was supposed to be doing something to his mother.
And who told you that? Well, you heard that from TikTok?
Oh my God.
He broke his father's arm. This is
Where did you find that out from? TikTok?
He
From a
had to
TikTok
go to the
investigator?
hospital, sir. He had
You
to
have
go to
no
the
idea.
hospital, sir.
Y'all just saying crap. Y'all have no
He had
idea.
to- all right,
There's
so,
a lot of wrong things
Ronald,
that people been talking about.
So Ronald, hold on, Ronald. Are you saying you don't believe that Austin is capable of breaking his father's arm?
I'm not saying he's not capable, but I'm saying there's a lot of bad information out there that people are feeding on both sides. There's been bad information about the
Okay, so
family.
but why
There's bad
muddy
information
the
on the
water?
Metcalf
Just
family.
hold on. So why muddy the water just to say that when you don't know?
Because you guys keep on saying shit and y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
We are not just saying no. We are
Yes,
not.
you
Hold
are.
on, no.
Y'all said last year, y'all said if he didn't have a wife, he had like a 10 something or whatever like that.
Ronald. You are the only one that is just saying things and you're not processing the information at hand. You're saying no matter what, you are stuck in your belief and you don't want to change your belief no matter what you see or hear, is what you are saying.
Y'all could go.
You don't give a damn. You have
the only person.
This is your feeling. This is just hold on. I'm talking. This is just how you feel about young black men, unless it's your own kid. It's clear to see, and it's okay that you are just full of shit.
No,
and if it's your kid, you will want empathy, but somebody else's kid, you don't want to give no empathy, unless it's a white kid. Phil James, where are you getting that new information? If he was standing his ground, why did he leave? If you believe he was defending himself, stab whoever else comes at you until an authority figure shows up. So Phil, what I'm saying is that that shows his intent for not trying to harm other people. I believe he accidentally stabbed Karmelo the way how he did. He didn't mean to stab him or slice him or cut him or at least threaten him. However, that push back and forth that happened, that we cannot see who was doing all of the pushing, I think that push back, that's what compelled him to go so deeply inside of Austin's chest. Because somebody that just recently had shoulder injury, I don't think he could muster up that much force with a 3.5-inch blade unless he had some force going with him. So he pushed him, and then somebody else pushed him, and that smack did him dirty. That's what I think it looks like happened. It looked like it was a scuffle. It doesn't look like it was a one-on-one fight. It looked like it was a crowd of people pushing and pulling. Maybe not exactly attacking, but definitely because for some reason we acting as pushing is not attacking. So I'm going to say I think more than one person pushed him, and more than one person actually grabbed his bag for sure. Somebody grabbed his bag. Austin definitely pushed him, and then we can see a dark figure moving back and forth. We don't know what was actually happening because the video is not clear. But clearly it was more than just Austin and Karmelo involved in this scuffle. Also, we need people, maybe y'all forgot to, please hit the like and the share as we dive into this discussion, please. And if you want to join the discussion, the link is pinned. I will drop it again for everybody that's, I don't know, for some reason, a lot of people scared to hit my panel nowadays, Nightish.
Get over it. And y'all got to remember, he was sitting down while these people were standing over him. And even when they say to push, so he's getting up. Unless y'all saying he's the best stabber in life, that he just knew that this stab is going, everything about what he did after the stabbing was panic. All panic. Everything he said after the stabbing was panic. They say, well, we didn't see no tears. He just was acting like he was crying.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way there with that. He did something bad.
Yeah, but you just everything that I said, you just like throw that shit out the window and go right back to like, nah, I'm just sticking to what I heard from everybody else on the other side because a life was taken. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, but you gotta be honest, man. Right. All you gotta do is go back to your archives.
No.
Y'all was saying
you have to look at the video, and you will actually have to be honest. You are the one that's not being honest.
Y'all was arguing me last year. I was calling it a knife. Y'all was calling it a cleaner and all kind of stuff.
The reason why you're not being honest, because you acting as if he had an argument with the dude. He got pushed. He walked away. He went in his bag, grabbed his knife, and had a whole thought pattern. You know what? I think I'm going to stab this person. That's not what happened. You keep trying to frame it as if,
That's not what happened. Of course not.
I know, but you keep framing it like he did that. You keep framing like he went in his bag, grabbed his knife, had time to think about it, and he didn't have that much time. It happened way too quick for you to act as if he was thinking about stabbing this person.
He put his hand, they was having a back and forth, a verbal back and forth. He put his hand in his bag.
There's no way. This is no way that you could be this slow.
Oh, Lord, now I'm slow.
Have a knife in because if somebody have a knife in their hand and somebody push, how can you say he had time to do something?
He had time to pull out the knife. He had time to pull out the blade on the knife, and he had time to stab the boy. So all this is a thought process.
Ronald.
No, it's not.
Stop
lying.
Oh, Lord.
Ronald. Here's two things. I want to ask you a question. Stabbing and biting. People bite because they scared. People stab because they scared.
This is crazy.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that he's just because this is why I said earlier something about a monster? Are you saying he's just a monster that wanted to take a life?
I'm not saying he's a monster want to take a life. He's just a boy that did something very foolish.
Stupid, impulsive, yes. So
right.
When you keep saying something about the father would want him to get 99 years, yeah, because I lost my child. But you, as an objective person from the outside looking in, understanding this is stuff that kids do. They fight with each other. And if you feel like you're about to be jumped, you might do something impulsive. Why do you keep making it seem like he didn't think he was going to get jumped.
It's okay. The 17-year-old Nighters would have definitely stabbed somebody.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna stab
The 17-year-old Ronald would have never stabbed somebody.
This is what we know. This is what we know. You're not being honest. Answer the question. Just be honest and answer the question.
How many times do I have to answer this question? I understand why he got 35.
You did not answer it. No, you tap dance around it. Why are you acting as if this young man could not perceive that he was getting jumped?
If he thought he was going to get jumped, he should have left. If he thought that he was by himself, he should have left.
Again, you did it again. Again, you did it again. You did it again. Instead of answer the question, you saying what he would have, should have, could have done. Do you believe that with a bunch of people screaming and yelling at him, standing over him, do you think that he could have thought he was about to get jumped? Yes or no?
No. And if he thought that he was going to get jumped, he should have left.
So if that's a no, what is the indication of you are possibly about to get jumped?
A bunch of people.
If a lot of people putting their hands on me. But if people that's telling me, but if you had a track,
no. I said about to.
If you're in a dark alley, yeah. If you're at a track meet where there's coaches and adults walking around.
Hold on. We talking about in this situation. I don't know why you added dark alleys.
In this situation,
so I said be quiet so you can answer the question properly.
Mm-hmm.
In this situation, when can he assume that he's about to get jumped?
If he got threatened by other people also that they was gonna put their hands on him. But if he's in that open area where there's coaches and parents all around,
so pause there.
He shouldn't have thought of that like that.
Stop making up bullshit, please. Just pause. So somebody else grabbing his bag and somebody else pushing him, can that make somebody want to believe that there's a possibility that he's going to get jumped? Yes or no?
Yeah. So now you got two people involved now. So it's a possibility.
No.
Okay. So all right. So there go the possibility, right? So we do understand that Austin pushed him and somebody else grabbed his bag.
I don't think somebody grabbed his bag.
It shows it in the video.
If somebody grabbed his bag, the knife was in the bag. So how could somebody grab his bag? If he had his hand in his bag with the knife, how could somebody grab his bag?
Just because somebody grabbed his bag doesn't mean they took his bag. I said somebody grabbed at his bag and somebody else pushed him. Is what I said. So again, let me make sure. Let me slow it down so understand what I'm actually communicating. Somebody grabbed his bag. I did not say somebody took his bag. Nobody. So this way we clear. Somebody grabbed his bag and somebody else pushed him is what I said.
Okay, so somebody laid their hands on his bag. Okay. If somebody laid his hands on his bag, yeah, that's not that's a little better when it comes to you shouldn't perceive that you're getting jumped because somebody touched your bag. So yeah, all these things should equate to a stab.
No, that's
so
not
nobody
what I'm
took
saying.
his bag. So nobody took his bag.
Don't do that. No, don't do that. All I'm saying is his mentality of him being surrounded by more than one person being aggressive with him. One person is grabbing his bag and another person pushed him is all I'm saying. And so that person can perceive that they are about to get jumped is what I'm saying.
And if they perceive that, they should have left seconds ago.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That person can perceive that they are getting jumped is what I'm saying.
That's why you should have left. If you have no friends around, you should have left.
No. We seen the video. He didn't have enough time. After he got pushed, he didn't have the time to leave.
Oh gosh. There was always time.
Oh gosh. What time did he have? It's literally
when they was having this back and forth, and he was saying, "Come make me leave."
when he
and all
was
that other stuff, he
when
should have
so you
left
say
at
when he
that
was
time.
sitting down when he was sitting down getting berated, that's when he had time? When
Yes,
people
he
was
should have
being
left at that
surrounded?
time. If you by yourself and you got no friends and who you thought was your friend not helping you out, you should have left.
Ronald. I thought the statement was, "Don't touch me
This is
again."
wild.
They had a couple
Like,
statements.
I don't think you understand this as well, right? When when somebody's being aggressive towards you, probably one of the most dangerous things is to get up and leave and turn your back to them.
Turn your back. Yes.
That's one of the most dangerous things. The more you retreat, the more aggressive the other person usually gets in real life.
So you think the wise thing to do is just stay there and keep your hand on the
Oh
knife?
my
You think
God.
that's a smarter thing?
So this is why I'm having an issue with you. I'm saying something and you're not addressing it.
No, which one is smarter?
You're literally moving the goalpost. Hold on, you're literally moving the goalpost from my question to say, is it more wise? I'm telling you something, right? If somebody is being aggressive toward you, more than one person being aggressive towards you, the more you retreat, the more they are going to be aggressive towards you, is what I'm saying. Now, do you agree or disagree with that statement?
If they was having a
He
verbal
won't answer
altercation,
nothing. He won't answer.
she cut it. Like I said, if you want to back away and still keep an eye on them, you can do that.
No. Listen again, Ronald. Come on, man.
Damn.
Let's just listen. Think about the positioning. I'm sitting down. It's
This is
people
insane.
standing over me, yelling at me. I'm seated. I'm not in their face. I'm seated. I'm sitting down, and you do something to me, and then somebody else is doing something to me. What is going through your brain as a grown man? If you're seated in a restaurant and a bunch of people are standing over you and multiple people are doing things to you, what's going to be going through your head? To turn your back and run?
That's a little different now.
But that's
There was
conversation.
One question.
The 17-year-old young man is sitting
we're gonna
down.
give some time to actually answer a question like a man. Phil James, this is crazy night. Phil James, where are you getting Melo was surrounded? The fact that in the video that we watch with this man, with this young man, that you cannot see him, shows that he was surrounded.
Play the video.
He wasn't.
Play the
they
video
just had
again
kids
so
around, man.
You don't even see that gray sweatsuit until he stands up. The majority of the time, you see people standing over him.
I cannot believe, Nidus. I cannot believe Otis Hood Network, somebody that is a goddamn that he ain't even. Wow. I cannot believe somebody that carries a gun every single day is agreeing with
Ronald? Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot of people with common sense around.
Is blown. Why do people carry guns and knives?
Sense?
Yeah,
they're scared. Because they're scared.
This is insane. This is crazy. I cannot believe Otis.
Wait, Ronald. Why do you think people have weapons and guns and sticks and shotguns? Why do you think they have all that stuff?
Because they know they're going into bad areas, so they want to be protected.
What? I'm talking about inside their house. We got a guy that comes online every day with shotguns on his door. Why do you think he got all them shotguns? He's going to fight the aliens.
Yeah,
he's
because
gonna fight Jesus when he come back on the horses. They have all that stuff because they scared.
Yeah, because most likely he probably lives in an area where people might want to bust through their door, or there's a lot of theft in this area. So yeah, he wants to protect himself and his family.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to play the video. We're gonna see what. Okay, this is the very beginning of the video. Okay, as we can see, this is Austin walking in. Him and a group of other people. At least 3 people is with Austin. We don't know about these 2. We can at least say these 3 is with Austin. At least, bare minimum, 3. There go his other brother, right? You can tell by the posture. Okay, we can see. So at least 5 of them together. Bare minimum. 5. Who is this? Who is that? That's Karmelo.
Carmelo Anthony.
The fact that you made a joke on this serious situation is crazy. But there go Karmelo. Yeah, we know it's at least 5 people with the Metcalfs. All right. So now we know he's sitting there. We cannot see him.
Because he's
At
seated,
all.
yes.
At all. And then, let's see, I don't even know when it happens.
But if you stop it right there, he's seated and we can't see him. But you know what we do see? A bunch of people standing over whoever is seated. Not
Whoever
one person, not 4 people, a bunch of people standing over a seated person.
Right. So that's what we get. He was surrounded from. Just by looking, you can see that he was surrounded. As a bunch of people standing while he was seated, everybody said he was seated. All right. And they all wearing black. So they all in uniform with each other.
And he's the only one in gray. So you still don't see him.
At all.
And the whole time he's sitting there and ain't nobody telling him to leave. He's perfectly cool.
Mm-hmm.
For a long time. 6 to 9 minutes.
For a long time. So therefore, there's a lot of conversing going on. Still can't see him. So now you see the push and pull. So again, you see the push, then the push. Push, push. So can we see push, 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 push? Do we see one push and then another push? Do we not see that?
We can clearly see that.
Can we agree that it is a push and a push? Whether if it's from people crowded them, whatever's going on in the crowd of people just being around, is a push, then a push. Are we in agreement with that? Let me welcome.
I mean, to be honest, bro, I mean, I don't know if you can zoom it. I don't see, I don't know what the hell is going on. I done seen this video, I don't know how many times. It's too, like, like even when I zoomed in on it, dog, it gets even worse than this view right here. Like when you zoom in on it, because it's just the resolution is horrible.
Yeah.
So I don't really think I mean, I think it kind of proves what we already knew. Like I don't think anybody denied that Austin put his hands on Melo first. Like he did. He put his hands on him. You know, he approached him. You know what I'm saying? He approached him. He put his hands on him.
Yeah.
But I think that, you know, as far as the case goes, I think this should probably give Karmelo some kind of grounds for appeal. I've been consistent with it. I'm like, I think he was overcharged, like just overcharged. You know, the M1 was too much. Manslaughter makes more sense. Maybe even negligent homicide. And now I'm hearing more lawyers saying that, you know, or sudden passion. They say because in Texas they got that where it's like sudden passion. You kind of just act without thinking real quick. That should have even been on the docket too. So there's just, but I don't think the video proves that. Yeah.
I think the video shows that he was surrounded. I think the video shows it was an altercation with more than just Austin and Karmelo. It also shows that that Karmelo was sitting down. It shows a lot of aggression coming towards from the other side. And I think that's something that we should just be honest about. I don't think the problem is most people think that people that's like me, you, and Nitus, they believe that we saying that the knife was justifiable. We're not saying that. We're saying 35 years is too much, and this video clearly shows 35 years is too much from what we can actually really conclude from this type of a video. Let me also welcome into the show Otis Who Podcast, because he is somebody that is crazy. He is saying stand your ground within the comment section while telling somebody to run. Insane to me. Go ahead, Otis Who.
Let me explain that, Grand Rising, to the panel and guests. Let me just say this. I agree that he was definitely overcharged. Most definitely. That's not even the argument. He was definitely overcharged.
Yeah.
What I'm going to what I'm going to stand on and not going to change my mind at all, not going to concede, is that I agree with Ron. He had every opportunity as teenagers to leave that situation. I'm not going to not say that. He had every chance to leave, period. And I'm going to blame the parents. I'm going to stand on it because for some reason, I don't know what's going on, he did not have the intellectual, the emotional, whatever integrity to leave that point at that time. We all been teenagers before. We all have. I'm not going to say that was justified pulling out a knife to so-called protect yourself. Even if they told me to leave, my feelings are hurt. I'm embarrassed. I feel like I'm getting punked. I feel like I'm getting checked. I'm going to get my ass up and leave if I feel threatened. I'm not going to sit there and say, and with my hand in the bag, do something or touch me one more time and find out. No, get your ass up and leave. If anything, go get your boys in high school and come back and have a fair one. But just to sit there, no. But yes, he was definitely overcharged.
I don't know why.
And I'm going to stand on that.
Why? So you saying that young men back in your days when you were in high school, nobody got stabbed?
Not that I know of. Not in my high school. Did it happen? I'm pretty sure it did. But in my high school, I don't recall someone getting stabbed just for lack of being jumped on and no other weapons. No, I can't say that. Now, being jumped on without weapons being involved, yes, I've been jumped a couple of times. No weapons involved. I'm here to talk about it. Yes, I am. But a weapon involved? No.
When I was younger, dudes had brass knuckles. Yeah. People got stabbed. Some people got shot. I went to McClymonds High School in West Oakland in the 80s. Look up that. People got stabbed, shot, jumped, everything. You know who used to come to McClymonds the most? Tech High School to fight people.
That's crazy.
And when they came
to me, all that's irrelevant, man. What they got to do with anything?
Bats,
so what?
They had bats. No. He's saying that everybody had a fair one. Everybody just said,
they should have a fair one. They should have a fair one. That's what I see. They should.
Otis, this was my point, right? I'm gonna tell you what's irrelevant. Even in the stand your ground state, when you're saying he had every opportunity to leave, that's irrelevant because you don't have the duty to leave. Hence the term stand your ground. You don't have the duty to retreat. So that's not an argument that could be made in court. Now, in the state of New York, you can make that argument. And in other states that don't have that law, you can make that argument. But in the stand your ground state, you don't have the duty to retreat. So that's when the situation as far as proportionality comes into play. Who was the provocateur, aggressor, whatever. Touch me and see what happens. Is that a fair warning or is it an invitation to mutual combat? Is it a threat? Like that's up to the jury to decide. I'm just saying we talking about legally.
I agree with you there.
You feel me?
I agree with you there. But just because he does not have to retreat, I agree with you. Just because I have a weapon on me, I don't have to retreat. You are correct. But my gut and my common sense is telling me, not the law, my gut is telling me, okay, Otis, get out this tent, man. It ain't that serious. That's what's telling me. Now, you don't have to agree with it, but that's what my gut is telling me. Now, you guys are telling me you're going to stand there and take that punishment because you feel threatened, because you feel like your manhood, your childhood manhood is being challenged. Man, get your ass up and leave. I don't care what y'all say. Get up and leave, man.
Hold on. Yeah. Let me test this logic. So, Otis, if somebody comes up to you and pushes you and try to take your bag, what you gonna do? You gonna run away?
In high school or in this situation right now?
In
At me
high
being
school.
55. In high school?
Today, right now.
Today, right now, somebody, and I'm in public and somebody take my bag.
Somebody grabs your bag and pushes you. Are you going to run?
No, hell no. Nope, I'm not.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Because I'm a grown ass man and I got my weapon on me. I'm a motherfucker up. But in high school, I don't have that option. In high school, I don't have that option. In high school, I shouldn't be thinking that way. What do you not understand? I should not be thinking that way in high school. I'm a grown man on the streets now. If you touch my shit, you're getting dealt with. But in high school, you go to the appropriate authorities. That's what I'm saying.
Wait.
Period. And I'm going to stand on it. The hell wrong with you?
Otis, 1 second.
This is crazy.
Eddie invited me to the tent. I'm up under the tent 6 to 9 minutes. Ain't nobody saying nothing to me. We just having a conversation. Then the two Metcalf brothers come who already got a history of doing fucked up shit.
This is crazy.
Damn it. They standing over me. I'm seated. I'm not pulling a weapon. Somebody grabbed my bag. You know what I thought it was at first? I thought it was just Austin saying, get out the tent. Now they saying multiple people was telling them to get out.
They're not just saying that now. That came up in the case that multiple people told him to leave and stuff like that. But he really didn't violate he wasn't trespassing, right? He wasn't trespassing,
right?
Or any of that stuff. And none of the people that told him to leave had the authority to tell him to do so. So did he have a right to defend himself? Absolutely. But then when they bring it up in court, it's like you pulled a knife out of your bag. Like you didn't just pick up the nearest thing. You know what I'm saying? Like whether it was a brick or let's say he pulls a pen, like a big pen out of his bag, something that's normally in a book bag, and then stabs him with that. I think he actually beats the charge in self-defense with that. But the fact that
swing with his arm, swing with his fist. Why didn't he fight with his fist? Why didn't he get jumped on and fight with his fist like we did back in the day and live and talk about it? What happened?
He has very little
chance. Come on,
bro,
man. What was they going to do? Stuff him out? What they was going to do? Stuff him out? What's the worst thing that could have happened with a fist fight? The worst. You think they was going to stuff him out and he died?
Hey, Otis.
Come on,
bro. I would agree with you.
Hold on. Let's slow this down, right? So before Auntie, because Auntie's going to be able to answer properly about what's the worst can happen when you getting jumped by two grown men on bleachers, it's a lot that can happen to you.
Now they're grown men. I got you. Now they're grown men. Got you.
Hold on.
They are the size of grown men, but yeah.
Let me just read this. Phil James, the Metcalf brothers were there before Melo. We just watched the video. That is not true. Karmelo was there before the Metcalf brothers.
Yes, correct.
We just watched the video. So Phil James, you're mistaken with that.
Talking to his friend Eddie. That's already been established that he was there already before they got there. And the video I have, you can see them coming up later. And it's one brother with a couple of people at first, and then the other brothers behind him with a couple of people. All together, it's like 5 people that came all there together. Then they get up under the tent and they get into whatever this is. It's sad that it's grown people up here saying the things that you're saying. And you're saying you walking around with that thing on you because you scared.
Because you scared, but you also ready for action too. So the two things can be true at the same time. I would say this much: if you're really that scared, you wouldn't leave the house and go to a school on a Saturday. You know, like you wouldn't go to a school track meet on a Saturday. You stay your ass home. That's one thing you got to go. If this were during normal school hours where you actually have to go to school, you might have had an argument for that because you're being bullied in some place where you got to be. But this is a place where you chose to be. So how scared are you if you still chose to be there?
But he was at a track meet because he was running that day, correct?
I don't think he was running that day.
Yeah, he was running that day. He was at a track meet. The other two,
and he can run because you can tell when he ran out of them bleachers how fast he can run. He can run. We know he can run.
He should have ran
if
sooner.
We don't know nothing else.
He should have ran sooner. You know that. He should have ran sooner. Instead of putting his hand in his pocket with the knife, he should have ran sooner. You said something right for the first time.
And also, let me say, hey, we need more likes and shares, please and thank you. I appreciate everybody. It should be no reason why we have over 200 people and not over 150 likes. We're not even at 100 likes. Please, you probably forgot. I appreciate everybody that's being here, everybody that's commenting, but make sure you please hit the like and the share button.
I think
much appreciated. Also, shout out to the cash app. It says, I got him. If I needed the Myron, I got him.
I think Otis,
Myron has been wilding out.
I think Otis is thinking about it from the perspective of like a parent, or even in hindsight, like, yeah, as a parent, let's keep it real. I would rather my son come home with an ass whooping than have to come home a week later on a $250,000 bond and facing an M1 charge. Straight
Thank you,
up.
Auntie. And that's all I'm saying. And I would have taught my son, I promise you, if I would have had one, I have a daughter, but I would have told my son, don't bring a knife to school. If you get into a fight with your fist, and we're going to talk about it when you get home, and we're going to deal with it. That's what I would have said. But to me, that was just over-exertion of the situation. Over-exertion of the situation, period.
Hold up, before you ask that question, I want to just kind of compound on what he just said though, because look, even when we was growing up, Nidus, I'm sure you can remember, like, nah, man, look, if you was that scared, that's why you roll with your homies. You know what I'm saying? Like the homie, we make sure each other get home. I know, even Sharon know that. Like we gonna walk the homies home. Like for real, like you walking home in a group. The only person that got to walk home by itself is the last one. He got the shortest distance to get home.
He got the shortest.
That's it. But other than that, ain't nobody walking. You ain't walking through the hood. You damn sure ain't going to these functions where you behind enemy lines and there's other schools there without your homies right there. That alone is usually enough of a damn deterrent, because it's easy for a bunch of people to walk up on one person that's by themselves than they are to walk up to a group. Because even if they feel like they can win the fight, they still don't want to get into it. You know?
Great point.
But if it's just one person, it's easier to try to punk them. So it's like, if you really that scared, where your crew at? You know?
Freedom. Otis better teach his grandkids this is 2026. Kids have it on them. Whew.
See, now let's be real. In that town,
Otis,
two white boys. Hold on. I'm addressing the cash app. Chill out, old man. We talking about two white boys. They ain't have it on them. We're not talking about St. Louis City, in the middle of the city. Yes, they will have it on them. We're talking about in Texas and them two white boys in college. They ain't have it on them. Stop it.
But they had a crew, though. They was 5 deep. But let's move forward.
Yeah, it was 5 of them, Otis. Love Wisdom. Man, Harriet would have shot y'all.
She definitely shot Otis.
No, I would have up on her first. Believe that. And shot your fat ass.
Damn. That's my understanding.
Hey, hold on. Don't be all brave now when you preaching all this cowardice, right?
I'm brave to the old people. I'm brave to people that's over 25. How about that? That's what I'm brave and tough with. Not no damn kids. Stop it. We can do this all day.
The amount of cowardice is astounding. Sorry. The black community got more grace to the aggressor than the child who defended himself. I just hope this never happens to y'all. Woo.
Now let me get to the question I wanted to ask Otis. And Otis, you look too much like a nerd with them damn glasses on. I'd sweep you and take your pistol. But anyway, when it comes to them young folks that you have some involved, it ain't never gonna happen.
Otis, it's $2 for every F-bomb. So
no, I'm sorry. I sent it to you.
$5.
I sent it to you. My apologies. I'm sorry. And I didn't mean to call you out your name, Nidus. I'm just having fun. I apologize.
I'm perfectly
you got $6. You got $6 in reserve, Knight.
And I got you.
No, charge him $5 still. Here's the thing, though.
What's up, man?
When I see a Don-notch dark-skinned man with glasses yelling at me, I don't even think about it. But I want to ask you this. Do you make sure you get your grandbabies into some Krav Maga, some jiu-jitsu, some boxing classes, some karate? You take them to the range so that at least they have the confidence to be able to throw hands?
Yes. the boxing aspect, not all the karate stuff, but the boxing aspects, and also to try their best to have self-control. I know it's hard, but try their best at that age, because it was hard for me at that age, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well,
Yes,
to be
I do.
honest, that's why the karate and the kung fu and the jiu-jitsu makes sense. I know I put my son in that when he was 5 years old, and that's really what they teach you. That self-defense and restraint as well. You know.
Mhm.
Now, granted, that didn't stop when he was a teenager. I had to pick him up early from school. I just put that in the chat. I had to pick him up early from school because he beat. I don't even know how it started, but he beat some boy so damn bad. The boy ended up in the damn hospital, and all they did was just suspend my son for fighting. But I was thankful they ain't pressed no damn charges, because
Mhm.
you know. But chances are the charges wouldn't have stuck. That's why they didn't press none. You know what I'm saying? It was probably just a fight, and the other boy just lost. I didn't know. I didn't even want to look at all that stuff. I'm like, I ain't gonna look at it unless some charges come. Whatever. Hey, it's all good.
Tay. Shout out to Tay. Thank you so much. Don't be brave now, Otis. We know you would have ran if that white man told you to move. God damn, Otis. You would have moved if that white man told you to move? God damn.
Yeah, probably so. Them words don't bother me, bro. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you now. That stuff don't bother me. I'm good. Whatever y'all want to think, that's fine. But I'm here, and I wouldn't have been charged 35 years. I know that. My son or daughter or nephew wouldn't have been charged 35 years. My son or my nephews wouldn't have brought a damn pocket knife to school. No, none of that would have happened.
Yeah.
No, and I'm sure that.
And what about? I mean, after I finish reading this, tell me what would have happened if you was on the other side. You're not the retaliator. You are the one that your nephew is the aggressor. Talk about that. Phil James, continue to do research and find the truth. The Metcalf brothers were under the tent and seated 3 minutes before Melo. Also, nobody was behind Melo or to his left. He was not surrounded. Interesting.
Phil James, you are clearly slow. I don't know what special
but maybe you got information that we don't have.
We saw the video.
Because people do their research is listening to people on social media make stuff up. I don't even know what that video proves. Yeah, a bunch of people stood up and fight. Like that happens. Like whenever there's words, it gets loud. One person gets shoved or another. People stand up to start watching. So we really don't know what people are saying or what they're doing. Who's actually the aggressor? I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm saying we can't concur that from the damn video.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Right.
Making some sense.
Phil James, go look at the comedy hype video where you see that Melo was under the tent before the Metcalfs come in. You see them come into the football field way after he's already there. Him and Eddie are there just sitting and talking. I don't know what clip this is that Sharon has, but go get the comedy hype video where Carmelo's in the tent talking to Eddie for all this time. And then at the very end part, you see some people in ponchos with umbrellas. It's raining. And then you see the Metcalfs. First, you see Austin and somebody. Then you see Hunter with another group. All together, it's like 5 of them.
Okay. Let me also welcome into the show Cam. How you pronounce that?
What up, though? Cam the Ruvini.
Cam the Ravini. Good day, Cam the Ravini. What is your thoughts on this whole situation now that the video is out? Did it confirm your bias, or did it make you reconsider what is the 35 years?
Well, I want to start by saying I do appreciate you titling your show this, because as men, if we are wrong, we got to hold ourselves accountable. Second, it was no real bias in my opinions on it. My whole issue is just the justification of the murder in itself. I believe that was what we were having the main issue about at first before I was kicked off from your last show.
Mm-hmm. And so now, do you still? And let's try not to use the M word if we can. Let's try to refrain from it. We can do a good old show.
Of course.
We do a good old show. I don't think we use any trigger words today. So do you still think that 35 years is justifiable even after this video?
After the video, he's lucky to have 35. It should have been 50.
Oh my God! See, you lost me there.
Hey,
Wait,
hey,
wait,
hold on, hold
It
on,
should
hold
have
on,
been
hold on.
50.
Hold on. He said,
Let him
nah,
explain.
Calm
Let him
down,
explain.
Let
everybody.
us talk.
man,
Let
he's
us
saying
talk.
after
Hold
the
on,
Keep
y'all.
on
video.
Hold
going.
on, y'all.
Nah,
Hold on,
can
y'all.
he
Let him
elaborate
explain so
though?
we
Because
can
he said
understand.
after the video.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. What
After
did
the
the
video.
video justify more time?
Wait,
After
let's
the
hear.
video
Let's
came
listen.
out,
Wait.
yes.
Let's
The
listen to
video
PM
proves
Dawn.
Hold on,
nothing
y'all.
new though. What is he talking about?
Yeah.
Hold
PM
on, y'all.
Dawn. What made you think 50
try to
years
hear.
would have been better?
Let's try to hear the
Because it
argument.
was
Go ahead, Cam.
unprovoked. Because the murder was unprovoked and was unnecessary.
No,
That was a
deletion or
blatant,
Okay, hold on,
justified
unaliving.
y'all.
murder.
Hold up, Sharon just asked you not to use that
Okay,
word.
okay, hold on.
Deletion or
Hold
unaliving.
on, hold on.
My
Cam.
apologies. My apologies.
And, stop,
I'm new to
and also,
YouTube.
Cam, if you can't stop, Cam, and also if you can't stop moving around so much because you have a lot of background. Thank you.
Yes.
So now, start again. Don't use the M word. Why do you think 35 years is not enough so we can have an understanding?
Well, the unaliving was, by the video evidence, was unjustified, unprovoked. It was unnecessary for him to pull out the weapon and commit the act itself.
Okay.
It was a random excuse of self-defense. And
Okay, Cam.
based on the evidence, I believe he should have had 50.
Cam, do you believe Karmelo was assaulted?
No.
What?
It's pushing somebody assault.
I don't think it is. A shove is not assault.
Yes, that is assault. A push is not putting your hands on somebody's assault.
What is considered
An aggressive
assault to you, Cam?
An assault would be like a slap or a spit. A shove is not an assault. That's just
extreme.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So you saying spitting on somebody is assault, but pushing somebody is not assault?
yeah. That's my opinion.
All right, so let me jump in here. All right, your opinion means very little legally. Believe it or not, walking up in somebody's personal space in a threatening or intimidating way is considered assault. That's why you have charges that contain assault and battery. So what you
Agreed.
saw was assault and battery, just coming in his personal space and demanding that he do something that you have no authority to demand is assault in itself. Like you can walk up on a cop, for example, in a threatening way and invade a cop's personal space and be charged with assault on a law enforcement officer. Then as soon as you put your hands on that cop, now it's assault and battery on a Leo. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a difference between assault and battery. So your opinion, even though it's your opinion, it's still crazy and wrong,
And I
and it has
thought
nothing to do
battery.
with the law.
Battery was just aggressive talking.
No, that's physical that's battery.
Yeah, the battery part's that actually you get hit with something.
But assault doesn't even have to be physical, bro. Just invading somebody's personal space in a threatening or intimidating way.
Yeah.
Can be considered
assault.
assault.
You use a device of okay. So I
I
got it
can just
backwards.
walk up on you and stand over you and tell you move or be moved. That I can be charged with assault, bro.
Yeah, assault is
might not necessarily stick in court, but I can be charged with it.
Yeah, so man,
I got it backwards.
That is true, but as men, we really don't think like that. Well, I know me personally, I don't think like that as a man. Like, oh, someone gets my personal space, that's assault. I never thought like that.
Okay, so if somebody invades your have you ever had a fight, Cam?
Oh yeah.
So you have fights before. What pushed you to fight somebody?
Oh shoot! As soon as they swing, because their words don't mean nothing. A shove, we initiate the shove back and forth, do the shoulder press. But if you swing on me, then the fight started.
What if it's multiple
you're talking about little. We're not talking about no little kid fight when when we shoulder to shoulder. I pushed you, you pushed me. We talking about this is
crazy. So you basically saying somebody came between y'all and said your mama wear pennies, your mama don't, and you hit Your mama wear penny pants. This is crazy, man.
No, it's not. I'm not that childish now. I'm not talking about fights like
I'm
that.
But
Like just
I'm
randomly,
just
just someone
but Cam,
comes to me
no,
and
second. Cam, have fights not happened behind that right there?
of
As
course,
minors, as
but not
young
as high schoolers.
17-year-old, yeah.
No, not
They
as.
fight behind nothing.
Oh, they do.
yeah.
So why did Carmelo pull out the knife then? If it
He
was
was
a fight, if it
scared.
was going to be a fight
He
about,
was listen, people who pull out weapons and people who bite you do that because they're scared.
yeah. And we talked about that a while ago on Sharon. So look, I mean, look,
yeah,
he was obviously scared, adrenaline's pumping, whatever. That's why I mean there were some things that were left off the docket as far as him possibly being. That's why I say he was overcharged. There should have been some other options. There's a sudden passion, like I said, negligent homicide, manslaughter, things that don't necessarily carry for 35 years. You know what I'm saying? That should have been options for the jury. And then I found the jury also had a say so in the sentencing as well. So there's just there's a lot more to it. I think he's gonna have some grounds for that appeal.
Yeah,
Hey,
I think so
Auntie, they
too.
did give him another option. They give him manslaughter also. That was
They
another
did
option.
they gave him no,
Ronald.
I agree with Ronald. He's right. They did give the jury that other option. But there should have been even more options than that.
Yeah. And Ronald, respectfully, drop. We'll talk tomorrow. I don't want to hear your voice no more.
And then they're going to look at even more things as far as the competence of his defense, the lack of objections, when
That
objections
defense
were
was
made.
trash.
Like they're going to look at a lot of things when it comes to that appeal. That's why I mean, if you look at it, he has some decent grounds for an appeal right here. When it goes to just the way things went down in court.
100%. He got a lot of 100%. There's a lot of things situated with that. It just doesn't sit right at all. And again, I don't understand what video people are seeing. I guess I gotta find a close-up version for people to see the blurriness, like how Auntie said. Like it's so blurry, you don't even see Karmelo until he actually runs away.
Yeah,
eventually,
because he's in the soft gray sweatsuit, and you don't see nothing but black sweatsuits up in that tent. So, which proves he was seated the whole time until the act happened of the pushing and the shoving. Then he gets up, he does a thing, panics, runs off, don't know what to do, comes back to everything about it says fear. Nothing about it says gangster, hardcore.
No, not at all. But I mean, look, I'm gonna keep saying it. Look, both of them kids made some serious mistakes that day. Melo's was even bringing that knife and then using it. And Austin's was not keeping his damn hands to himself.
Yeah.
Like
once the hands start happening, the adult needed to be contacted.
Yeah, that shouldn't even have happened. If this boy is sitting somewhere where he's not supposed to be seated or whatever, that's when you go get an authority figure to enforce that rule.
Yes.
So I mean, so each one of them, they made a mistake, and there are consequences for each of those mistakes. One person lost the next 17 years of their life, or 5 to 10, depending on how long it takes for the appeal to go through, and the other one lost their life for his mistake.
Yeah, 100%. So it shows that was Karmelo. When do the brothers come? Are they there already? Does it skip to where they were
on the
just
video?
Already,
You got they already there. That's why I'm finna send you this one. I'm finna send you this one in the back chat.
Oh, you could just share it, Knight. If it's no audio or nothing.
Yeah, you can just mute the audio. Let me see. There we go, right there.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, just
it's already at this spot?
No. It shows that Karmelo was sitting in a tent way before the Metcalfs got there. Let me find the spot. Started. Let me see. Because it shows that he was there before.
Because it's the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not. Because let me see.
Okay.
The one you have, they're already up in there shoving him and whatever else. The comedy hype one is you see the Metcalfs come up. First you see Austin with one person, then you see Hunter with two other people. So it's 5 people all together.
I mean, if anything, that video proves that a good 90% of the people at that track meet were trying to get underneath that damn tent.
And then it points out it has a
because it's raining
counter. Let me see. You started, where does this count? At 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Started right there.
Yeah, we're gonna let it rock out. So it's got pointers and everything. This one's showing a whole lot more.
Yes.
So this one is pointing out, and so
well, I'm even looking at the caption with the captions that they put up. I don't even know if I don't even see how they infer that.
Even with the arrows,
dude.
You still can't see Karmelo because he's
That's what
seated.
I'm saying. You can't see anything, and you don't know what's really being said.
Beautiful.
And even when you zoom it in, it's even worse. You know, so the resolution is even worse. So it's like.
But what this is showing is that the Metcalfs aren't even there yet. He's just under the tent. When the Metcalfs come into the video, you'll see how they came. Right now, everybody just talking, standing over Karmelo. You can see him kind of seated. He got the gray on it, but he's sitting down. And the Metcalfs are not there. So who Philip James is, the Metcalfs aren't there yet. When they come in the frame, I'll tell you. He's there along with Eddie talking. The Metcalfs aren't even there yet. He's been there, and nobody's telling him to leave.
I mean,
wow.
And I think even if you listen to I heard the interview that that Jeff Metcalf had with Jason Whitlock, right? And he said that one of the reasons why Karmelo got 35 years was because he was kicked out of that press conference, and Karmelo's family didn't want to pray with him. And I'm like, that's grounds for appeal right there. Like, they ain't gotta pray with you.
Well,
they ain't gotta pray
you
with
gotta blame that on Dominique Alexander.
No, but that's my issue right there.
That got to do with the law.
That has nothing to do. Exactly. That don't have nothing to do with anything. If that's even taken into consideration about how his family handled a press conference after their son was already arrested and charged, and I think at this point probably even out on bond or whatever. That's not supposed to be taken into consideration. Not during the case, not during sentencing, none of that stuff.
Now the point of me giving Sharon this video is that Karmelo's up under there forever talking. Nobody's telling him to leave. He's just the Metcalfs still haven't made it there. So Philip James, I don't know what you mean. It was there 3 minutes before. When they come in the frame, the arrows will show when the Metcalfs get there. They're still not there. He's talking this whole time in peace, no problem, under the tent. And they saying it wasn't storming, but it was raining. You see a dude with a yellow poncho on. You're going to see some people with umbrellas on. You're going to see some people with clear ponchos on. It's not storming, but it's sprinkling. It's raining.
Yeah, from my understanding, Karmelo was an alternate runner that day.
Yeah, he was running. He was running earlier that day.
Yeah, he's an alternate runner. And also, Nidus is right. Yeah, the Metcalf twins, they helped put the tent up. Then they went to the middle school. They used to go to that middle school before, say hi to the coaches from the middle school. And Anthony, while he was at the middle school, Anthony came in and sat with his friend in the back. And then eventually, the Metcalf boys and 4 other boys, altogether was 6 boys that came. So the Metcalf boys and 4 other boys.
So now they're under there, and you saw the clip shows when the argument begins. But he was there way before the Metcalfs got there. And it's giving you, they showing you the arrows, they showing you when the argument happened, they show you when they came later. So they point the arrows right now. They showing you the Metcalfs are standing up. Karmelo is still seated. You don't even see him. They pushing him, they shoving him, they messing with his
his book bag.
His book bag, yeah. He strike back, then he run up. That's when you first see him.
And then you see somebody chase after him, stops and run back. And now that you can see that boy is fast.
And he panicking. He don't know what to do. He didn't leave. He's just wandering around.
Bro, you think it's a different you think it's a different result if he pulls
you
a damn
see 2
pin?
people, 3 people, 4 people chasing him now.
Hey, Knight, if he, let's say he doesn't pull a knife out of his bag, what if he pulls a pencil, a pen, or a protractor out of his damn bag and stabs him with that? You think it's a different result?
Nope.
Really?
No.
It makes more sense to have a pen or a pencil or a protractor.
My understanding about where that trial happened at is a sundown town. He's in Texas. Now look at him. He don't know what to do. He's going right back to the tent almost.
That's how delirious.
Y'all just be saying stuff, man. It's a sundown town.
We are looking at it. We are looking at it. And listen, this is a thing, respectfully, Tether, you don't understand about FBAs. We understand the country that we in and how these people look at things. You never gonna get a fair shake. The thing that was special about O.J. Simpson was those white people looked at O.J. as not being black. They looked at him as being O.J. Until that blonde-haired white woman ended up being deleted, and all of a sudden, O.J. was black again.
But hold up. Why do people compare this to the OJ case? Number one, that's a totally different state. Number two, let's keep it real. OJ got off of on multiple technicalities.
Yeah, because he had enough money to have 5, 6, 7 lawyers.
Yeah, but at the same time, those are technicalities. You got evidence that was tampered with.
Well, here's the thing.
Yes.
And compromised police, and it's all types of technicalities. That really got him acquitted.
I forget his name.
True.
What's the dude?
Cochran?
No, Mark Furman.
Yeah,
if Mark Furman wouldn't have said the N-word, OJ probably have been cooked. But since you made it racial, Mark Furman, and Robert Kardashian, Kim Kardashian's daddy, and a good clever pimp talking, if it don't fit, you must have quit.
Yeah, but that was also like that raises the doubt or suspicion that was more evidence that was planted. The glove was likely planted because cops had taken blood home. Like they had taken blood from the crime scene, took it home, put it in their freezer. Then all of a sudden, a glove that doesn't fit, that's covered in blood, shows up in the evidence room. Come on,
crazy.
And it doesn't even fit the guy. You know what I'm saying? So OJ got off on technicality. So, like I said, does it mean that he's innocent?
But look
not
at
necessarily,
Karmelo.
but he's definitely not guilty.
Look at Karmelo. He don't know what to do. He just out there.
Yeah, he's just wandering. He's just wandering around.
Yeah, just fear, scared. What did I do? Is he alive? He asking the police that. Is he okay? Is he alive?
And all we really just having a conversation about what us three me, Knight, and Ant, we just all believe that 35 years is excessive.
Excessive, yeah.
Uh,
Sometime, yes, but 35, damn.
For
He asked the
that's
police
ridiculous.
literally. He said, "Did I mess? Did I?"
Is he,
He
is
asking
he
him,
okay?
"Is he okay?"
That shows remorse right there.
Well, it also shows
It
that
doesn't matter.
he doesn't know that's
It does
a
matter.
fatal strike that he landed right there. He didn't, he obviously didn't.
How
Like,
can you
okay,
say him showing remorse doesn't matter?
He opened up a knife, put it towards somebody else's
Answer my
chest.
I
question,
thought you
please.
left, Rono. I said
Please
Oh, I'm
respectfully.
still
We don't
here.
want to hear your mouth no more.
Please answer the question, bro. That is crazy. How can you say somebody that is showing remorse doesn't matter in the case that he got 35 years?
What's going on, Uda?
Did
Good day to you,
they
Udo.
show he just because he asked those certain questions, man? When the just like Auntie said, when the father wanted to go there to the press conference, didn't they kick him out? Right? Is that showing remorse over there?
No, wait. We
Or
already
We
or
had
he
that.
says,
we're not
Wait,
talking
Nidish,
about
why
that.
don't
Rono.
you shut up? You might learn something, Nidish. Come on.
Hold on, because you asking. Hold on. We talking about Karmelo. We ain't talking about his parents.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
not talking about his parents. And in that press conference, they had a goofy named Dominic Alexander, who is
Yeah.
a
A baby
ambulance
shaker
chaser, like
and a baby
that
shaker.
other. Whenever I see Gloria Allred somewhere, I already know it's finna be some effery. Whenever I see
This is
certain
just
people,
crazy.
they gonna do what they do. He's the father should have took. They should have been more respectful of a grieving father. That was the most horrible thing to do, but that wasn't them. That was Dominic Alexander that did that. These people,
even if it was them
just
though, it
moved
wouldn't have
that
anything.
community.
I got you.
But
No, no, no,
even
no,
if
no,
it
no, no,
was
no,
them,
no.
it wouldn't
I
have
got you,
anything to
ADS.
do with their son standing
What's up,
trial.
Sharon? How's it
There's
going,
something
brother?
that
Good
happened
morning.
ahead of time.
I'm gonna bring you in shortly. I'm gonna bring you in. So, but I am favoring people on camera, ADS. So you go after Uda. Uda on go. What is your thoughts? And then we got ADS right after that.
All right. Salute, Sharon. Salute the panel in the chat. Y'all need to stop following videos that's just on TikTok and going around. The way it goes is that Carmelo Anthony and the brothers arrived 2 minutes within each other, 9:54 and 9:56. About 4 minutes later, 10 a.m., the altercation spurs off. About 5 minutes after that, the police and the police or the ambulance arrive on him. 10:07, they're working on him. 10:10, the blue tarp is up. That's just court records facts. That's just what happened in court. Okay. And they say that Austin arrived 2 minutes before Carmelo did. That's what they say. So that's just facts based on court records, period. You know what I mean? So that's not what we guessing.
Hold on. So based on court records, Austin was there before Carmelo?
Yeah, 2 minutes before, 9:54, then Carmelo at 9:56. The altercation spurs off at 10 a.m.
So
5 minutes later, the ambulance comes.
So Uda, so when we watching the video and we see it contradicts that, what do we?
That's timelines, bro. That's just things getting mixed up, bro. That's somebody putting that there. Ain't nobody wrote that in there in court. That's somebody got their own mind, and most likely is that person even in the court that's speaking. I'm talking to people that's actually in the court.
I'm talking about so the video that they released. You saying that video is wrong?
No, the video's not wrong. The video's not wrong. But it doesn't
show
in that video. I'm gonna show you.
You talking about the captions in the video aren't necessarily.
Yeah, like the captions and stuff that people put on the words and stuff. Those things are people adding their own. People trying to go viral.
And I agree with that.
Going on like that.
Yeah.
So I could send you a link to like the videos. If you don't have the videos, Sharon, I could send you the link to the videos.
I played the one that the news sent, but you could send me. I'm
gonna send you the link. The link is gonna give you all the photographs, the prosecutor's evidence, the defense's evidence, all the videos, the body cam footages, the east wing, north wing, the entry door. When you see Metcalf walk inside there, after the end, you see Carmelo getting walked out by the police through the entrance. I'm gonna send you the link to your Instagram so you have all the videos. But when you go through the prosecutor's photos, just look through them first a little bit, because after you get to like a blue video, you're gonna see Austin Metcalf and his wounds and stuff. So I don't want you to show that or play that. So try to look through the prosecution photos. It's 58 photos. Try to look through them. I'll try to find which one exactly and let you know, probably message you and tell you. But I'll send you the link to your Instagram right now, and it'll give you all of that right there. So you'll have all the videos, and you'll have to look at them from news or from whatever people doctoring up. You have the official thing from Collin County, their evidence that the judge released. You'll have that. So I'm going to send that to your Instagram right now.
Phil James. Thanks, Scooter.
Ain't fucking with it.
So,
is Collin County? But let me ask Uda this, because he sounds like he's informed. Is Collin County a
ADS, you can
sundown
go right
town?
after. Let me just after Knight and Uda go through their back and forth. ADS, you got it. Then we got Shadow.
Yeah, it's considered that. It could be considered that night. Yeah, it's one of those towns. A couple of those other towns around is even worse than that town, but it's one of those towns though. It's one of them towns like that though.
Okay. So y'all good there? Go ahead, ADS.
No, I just wanted to come up here and say that to me, the system failed them in its own right. People had the amount of ammo they need to kind of take them out to this point. But to me, the biggest failure was the parents. That felon dude, and then the money, right? You get this $75K lawyer for this high profile case. The guy goes in and says 2 words. Your son gets convicted, locked up for 35 years, and now you got to go to the state to appeal it. I mean, there were so many failures along the way when it came to this boy, right, that no one talks about, versus just the case itself. There was plenty of reasonable doubt in the video. It just was never brought up in context.
Hold on, but ADS, I mean, a lot of people are talking about that now. I look, in a case like this, when it's pretty obvious as far as what happened, but you're trying to prove self-defense, I know people are like, look, it's up to the prosecutor to prove someone guilty. But when the facts are kind of laid out and you're trying to make a case for self-defense, that burden of proof does kind of shift to the defense a lot of the times when it comes to that. Because so I don't see how you can prove the perceived threat without putting him on the stand and allowing him to explain what he perceived. It's pretty tough.
Absolutely. The same way how they did with Kyle Rittenhouse, right? He got off because he did all that all that fake crying that nobody even believed the tears was real. But because they put him on the stand, he started doing all that crying. Hey.
He actually got a much better case. That's why he got off.
Did the Chinese guy have to take the stand? Did the boy in New York who married the Michael Jackson impersonator, did he take the stand? I think he did, didn't he? Or did he not?
Hey, again, you're talking about you're talking about different cases in different states with different circumstances, dude.
It's laying out one particular thing, though. They all points to one particular thing, Auntie, that you are not protected underneath the law. You know what I'm saying? You're not worthy of protections underneath the law. There's about 10. I mean, this has happened across every president. This has been happening now, before I was born, right? This type of stuff. So it just comes to show one particular thing, that Black men aren't protected, you know what I'm saying, underneath the law. Maybe they don't feel like we're worthy of something, but this is across the board. And that's the bigger issue. It kind of points to this case too. Even when you do live, right? You defend yourself, you live. You still going to jail, regardless of the fact, right?
Not necessarily. Like, let me explain. Okay, so there was a case, what was it?
Before you explain, let me just do this. Let me just do this chat real quick. Kim West, Shadow, I know you're not gonna let this blasphemy slide. Get on them.
I sent it to your Instagram too, Sharon. So you got a link in your Instagram.
All right, I'm gonna check it right now. Thank you.
There was a case with Travis Rudolph, if you remember that. Some dudes came to his house over some other stuff, beat him up on his front porch. That was all on porch cam and everything else. He goes in the house, you know what I'm saying, gets his semi-automatics, chases them when they're driving away, and there's a fatality, and he wounded somebody else. He beats it in court, does not have to take the stand, but he doesn't get off because of stand your ground. He gets off because of the castle doctrine. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. That's different. It's not the same. And this is not one of those types of cases. That's my point. So we can bring all of that stuff up, but they're like you're bringing the law into play. You know what I'm saying?
But
The law in different states is going to handle things different ways in different
So
situations.
can we bring the law into place real quick?
see, I can't get a word in. Can I get my little back and forth? Then you got a shadow from there, for real, for real. But you got two other states cases in the state for boy killing a boy in the bathroom, and then another one where he actually takes out a boy, I think, and he gets criminal neglect for it, right? You know what I'm saying? So this is all in the same state. It really comes down to lawyer. Travis Rudolph is an NBA ball player. He
He
can
was an
afford a real
NFL
lawyer.
player. Hold up.
NFL player. He's rich. He can afford a real lawyer. 75K for a lawyer ain't gonna get you too far in the whole proper. That's all I'm saying. That's all
Okay.
I'm saying.
And let me
It ain't
explain this, right? First of all, Travis Rudolph was a former NFL player that was cut after after tearing 2 ACLs, right? He was living with his mother. He was broke.
Yeah,
Okay.
he wasn't rich at all.
And then they had just buried his father because of a negligent homicide or whatever in the club. I know because it was local. It was right around my area. So I know what happened with his father and everything else. He was broke at that point. So he probably couldn't even afford that lawyer that they had in Texas for Melo.
Yeah, one of his friends helped him out. One of his friends, who was, I think, is still an NFL player, helped him out with the money so he could get a
Yeah,
lawyer.
exactly.
And he was on the
Him and his
Giants.
family were broke at that point.
But he
Yeah,
still
he was
got a decent lawyer. That's the point.
yeah, he was an unrestricted free agent to the Giants. So I know, since I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying he also had the castle doctrine, backing him up. This is not one of those cases.
Yeah, so we can't keep on just looking at all these different cases in different states and cry racism. Look at this case. How come this person got this certain amount of years? It's all different. You got different lawyers, you got different judges, you got different
Ronald, can you please
juries.
stop muddying the
It's all
waters
different.
just to muddy them? Please don't
No,
just,
no, I'm trying to put some common sense
I
into
mean,
this
I get that you want to
you're
conversation,
enforce
not
bro.
people,
putting
Ronald, but what do
context.
you
You
get
don't want
out
to
of
You're
learn
not
anything.
putting context.
What do you
Okay.
get out
You're
building
not putting
this
context.
gangster's
You're just
ground?
muddying the water.
Yeah.
Facts.
Because I'll be
Buddha, I
looking
didn't
at
get
cases
your.
that's in Collin County. You didn't get the link? You got the link, right?
Yeah, I got the link.
Send it to your
Buddha,
computer.
what is your thoughts? What is your thoughts on the 35 years? I didn't get your initial position. You think that he deserved the 35? Or do this video shows you make you reconsider your position? Like, what is your thoughts?
No. I just think that I don't think his intention was to go there to do that, right? That's the first thing. I thought at max, if he did get convicted of the M, I thought he'd probably get about 20, if that. Judged on a few other cases because I've been doing a case by case comparison, not of things that happen all around the world, of cases in Collin County. So I've been going through a few cases in Collin County court. One was a guy named DeRay Sims and his wife, Morgan Sims, and she poked him up inside the bathroom. My bad. She popped him, and then she blamed it on the 2 kids. The kids was 2 and 6. She left the house. They found him in the house with the 2 kids, 2 and 6 years old. She got 10 years probation. You know what I'm saying? A couple of cases like that happened kind of in Collin County where they didn't even get jail time. They just got like probation and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But in her case, she did go up and testify for her own self, though. You know what I'm saying? She did go up. She blamed everything on him to say, nah, it was like a domestic thing. It was years of domestic stuff. He kind of popped on her in the bathroom and she went for the blick and hit him, bang. So it was like her own side against whatever the prosecution, but the prosecution was seeking about 20 plus years for her. You know what I mean? So based on a few Collin County court cases that I've seen, I don't think that he should have probably got the 35 years. I think it's something that happened more in the spur of the moment. But then when we think about when you're poking somebody in the chest or your neck or something like that, it's like, what kind of situation do you think it's going to be? You know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10, there's a high probability that a person can pass away if you're going to poke them in the chest. So I can understand how some people could see that, or maybe even the jurors, maybe sometimes. But I don't know,
But
man. I
intent
think it's
matters,
something that
Uda.
happened between 2 young people. I don't think that Austin knew when he was putting his hands on Karmelo that he was going to be unalived, and I don't think that Karmelo knew that when he poked him, he was going to get 35 years, man. I just think that it's a loss on both sides.
Hold up, Uda. You got 2 kids fighting, right? Another kid grabbing your backpack, and you grab your knife. You swinging that knife. I don't think it was intentional at all that Austin got deleted in this case. I think it was very unintentional. I think it was
That's what I'm
just
saying.
right there in the moment.
It's
But you
spurred
kind of
move.
spoke to you said that Melo poked him, right? Like it was intentional. And I at the end of the day, I'm not sure how intentional it really was with 2 boys fighting and another boy grabbing your bag. I mean,
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So there's
I see.
reasonable doubt there that this could have been criminal neglect,
Yeah,
3 years
yeah,
versus 35, right?
I see that. But look, also though, they were
3
saying that
years.
because one of the people testified, one of the
Yeah,
witnesses testified
with
that
the negligent
Austin went to put
homicide.
him in a
Right.
football move and grab him, right? So Carmelo's sitting down the whole time, so he's on a bleacher low. So for Austin, he's a 6'2" boy or something like that. He's like 6'2" or something like that, right? So for him to even move forward, and they also testified that he was moving with a force towards Carmelo, even so much so that he knocked Eddie out of his seat, right? His friend Eddie. So now he's going to grab him. So if you're going with a motion to pick somebody up straight like this, because he's going with this football move that you grab like the jersey like this to pick somebody up. So if you going like this with a motion, but then you going to bend down, right? Carmelo's already probably pulling out the weapon. So that's why even this white woman that's in the court saying, in front of the court, saying like he could, like the momentum, he kind of going towards you. You just pulling out the weapon. You see what I'm saying? So him coming towards you and you pulling out the weapon, it kind of is like a collision at the sense, you know what I'm saying? Not so much you poking him, but out of Carmelo's own words, he said that he did it. You know what I'm saying? So when we listen to his words, maybe if he don't say something in these words, his words is saying that he did it because I told him not to touch me and put his hands on me. You know what I'm saying? Because it seemed more of an incident like he's coming towards you, he grabbing on you, because Austin was also told by another classmate that was right there, yo, chill, don't do nothing because he got something in that bag. He's like, what? He ain't got nothing in his bag. This Frisco. That's what Austin said. You know what I'm saying? So Austin was negligent to even somebody warning him and telling him, yo, chill. He got something in that bag, I think. What? He ain't got nothing in that bag, man. It's this Frisco. And then he make his move towards Carmelo, moving fast, like the witnesses testified to. He grabbing on him, reaching down to grab him. You just reaching down to get you. If I poke up this right now, you reach down. You poke, bro. Right? So just the momentum as well could be why he got poked so deep. We understand that
When
the
both
heart
of them
is
are
2.5.
moving forward. Yeah,
And
no,
and
when
that's
both of them are moving forward.
Momentum, you know what I'm saying?
But
Momentum.
at the same time, it wasn't just he wasn't just negligent. He was ignorant because he said to Carmelo, if I'm not mistaken, he said, "Don't be acting like you got something in your bag."
That's what he said. He said he ain't got nothing. He told the next guy he ain't got nothing. It's
But he
Frisco.
even said that to Melo too. Like, don't be acting like you got something in your bag.
Yeah.
And then
and
that's
another
when
thing, that's
when
how.
they was like, touch me and see what happens. And then
And also, that's how they teach you in boxing, right? The other person actually knocks themselves out with their momentum. That's why you weave and you turn in, and then they faces coming towards your fist. That's how people usually get knocked out. So that's kind of similar what Uda's talking about, when the force of the other person coming at the knife is what made it go so much more deep. Because we talking about a man that just they saying that he had shoulder surgery just recently. So. And he's only 130 pounds, and there's a lot of ifs that had to make this thing happen so seamlessly. Phil James, the jury decided on unalive. Then sentencing was also done by the jury, and they had to decide between 5 and 99 years. They don't get to look at the comparable cases. Okay, that's fair.
that's true to a degree. The jury can request to look at comparable cases. They can pretty much request any information that they believe that they need in that deliberation room. So, I mean, once they decide on M1, that's their option. And 35 was kind of standard once they came to the M1 conclusion.
Damn.
That's why I believe
That's
he
wild.
was overcharged. I'm with Uda on that. Like, there should have been sudden passion right there because it's quick. It's bang bang. It premeditated. There really is no thought, in there, and he doesn't know that he's using lethal force. He doesn't know that he's using lethal force. And also, negligent homicide, manslaughter. Those don't even carry 35-year sentences. So
Right.
that's all I'm saying. That I think there's grounds for appeal.
Yeah, I believe so too. Shout out to Miss Bree. Thank you so much. Carmelo Anthony, attorney, used to have a law practice with the prosecutor. Plus, he was an ex-prosecutor and is known for convicting number of African Americans. What's IGE? Known for convicting A large
Probably a
number of
a large
African
number of
Americans. Yeah,
African Americans.
large number of African Americans. Damn. So that could kind of go to shows with the railroad situation, right? I could go with the railroad situation. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. This that
Well,
is just
The bad thing is that the defense, I just think that the defense was lackluster, you know what I'm saying? And you got to understand, for him
absolutely.
to have anything with appeals, regardless if he has an appeal, which is going to probably take like 6 years alone. But
Yeah,
I'm just
correct.
saying though, but the whole thing that all of the motions and objections and all of the things, even if the judge says sustained or overruled, doesn't matter. You got to bring up everything on the record, everything in front of the judge. This is what helps you on appeal. And I just think that they was so lackluster. They didn't bring up a lot of stuff. They didn't bring up a lot of motions there during the trial. And I think that's kind of hurting him, even when it comes down to appeals and stuff like that. I think he's hurt on that.
So now, do you think that that was purposeful as well, so that he could harm the appeal?
It would seem that way. It would seem that way. You know what I'm saying? Some people calling the fixes in. It would seem that way because how do you represent your client like this? This is not even representing him. You know what I'm saying?
Then you got malpractice.
He'd have been
too,
better
though,
going
right?
in there with a defense like this.
No, I'm just
That
saying
was his
you got
defense.
malpractice too, though, in that case.
It could be. It could be. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. They had like 2 objections, bro. People wasn't even objecting to things. You know what I'm saying, son? Like,
2
let's keep it
objections
real.
is absurd.
That people
Every time
witness.
he said, every time somebody said, you know, anytime somebody said a weapon, that should have been objection.
Objection.
Every single time.
Come on. When come on, bro.
It's a weapon.
They pushed for things in the very beginnings, even from opening arguments. You know what I'm saying? To say, okay, he had the weapon because he's a camper. Never drove that home. Never brought that up against stick on that to say, listen, man, he couple days ago, he went camping. Actually, boom, 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 boom. They ain't drive none of these things home, right? They ain't driving nothing home. In the very beginning, they came out to say, okay, you know that he and his family's from Louisiana and they moved here. Why even bring that up? If I'm in a state and something happened and they don't know that I ain't from there, let the prosecution bring that up. Because now people looking at you like an outsider. Then you done came to our city, our town, and now you done did this. Come on,
cause chaos.
Cause chaos. People looking at you like an outsider now, not like a person that's from there.
And then they also brought up the jury selection as well.
Some weird stuff happened,
bro. They're just like you said. That's the right word. Lackluster. Very, very lackluster. But I gotta agree with Lord ADS on that part. That's when you gotta put some kind of accountability on the parents for hiring that defense team.
I don't think the parents really know any better, man. They running around following people and propaganda and people that's telling them, yo, you should go this way, that way, bro. Them people, they ain't know no better. Them people square as Delaware. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? I just think they was following some people. Probably some people that's probably trying to push this into a race thing. Maybe this is just not about a race thing. Maybe you could have said the Austin brothers was mad or had a little thing with them towards him, probably, if you want to say that. But as far as the case go, this is 2 young people. It happened, spur of the moment. This is where you're supposed to be pushing this case at. You know what I'm saying? Not on no racial element. And if you're going to push it on a racial element, then you're supposed to have a white lawyer with a cowboy hat and some spur boots on. To go talk that thing. You know what I'm saying? Don't come in there with no. It's Texas, bro. What are you talking about? Let's be real.
My cousin Benny couldn't handle that.
I got you, Eddie. I'm bringing it right now. ADS is right at the NT.
Yeah, man. I wish him all the luck in the world. You know, when it comes to appeal and everything else. As far as the railroad goes, I think the smoking gun, as far as the attempt to railroad, that started with the initial bond hearing. You know, it was $1 million at first.
$1 million.
You know, they had to lower that to a quarter. You know, they had to lower that by 75%.
Wasn't it a black woman that lowered it?
Black woman judge. Yeah, it was a black woman judge that had to redo the bond hearing, but it was this lawyer that did it. And I believe that that's what sold Karmelo's family on this lawyer, which was crazy because I think a paralegal fresh out of law school could have got that bond lowered. You know, like I'm just being honest. Like $1 million was just too much for a child
The
that has no
situation.
priors and it's not a flight
Yeah.
risk or anything like that. Like it doesn't make sense. It didn't make
Yeah.
sense. So I think the bond being lowered was pretty simple because bond is not supposed to be a punishment. Not.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, ADS.
I'm just saying.
If you remember your point.
Yeah, man. I was thinking. I mean, because I thought about this even before they went to trial, right? I was like, you got this felon, this fruity felon out here with you, representing you. You know what I'm saying? Publicly, right? A guy who went to jail, got out. Yeah, he said he reformed himself, but still he went to jail, right? I don't know if I want to hang with a dude like that. My son life on the line, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna put my son with this dude. And then secondly, like you said, the house and stuff, the 634, I give it 38% tax, but I think you pay that at the end of the year. Maybe they just took some of the money, put it back for taxes. But your son is on the line here. You know what I'm saying? Let's just tell you how sad this whole thing was, right? 5-6 months out. I mean, this has been going on a year, a little over a year, right? They got $634,000. Dad loses his job. The only person in the house with a job at that point is Karmelo, working 2 jobs. They spend the money on new house, new stuff, all this good jazz, right? And then at the end of the day, the boy gets a cheap lawyer, and now he's got 34 years because of it. I mean, that boy's gonna have some resentment in his heart with his family thing. You know what I'm saying? For real, for real. But
that's real, bro. That guy Dominique is a swindler. That man can't even talk. I don't know how that man got to be their spokesman. How does people speak if you see him get cooked up on the news?
Well, because he's an ambulance chasing activist. Like that's what he does. But at the same time,
he gave him some money, bro. He had to come and get him some money, bro. Come on, bro. Think about it.
I ain't gonna lie. I think the ambulance chasers would have did a better job. I think the ambulance chasers would have did a better job.
Activists really couldn't help you here. It couldn't help you here. It was going to cause more harm than good.
I don't know.
Bro, you got to get like
I don't know. They could cause more harm than 35 years, bro.
Once you decide to take it to trial, I don't see how an activist is going to help you, man.
You need a women lawyers as well. You need a mixture of lawyers, bro. If we aren't anything from Diddy's trial, Diddy had the team. You know what I'm saying? He had men, white men, women, black black women, white women. He had the whole thing mixed up. Of course, he got a bag, but look at the cross examinations of like Cassie or Jane. He didn't send the men over there like that, bro. He had the women. Go over there, Shapiro. If it got crazy, he sent Westmoreland, the black lady, come grill you up. But look, you got to have different things for different situations when it comes to testimony, when it comes to cross-examining witnesses. And I just think that his defense was just very limited. It was just very limited. Trust me, it was limited. I'd had a white person.
And not just that, Uda. I said also jury selection. Of course, the defense once you choose to take it to trial, but also if I'm Karmelo's parents, I need a lawyer that can at least get me some deals on the table, get me a deal or two on the table too. Because a plea should have at least been an option. So when people are saying, oh, well, a deal wasn't offered, no, I need a lawyer that can request and negotiate something. If you don't have some kind of resume that shows that not only can you make deals, but you can also fight, like you have a history of fighting cases like this in court and possibly winning, that's it, man. I'm rejecting your application. Next.
You need one of them lawyers.
I need a Lincoln lawyer. You know,
that really messed me up, right? Who was the person to announce that the Mello family was out of money and had to go with a public defender? The lawyer. The lawyer announced it first. He came out the next day and said they out of money. They got to go with a public defender. That's crazy, wild to me. He didn't even give it a whole week before coming out. He gave it the next day, right after the verdict. Like they need to get a public defender going forward because they got no more money left. That's crazy. That's insane.
That is crazy.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. But
I
it goes to about money.
So what he said that for the appeal court? For the appellate court? That's why he was saying that?
Yeah. They wanted a court appointed attorney. That's what I read. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I read somewhere.
That's wild.
Nasty work. That's nasty work, bro.
Yeah, that's nasty work right there. That is just insane. Shout out to the over 220 people watching. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. I would like to have the same amount of viewers as likes. Let's get it close to it at least. Get some more shares in there at least. Let's get it together.
But I did also hear that like some of the things they didn't just buy, like they didn't buy a house with that
Right.
money. They bought a house before that money was even released. So whether they use it to make mortgage payments or whatever, they got approved for the loan and all of that stuff before any of that money was dropped. They did use that
Mm.
money, however, to invest in there were some other businesses and some other accounts that they put some of that money into. So I don't think that was the worst thing that they could do with that money. I mean, you want to try to make sure that your family is good and your son is good if and when he does get out. You know, whether that be
Yeah.
7 years from now, 10 years from now, or 17 years from now. So I don't
Mm.
think that's the worst thing.
No. They
Okay.
should have took that
Let
money
me.
and they went back
Wait,
to
hold up.
Baton
Nope, I'm
Rouge.
done. No, hey, no, I'm stepping in. You don't. No, because y'all said some things that we're talking about law, but y'all are missing some of the most important things. Like one, had
Okay.
his lawyer actually made the argument for self-defense? If you realize that he did not. He didn't argue
Okay.
self-defense, so how could the jury even consider that deliberation?
Mm.
Like I keep asking that
Okay.
question
That's
because you can look, and also, Frisco's not a sundown town. I literally live there.
okay. Great points. Also, let me welcome into the show TJ. Good day, TJ. What do you think after this video? Did it give you some more confirmation, or did it make you reconsider your position that you had? Can you hear me, Tommy? I don't think he can hear
Yeah,
me
can y'all
as
hear
of
me?
right now. Oh,
Yeah,
there
I
we go.
think
Yeah,
he
now
might
Hello?
be
yeah.
on a delay.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You can hear me?
I think he's on a delay,
Yes.
Okay. I
Sharon.
was saying,
Yeah.
oh, well, I was just saying that basically I viewed it this way. I had already said what I thought, and I thought that he should get fewer years. But I think that after I saw the video and I saw that people were lying about what they saw about this crab walk and he was getting manhandled by several people, it seems like we're doing everything. And I thank that brother for saying it's not a sundown town and all this. We went straight to he's the victim, even though there's a dead person there. It's racism. From the time most people first saw this on their timeline, it was automatic. It was racism, and we'll believe everything bad about the white boy, even though the white boy dead. To me, that was like a horrible way to look at it. But after I saw the video, I actually think the number might be right. You take a knife and you tell somebody, "Touch me and find out." Touch me and find out. You've already decided you are going to stab somebody over being touched. Those words are going to be used against you. You didn't say y'all beat me, and this is what I don't like. All y'all claiming that he was beat up, he was not beat up, but he was jumped by a bunch of people. When the police pulled him out, his words weren't, they grabbed me. He said he did. His own words hurt him. He didn't say he got jumped. He had plenty of time to say he got jumped. Yet y'all have spent all these lies telling the internet this, and then the lawyer set up there and wanted to be an activist more than an actual lawyer. And the family, the same thing. If you care about your son, you're going to tell him somebody lost their life. You ain't getting out of this with nothing. And I guarantee you they offered him some kind of deal, but that dude who wanted to be the next Ben Crump, he said, no, we can beat this. And they took a chance. And whenever you take your chance on a case, they're going to give you the numbers that they think are commiserate to when the fact that they had to go to trial with you instead of you taking a deal. That's just where I see it.
DCW.
He was not offered a plea deal. It's not on the.
Hold on. Let me read the super
Yeah, let
chat
him read
before
it.
you rebuttal, Shadow. DCW 2090-05. Something of that nature. I believe this lawyer's performance was not only lackluster, but intentional and should be part of his appeal argument. He was clearly misrepresented.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to argue that.
You ready?
I think. Guess you want to respond to Tommy?
Yes. So, Tommy, here's what I'm going to say. Number one, while I understand where you're coming from, I also disagree with you because it wasn't about race. It was actually about self-defense. I hear what you're saying. You're saying if he says, if you touch me, I'm going to. Yes, that would imply intent. but we said premeditation, which there was not. Literally in Texas, he was allowed to do everything he was allowed to do. Had that been raised, because yeah, you're saying all the people who talk about him getting jumped. The confrontation was started by Hunter and ended by Austin. By literal definition, two people engaged in contact with him, two of them. With that being said, most reasonable people can believe if I get in a fight with one twin, I probably have to fight the other. Would you agree with that? Would you say that's a reasonable suspicion?
Mm.
Okay,
I'd say that's
where I'm
reasonable.
coming from. So the issue is that his lawyer didn't argue why he had reasonable suspicion that he could sustain serious bodily harm. Keep in mind, in Texas, the fear of death is not the point. It's or serious bodily injury. If he got jumped by people whose combined weight overweight him by 3 times, yes, he could really believe I had the capability to be seriously injured, i.e., I have the ability to defend myself. His lawyer never presented that. His lawyer never presented any objections during the trial. Any of them. All his objections were pre-trial. So as Uda said, he lost all of his objections for his appeal because his lawyer never raised
It's
them.
Ron, can I get in there?
Anyways,
I
that's a
got you. Okay.
stickling
Finish it back and
violation.
forth.
But hey, Sharon, who was that?
That was
Hey,
ADS.
brother. ADS. Yeah.
ADS, I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right. While Shadow be right back, go ahead, Tommy, if you like, you can respond to it. Okay. There you go. You back, Tommy?
Yeah, I was gone. I didn't know. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I don't know if you heard enough to respond.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you good.
I
see
didn't.
you
I'm driving in the middle of East Bumblefuck. You see all these trees. I'm out here in Georgia. It's trees all over.
Yeah, so be careful. I can see that orange seatbelt. I know exactly what car you in.
If I can say this much, and this is something that I think that this is where the defense, they didn't do a good job of rebuttaling, but the intent was kind of proven by the prosecution just by him bringing the knife in the first place, and then they were able to present the words of "touch me and see what happens" as not a warning, but an invitation to mutual combat, which means just like I can't tell you, yo, care to step outside. That's an invitation to mutual combat. And then I just pop you or I stab you or something like that. I can't do that. So that's and I understand what Shadow's talking about. Yeah, if that's the perceived threat, I think you have to put him on the stand to actually be able to tell everybody what it is that he perceives, because you got 20 plus witnesses that are telling you what they saw. Whether they're credible witnesses or not, you still got to be able to speak to spit your side. So I think the prosecution just did a better job of proving the intent than the defense did of debunking it.
And thank you for saying that.
Okay.
Like, that's all I wanted people to be able. Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, ADS. You had something that you want to add into it, and then Tommy can jump in right after. Go ahead, ADS.
Along the same lines, right?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah. It says Shadow the Titan Wasp. It says ADS. So ADS, you got 15 minutes. You either wait your time, somebody can bring you back, or you can bring yourself back. Shout out to Shadow the Titan Wasp. Thank you. It says ABS, so he wanted to drop you for 15 minutes for interrupting his conversation with Tommy Sotomayor. He said he wanted to talk to Tommy by himself. Go ahead, Tommy.
Well, all right. Well, hold on a second. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can get some better reception. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can get some better reception. Let's see what happens.
So, oh man. So, but yeah. So, Again, Ron, you want to jump in?
Yeah, it's amazing that Tommy said everything I've been saying for the last year.
I think I
Right?
might have better reception now. What you
So
think?
shout out to Tommy.
I agree with Tommy on one point. One point I agree with Tommy on is that you know, at first I was saying, you know, if you're saying the truth after the police confront you, whatever, and you prove in self-defense anyway, it can go into it because you're telling your side of what you deem the truth to be. But when you didn't say they and you just put it to just the person, you take away that element of that reasonable doubt there. You take away that. Him himself out of his own mouth took away that little element as well. You know what I mean? He did, you know.
Uda,
Yeah.
you're not fucking with you, bro, but I disagree. In fact, I think the
Okay.
fact that he warned him shows that he didn't want to do it.
I agree there.
He warned him. He's like, "Hey, I'm telling you, don't put your hands on me."
But did he
keep in
warn him,
mind,
or
in
did he
Texas,
invite him to
hold up,
mutual
he warned
combat?
him.
This is what the jury
No,
has
he-
to decide.
So,
But right,
no,
That's all
but
I'm saying.
his lawyer didn't present it that way.
That's my point.
yeah. So,
Right,
but
but
the
hold
thing
on,
is
we
that
can-
like
the jury can-
the lawyer. You good, Shadow?
Yeah, okay. Look, the jury can only consider what's put in front of them. If the jury never saw what Karmelo's intent was, because again, if you look at what the court actually happened, his defense attorney never established his intent for why he did it. Of course, he got convicted for what he got convicted of. It was only the prosecution's case. Because he was not defended, you couldn't have done that. We've on these panels have made under multiple circumstances why he could have done what he did, right? His attorney didn't do any of them. So with that being said, y'all have to also remember, in Texas, mere possession of a weapon is not intent to use it. And in most self-defense cases, i.e. if you're a trained fighter, you actually have to give that warning first. Hey, if you put your hands on me, I will break you in half. That doesn't mean you're premeditating. That means, hey, I'm warning you, I am a weapon, and if you touch me, I will use said weapon. This is Texas law, guys. I'm just arguing why it's self-defense by actual legal standards.
No, I got you, Shadow. I'm not even gonna. I'm not negating anything that you're saying, Shadow. In fact, you know, we've been discussing this case the whole time, so I'm not negating that. But what I'm saying that, like, when because it's either you speak to the police or you don't. Police can't even help you. They're just here to book you. That's what they did to do. They're not here to do nothing else besides that. So, but look, if Karmelo says, "Yo, I told them," just the word "them" right there, it creates that level of reasonable doubt. We don't have to even think about a video, nothing. Out of his own words, he's saying that. And then he never got a chance to testify for his own self to really put the jury and put everybody in his mindset of exactly what happened. So I think that element is kind of taken away, or it could be used against him in some senses. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
And also, I think that,
and I agree with that. But even
his lawyer did a very bad job of explaining what it meant in a black person's language when it says "touch me and find out." It doesn't mean I'm telling you to do something. Like, so when somebody say "hit me," when a black person says "hit me again," it don't actually mean hit me again. It means you better stop before I do something to you. Do this again and you'll find out. It means if you keep on doing that, I'm going to do something to it. He should have explained it in how we communicate as well. So you cannot use the terms in a literal sense and say, "Oh, well, he provoked Austin." No, he did not. He was telling him, "Stop playing with me. Don't touch me. You touch me, you see what happened." That is a warning. That is not provocation. We got to stop acting as if Karmelo was talking in the literal sense. That is not fair.
Sharon, I think we agree on that, and we also agree
but Sharon,
that his
also,
lawyer
he's
did
never
a
dealt with
horrible
cops.
job. But no, his lawyer did a horrible job of explaining that, or at least making that a case when you're trying to get your defendant off of a murder one charge. I'm sorry, an M1 charge. Like,
because he wasn't trying.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I keep going back to, I think he has some grounds for appeal right here. You know, that's just one reason why.
Yeah, that's just one.
But hold on, in order to even say that,
there's a lot more.
You have to.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Shadow. Welcome to the show, Art. Good day, Art. Okay. Drop. We probably know why. Go ahead, Shadow. You there, Shadow?
You breaking up, Shadow.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Test.
Okay.
Okay.
We can hear you.
In order to even claim ineffective assistance of counsel,
Breaking up again, Shadow.
Damn.
No, I heard him. Well, I heard
You
him
got to
on
raise
that
those
part.
motions during the trial. They got to say a
No,
lot of
he's
those
talking
things
about for
there.
the appeal. He was talking about for the appeal, which
Yeah.
is that's going to be part of it. And then, like I said, there's a jury selection. And just like you said, they're going to bring up the entire court transcript. They're going to bring up the objections or lack thereof, all of those different things. So, I think he's got grounds for appeal. But just like you said, Uda, it's a shame because you're looking at like at least 5 years
At
before
least
that.
5. Shadow
Shout
can
out
speak to
to
that. He from down there. He can speak to it. He know the vibe. Shadow
hold
know.
on. He's not even going to
hold
reach
on.
the habeas corpus standard.
Shout out to
Sorry.
Phil James. Can you put the statue for unalive in Texas? Sure, we could do that again. We done did almost on every show, but we can actually put what's the name of the penal code again? Was it 9321?
What is it? 9207? What is it, Shadow?
No, that's self-defense. No, that's self-defense. 0931 is self-defense. 0932 is lethal force. I think M1 is 4.06. Let me confirm.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So confirm that.
So we'll look
Because
it
the
up and
weapon
we'll put
in
it in the
school is
chat.
4603. The weapon in school is 4603 Penal Code, Texas.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
it's 1902. I was right. So 1902
okay. And
is
and
M1. But keep in mind, he never even got charged with a weapon in school.
Because that's 4603.
That's 4603. That's not on his indictment.
No. Because it's 3.5 inches, and that's really going for a weapon that's over 5.5 inches, which that means it's not an illegally prohibited weapon, period. Even though you know that weapons ain't supposed to be on school grounds, the size of the weapon itself doesn't make an illegally prohibited weapon. You know what I'm saying? Period. Anyway.
I mean, I don't know. Okay, so when you say like a legally prohibited weapon, like I can have I know where I am, and this is a different state, but I can have a permit to conceal, but a child can't have that weapon. You know what I'm saying? Like I can possess a firearm, I can possess a knife, I can possess, certain types of things that a child cannot possess on school grounds or school functions.
Actually
Outside
carry
of the
that
house, you
firearm.
can't have it.
No,
Yeah.
Right. The school grounds is a different conversation. I agree with you there. But also, it's not, that weapon was allowed, and I'm calling it a weapon for the sake of conversation. It actually was, minors are allowed to carry that across state of Texas. Like no matter where you are in Texas, you're allowed to have that knife.
okay.
Just factually,
Shout out
just
to
as
Phil
a factual
James.
correction.
School grounds are a
Okay.
different story, though, bro. You know that.
No, I agree.
Phil James.
Yeah.
Phil James, only one of them is required for prosecution. Okay, so we can read it if you like. Texas Penal Code Section 1902 addresses M. In Texas, it defines, let me make sure we get the whole thing.
Let me get it.
I think I'm cutting some things off. I am cutting some things off.
Let me get it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Texas Penal Code Section 1902 addresses the M in Texas. It defines the offense as intentionally or knowingly causing the unaliving of an individual or committing an act clearly dangerous to human life that is the result in unalivement. The statute also includes the provisions for sudden passions and the manufacture of controlled substances leading to an unaliving. The penalties for M can range from 5 to 99 years in prison or life, dependent on the circumstances of the offense. And we know most cases in there is going to be 5 to 99 or life. That's what it is. To be capital, it'll be like involving with unaliving an officer, depending on an intention. If you're doing it while committing a crime, unaliving, and all of those things, you'll be up for capital. So that's why capital wasn't on the table. In usual cases, that's going on in Texas. That's the statutes 5, 99 to life. That's what it's going to be.
Mm-hmm. No,
And
that's why.
just,
Yeah, well, once they
just as a
came
quick
with
confirmation, can you pull up Texas Penal Code 1905?
and while he pulls that's one of the reasons why, like, once they came back with an M1 conviction, 35, I couldn't even argue that because it's standard. I knew he was facing 40, like he was facing probably about 45. That was like so when I saw 35, I'm like, that's what it is when you get a conviction for M1.
So the reason why I brought up Texas Penal Code 1905 is that's negligent acts. It has the same statutes, but with the mens rea of reckless disregard, right? When Karmelo's first two statements were, and again, is he okay? And I just wanted to get him off of me. It shows that his actions were in reckless disregard of the consequence. He did something without knowing that it was going to cause that unaliving. That's why most other cases in Texas that people compare it to literally end up being charged with negligent age.
Yeah. Zoom it out. Zoom it out a little bit. But that's it. Criminally negligent. A person commits an offense if he causes the unalivement of an individual by criminal negligence, and then or B, an offense under this section is state jail felony. Is a state jail felony.
Yeah.
So I mean
I think
that should have been on the table as well. Yeah.
That should have definitely been on the table as well. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because you see it there. You see exactly, because after he starts to run, then he walks. And then after he walks, when he's running on the track and he runs into a woman who's like a staff member. I think her name is Tiffany or something like that, white lady, blonde hair. She's the one who ushers him to the other coach, the black coach, the big coach. The coach walks with Karmelo. You see it on the footage. The coach walks with Karmelo. That's when the coach tells him, listen, man, you might have thrown your life away if this boy passes away. You see Karmelo have a reaction. You know what I mean? The coach also walks away from him for a second. He gets distracted. He comes back to him. This is when he tells him that. Karmelo has this reaction, and then he hugs him. He hugs Karmelo. Karmelo hugs him back, puts his arm over him, and he's like sobbing in his arms right there. You know what I mean? So he's like, you can see that he's like, he didn't have the intention that he wanted to do it, or if he thinking like he did this, because he was even asking, like, is he gonna be okay? And so, all of these things kind of factor into that same thing as well. You know what I mean? You can see it visually on the footage, though. You see it all happen visually. Then I know the testimonies of what was happening inside the court. So it's kind of piecing both together. It could have been a negligent homicide. It could have been. It could have been, bro.
Yeah.
Or a man,
Absolutely.
at least, or a man. Could have been a man.
One of the two.
Yeah, which
That's why
I
I keep making the statement that I make. All M's are killings, but not all killings are M's.
That's correct. But not even the man, the man, you know what I'm saying? That's a second degree felony. 2 to 20. 35 isn't even on the table, for that.
Yeah, it's not even on the table. Great point. And that would have, and I think it wouldn't have been so crazy if he would have got that as well. So people were like, well, people would have still had somewhat of an argument, but it's a much more difficult argument to have when you say it is man or negligent. And I think the part that most people not recognize is that situations like this makes it really scary, because it shows that it's difficult to defend yourself. At least what it seems like, it's difficult to defend yourself as a black man. Like, you damn if you do, you damn if you don't. It's like they're just tricking us out of our lives regardless. If you don't do nothing, something tragic can happen to you. If you do something, something tragic can happen to you.
But
That's
Sharon,
the
there's a
scary
step
part.
further. A lot of people ask, why did he talk to the cops? Well, you have to also think he's in Frisco. For the same reason why they didn't believe there was a knife is the same reason why he went and talked to the
Exactly
cops.
right.
That's what he was taught to do. He was taught that if a cop asks you a question, answer it. He probably doesn't know what Miranda rights are. They never read them to him, so how would he know?
And plus, he's not a criminal, so he don't really understand not to say anything to the police because he's not raised as a criminal or
Yeah.
raised as somebody that is even self-aware about police.
Yeah.
So he
But
didn't,
then
like you said, like
guess wrong. Yeah, my bad.
like he not even aware of don't say nothing at all. Just let them arrest you and shut up. You're not even aware of that because his family just doesn't even have that idea that something can happen with him and the police.
But then peep his words now. So now
He's not
Officer
out there
Cortez
like
is the
that.
first body cam footage, Shadow, right? Officer Cortez is the first body cam footage that makes first contact with him. But then Richie comes in, it's the second, it's like a 17-second body cam footage. I sent it over to Sharon, so he has it all. So on Richie's body cam footage, you can't really hear it on Cortez's body cam footage. On Richie's body cam footage, when he comes over there, he says, I got the alleged suspect. You hear Cortez talking to him. And then Richie walks over towards them. That's the next cop with the body cam walking towards the officer and Karmelo. And he says, no, I'm not alleged. I'm the one. I know how this goes. Karmelo says out of his own mouth, I know how this goes. I'm like, what are you talking about, sir? He's talking about, I'm not alleged. I know how this goes.
No, hear me out.
Right.
But he does know how it goes because he's watched TV. He understands what happens when cops come to you. When they ask you questions, answer them. Again, he's going off of a false belief of what he thinks he's supposed to be doing. That's why he says, I'm not alleged. Again, if you listen to what he said, all things considering, you can see that he had clear ignorance of what was going on. That's why he kept talking to everybody. You see what I'm saying?
That might be
He
fair.
clearly didn't. He was just trying to do what he thought was right. But but what he thought was right caught him 35 years.
Goddamn.
But hell, I even teach, again, I teach my kids, when the cops talk to you, don't sit there and fight with them, have the conversation, do what you gotta do, but do not say you did anything. But I'm also out there. So I'm not gonna tell my kids, hey, tell them anything they ask, hey, call my dad.
Right, that's what you're supposed to say.
But
Tommy,
if his family's not out there, why would he even think to do that?
Driving while black with a red seatbelt, man. Take your time, Tommy, out there. Take your time, sir. Take your time, sir.
But first off, this is orange.
That's it. My colorblind. I'm colorblind.
Yeah, man. Like I think the problem is, and again, y'all won't like it, but I think the problem is we teach a whole lot of these kids that being an activist is okay, and I think he believed that he would have everything on his side by just blurting out, I told him not to do this, hence he got what he got. A lot of times we have a false understanding of the law, just like all these people who've been talking about, and I really do appreciate the people you had up here, especially the fact that some of them are young, because they were saying, hey man, county, state, these things are different. Case by case, they're different. You can't hold the same standard per case. But we will do this, and we'll keep forgetting about all of the black people who have gotten away with things like that. I got a couple of brothers I grew up with that actually put somebody in the ground and didn't do no time. Ain't nobody protesting about that. I mean, their family was hurt, but other than that, nobody has cared. And it's like we gotta stop only caring when a white person does something, but we definitely gotta tell our kids, stop believing what you read on the internet. You can't tell somebody, touch me again, I'm gonna poke you, because you think Texas stand your ground mean you can invite the fight so you can respond that way. That's insane. I don't know if you remember, Sharon, that dude was talking
even what
about
you're
the
saying
side.
is inaccurate. Sorry, my bad.
What part?
I thought you paused.
What part?
So you're saying
What part?
Texas
Go ahead.
stand your ground means that you don't invite it, right? And I agree with you, because you can't invite yourself and then claim stand your ground. But again, you also have to look at what is considered initial confrontation and then unequatable force, because both brothers approached him the way that they did.
So you didn't technically disagree with me. You added more to it.
No. So, but my thing that I'm telling you is you're misappropriating. He couldn't have invited it when the initial aggressors were both brothers. The Metcalf brothers, by legal standard in Texas, brought in unacquitable force, meaning that they both came to him in an aggressive posture. Hunter began the confrontation, and Austin escalated it. So I hear what you're
If a
coming from,
bouncer
but I
tells
think.
me, so if a bouncer tells me you need to get out of here, or if you tell me, and I'm at we have all kind of parks here in Atlanta. If I walk under your tent and you say, hey, you need to get up out of here, and I say, touch me and find out, you're the aggressor because you told me to get up out of the tent, right? And now, so everything is fair game. Okay, then he should be able to win on appeal. If what you're saying is true,
Well,
he should
hold
win
on.
on appeal.
But I think you're missing some points. Number one is that the bouncer at a club and students in a tent don't have the same authority of security there. In that
No, and then I
situation,
turned
the
around
only
and I
person
said,
you have to write.
and then I said, if you were in a park and you were under your tent, I gave both
Right,
examples. So cool, he don't have
right.
authority. Now go to the other one where you're just under your tent at a park, which we have here in Atlanta, and I walk under there because it's raining. Or like right now, somebody could jump in my car because I'm sitting in the parking lot.
Nope, because again, that's your dominion. So again, now we're talking about habitats, things that you have protection under. We're not having that same conversation. In this tent, it was literally considered public domain. Karmelo actually had the right to be there, and he was invited. The person who rescinded his invite was not the same person who gave him the invite. Again, I can see where you're coming from, but I think you're Frisco ISD, those are not considered private property. They're considered public property. Could you at least,
So I'm saying,
can you see that?
right? Well, but I'm saying, so he should win on appeal, right? All I'm saying is we need to stop telling people how to fight the law after they've committed said crime. His black folks love to have people say that was wrong after we've already done it. When the cop done shot the guy, or when you done fought the cop in the street, or you done fought over the ticket instead of going into court, we then after it say, well, we had a legal right. And this is usually after we've been sentenced to something, including death. Austin's family can't sit there and talk about how he had a legal right. He dead now. It's a stupid argument. That's why they are telling their kids, if you see these little black kids, don't touch them. Leave them alone. Don't argue with them. They're not going around saying Austin had every right to do what he did. We keep telling people, even when they lose, you had every right to do what you do. We don't teach avoidance at all.
But here's the
Notice
problem with what
nobody's
you're
saying
saying.
he could walk away.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Tommy,
Yes,
here's
he
where
said
Somebody
that.
said
me and you
Texas
did.
Penal Code
Here's,
30.5D-3. The knife was prohibited.
Yeah, we checked that one.
Yeah, 4603, 46.03 goes more into like
46,
knives
yeah.
and stuff like that. In the school, it deals with schools
In the school, yeah.
and what is prohibited or not. But the crazy thing though as well, because the way the prosecution pushed it is to say that each tent works or serves as each team's locker room. So each tent is like
Thank
each
you.
other's locker room. That's what the prosecution pushed it as. Like each one is a locker room because kids got their stuff in the tent. They got belongings.
Yes.
People don't want their stuff stolen. But the
and that's
crazy
where the
thing is that
prosecutorial misconduct comes
his
in.
team coach did not bring his tent because they said they didn't have the manpower to put it up. So why didn't his coaches have their tent? If they had their tent, we probably wouldn't even be here. That's the craziest thing. Craziest thing, bro.
See, I just put up my tent.
But even still, the tent. But even still, a tent is not considered private. But look, like I said, I can swallow that pill. But again, the tent is still considered public property based on Frisco ISD policy. I have children in Frisco ISD right now. I've asked this question specifically at a school board. So I'm telling you, I understand what I'm saying because I've actually asked, because my first wonder was what authority did the Metcalfs have? And the answer is the coach was able to have him leave, but the coach never told him to leave. Therefore, so why should Karmelo Anthony?
Got that far, though.
It didn't get that far because the first thing that happened is Metcalf put his hands on him. So while I understand a lot of points of view, I asked a lot of people the same question. if you're saying that Carmelo Anthony was wrong for poking him, are you saying that Austin Metcalf was right for touching him? Keep in mind, touching
No,
him.
we're saying well, can't two things be true? But then now the use of force that you use doesn't equate what the wrong that other person did. Well, hold on. It's Sharon Brace. Aren't you the same person that said, even if a woman put her hands on me, if I knock her out, I am wrong? Didn't you say that? That you're saying, yes, she might have touched you first, but your force you used in comparison to what she did was wrong. Yes or no?
Yes.
So let's not act like we don't know. Two things can be true at the same time, but one can
No,
be too
because
much.
that's still unequatable force. Because generally speaking, most men are both heavier, taller, and stronger than most women. You would agree to that,
And
right?
that knife, yes, and that knife was caused more damage than his shove would have. 100%.
Again, you don't, because now you're assuming what would have happened had he swung off on him. Had he
Nope,
pushed him
he
and just
shoved
hit
him.
one brother. Hold up, hear me out,
It'd have
homie.
been
So I want you to tell me with a straight face, if Carmelo Anthony would have swung off on Austin, who actually ended up putting his hands on him, Hunter, his twin brother, would not have done a thing.
Oh, well, hold on. We know if I was fighting any group of people, like when I was in Harlem, that wasn't going to go. Even a dude told me, he said, if you hit that dude, we're going to have to jump you. That was what I was running into.
Cool. So let me ask you this then. Now that there's a reasonable understanding that he was going to get jumped by people that totaled 185 pounds more than him, is it possible that
they
he
wasn't
could
that
have?
heavy.
Yes, they were 213. One was 213 and one was 235. Go check me on it.
No.
Check
I'm
me on
just
it.
saying, if you're that scared, if you're scared, go to church. If you don't go in that scared, we know this. Why would you go in that
But hold
scared
up.
ready to use a weapon?
No. See, now you're saying what he should have done. You're making an odd claim. I'm not saying any of that. I'm speaking strictly on the law. What I'm saying is there was, in fact, clear, unequated force. He was clearly one outnumbered, outweighed, and outheighted. With that being said, the plausibility for serious bodily harm was real. Had his lawyer argued what I just argued to you, he would have won a self-defense case based on Texas penal codes.
agreed.
State law would have protected him because it was reasonable to believe he was going to be, again, you just admitted to it. With that being said, that means that he had the right to defend himself in the capacity that he believed.
That's a good argument. That would have been an interesting argument to see what the prosecutors would have said. But sad to say, the defense did a horrible job, in my opinion. Clearly, a lot of us YouTube lawyers would have did a better job, at least at making a decent argument. Even us YouTube lawyers would have made a decent argument instead of these, And then we also have these. What we could see is that like I have somebody in the back that is clearly is. He says, even though we don't know his credentials, he doesn't talk like a lawyer. He doesn't communicate like a lawyer. However, he says he's a lawyer. But look the way how he acts, right? We could tell somebody like that in the court of law would do whatever they can to railroad a black individual. Right? We know that for a fact. Like you can see how he writes. But if we was to say, like, we see this man and we was to find out who he is and what cases he's doing, and we show all the things that he says as a lawyer, people like, nah, that shit is fake. You know what I'm saying, Uda?
Yeah,
He'll make up every excuse like, no, I got black friends. I even dated a black girl before. He'll make up every excuse in the world to prove that he is not what we clearly see he is.
Yeah.
He in the back calling us all the N-word.
All types of N's back there, bro. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, bro.
And he will literally say that he is not a racist man.
No, that's crazy. It's hard to believe with that type of stuff. It's hard to believe, bro. You know
and these are the same people that be, be, you know, representing us and acting like they all for us to. Shit ain't true, bro. We
You
just don't
said it's
have
a
the.
white concept, sir. You are the concept, sir. That's right. You are the concept, sir. The hell?
But Sharon,
Yeah, come on.
even the penal code he just put up doesn't apply to schools. That's the
No,
irony of it. He's
4603
even
goes to
trying to make an
schools, sir.
argument that doesn't make sense.
I'm saying 46.03 deals with schools, Texas Penal Code. You know what I'm saying? That
But you know, you got to know that.
specifically. I'm telling you, I've been
Whoa,
specifically, bro.
whoa, hold up, Uda. You can't be a lawyer today.
Yeah,
You can't
facts.
correct him. Like, that's what I'm saying. His argument, look, if somebody makes a good argument for why M1 was accurate, I'll concede. But in counter, I always make arguments why M1 doesn't fit. And the reason I say he got convicted for M1 is because the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense attorney agreed to M1. Anybody who's seen this docket sheet can see he was never entitled a plea deal. No one, he's never got a plea deal. It never was put in front of him. He never even got to consider a plea deal. People who've been in the system understand that's weird. Wouldn't you agree, Uda?
Yes.
So the
Yeah,
fact
bro.
that they never even tried to make a plea agreement, and then people are like, well, his lawyer should have pushed for one. Everybody who's saying that doesn't understand how the legal system works. The lawyer isn't the one who goes to the plea agreement, it's the prosecution, because they don't want it to go to trial. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to save resources. But you also surrender all your rights. His lawyer let him go to trial and then surrendered his rights.
Shout out to Phil James. Funny how Knight disappeared. He just got a little sleepy. That's all. He had to take a nap.
It's just a sad case on both sides, bro. You know what I mean? Some people, I see people online saying Austin should have been out of here too. He deserved what he got. You know what I'm saying? I think they was both young kids, man.
Yeah, that's crazy talk.
You know what I'm
too.
saying? I don't think both of them, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Austin deserved to be passed away, bro. I don't think that he should be doing 35 right now. There was those young kids that had their whole lives ahead of them, didn't get a chance to have children, to really fall in love and get a wife, run a family, run a household. They never got a chance to do. You got all that's good 3.7 GPA point averages, and you didn't get the chance to use this in the world, in society, get a good paying job, provide for your family. This is two young kids, man. It's just a sad situation on both sides, man. You know what I mean? And me as a person that has kids, and my son is about their age, or what Austin would have been. You know what I mean? My son's about to be 19 as well, my oldest son. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's real talk. You know what I'm saying? When we think about it, man. You know what I mean? I didn't want that for none of them. You know what I'm saying? Point blank. Whether he's white, whether or not, no matter. You know what I mean? I just really believe that Austin didn't believe that he would be unalived. And Karmelo really didn't understand that he'd be doing 35. You know what I'm saying? For real, bro. Just facts of life.
Yeah. And we got to get better at understanding the law and what is actually factual with the law. And you know, Tommy did make a good assessment of a lot of times we don't understand the law and how to use the law for ourselves because it's already stacked up against us. I don't know. It's a lot of emotions and thoughts that I have when it comes to these type of things because I really feel like it's damn if we do, damn if we don't. Shout out to Ken West. Don't fold, Shadow. Hold the line. Hold the line, Shadow. Welcome into the show. We Unlock Nation. Good day to you. What is your thoughts after you've seen the video? Did it confirm your initial thoughts or did it make you reconsider your position?
First of all, that video was damn near edited. When you first seen it the first time, you seen the initial push, and then
automatically you seen Carmelo Anthony run away from the tent. All that shit was edited. That was not a 15-minute clip, first and foremost. But I have a very important question to ask you, Sharon, because I've been knowing you for what, 2 years, 3 years. Uda, I've been knowing you for damn near 4 years.
More than that, brother. What the hell you talking about, man? We all pushing on 10,
I have a,
6, 7,
listen,
8.
listen.
Like
Listen,
7,
I've been
8.
getting into a lot of fist fights lately. Okay, so
Yeah, it's been a minute, bro. Been a minute.
it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I need your honest opinion. Am I wrong for saying that I should hate white people? Am I wrong for saying that? And be honest.
For saying
And be
what?
honest.
Repeat what you said. You say what?
That he hates.
That
Hate
you
is
what?
a strong word, my
That
brother.
you hate what?
White folks.
Boy,
Woo.
you can only speak from your own paradigm, son. You can
I'm gonna
only
bring you
speak
up
from
in a
your own lens.
second, Diamond Dave. I'm gonna bring you up
You
in
know what
one
I'm saying?
second.
Everybody
That's
speaks
a
from their
strong
own
word.
paradigm. Everybody speaks from their own lens of what you've seen, your own traumas, the things you're gonna witness, or whatever. You know what I mean? You only can speak from your own lens. You know what I mean? So for me, I can understand some of the reasons why you may feel that way. You know what I mean? Just based on history and based on things that I've studied in my life. You know what I mean? But I've also seen white people jump out the window too and hold people down and help people down and all that too. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that it's no color on a good person. You know what I'm saying? I think that good quality and good color and good morals are in some people. And I've seen white people do real things for these kind of people that even sometimes your own homie won't even do. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that, you know, it just depends on your lens and how you see things and the only things that you've been through. You know what I mean? Straight.
That's a tough one, and I agree with what Uda said. We understand why you would say it 100%, and at the same time, on the other side, there's so many people that willing to ride or die just because of good character. So it makes it a very difficult question. We are a lot, to be honest with you. Phil James, the video lines up with the testimony. Interesting, and also. To be right on cue, we're gonna bring up somebody brand new that I never seen before. We're gonna give him a shot. We're gonna make sure he's all what he say he is. Welcome to the show, Diamond Dave.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, first time here. I saw this pop up in my feed, and I liked the overall discussion and the vibe. So, yeah, I just wanted to jump on and ask a quick question because I am not in the
Before you ask your question, Dave. First of all, do you think the video changed your point of view? That it made you reconsider your original point of view? Number one, and number two, do you think 35 years was justified?
So I'm still trying to process a video. I am not in the United States. So I'm getting all this from like secondhand accounts and from like other sources. So I'm still trying to catch up because I live in Mongolia and there's a lot less information here than there is in the US. Now to answer your question, 35 years, I honestly don't know. I'm kind of struggling with that because here in Mongolia, he was a juvenile at the time of the incident, right? So here he would have gotten at most 10 years, but it would have been in a juvenile facility because he was 17 at the time and it would be focused on rehabilitation and reintegrating in society. I have not lived in Texas, so I don't know Texas law, and that's why I was calling in to ask the question, which is I see a lot of people saying he's talking about talking about appealing and people want him to appeal and things like that. And how does that work? Can he appeal if I guess I should say he can appeal, but what does that look like when there's already like just so much evidence out there and the jury already made a guilty verdict? What does that look like in the state of Texas?
Okay, great question. Everybody hates Mott. The thumbnail is a bit more handsome than you, Sharon. In better shape also. Kiss my ass, Mott.
Oh, I forgot to say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there,
Oh,
all the
happy
fathers.
Father's Day, everybody, as well. Same to you, we
Oh,
Allah.
happy
Thank you for
Father's
that.
Day to the
Appreciate that.
fathers, man. Salute, man.
Yeah, shout out to all the fathers out there. So
Shadow.
I believe Shadow want to jump on that
Yeah.
first, and then we're gonna let Shadow and Diamond Dave have their quick back and forth since Shadow's living in Texas and he has dealt with the appellate court before. And then we got Dr. Edelman, and we also got Dr. PhD. Everybody hates Mont right after. Go ahead, Shadow.
Okay, generally speaking, you have to file a direct appeal within 14 days. That has in fact happened. So it's going to go back to the district court for them to consider whatever options are raised. Generally, you can't bring ineffective assistance of counsel on this first claim in Texas, but they'd be able to appeal anything that was raised during the trial or pre-trial setting. With that being said, that takes 3 to 6 months in order for them to even come to a decision, unless they make a snap decision, and usually that's a denial. But once it gets to that court, the panel of judges have to agree that yes, this was either unconstitutional, unlawful, whatever the case may be. When it goes to a writ of habeas corpus, which would be the next step, which would be in about 3 years, that's where you can raise your 2255, your ineffective assistance of counsel, based on a lot of the issues that we're talking about in court. That actually goes to the United States District Court because it's a federal issue. It's, hey, my constitutional rights were violated within this state. That's how you handle that issue. So the first one's going to go to a district judge, most likely in the Eastern District of Texas. Most likely Crone, if I remember correctly. So, A, he's going to go through Crone. Crone's probably going to deny it. That's just how it works. He's going to appeal it, and it's going to go to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, where they're going to have a 3-panel judge decide on it first. An appeal follows, and then the full panel, all 7 judges, decide on it next. So it's about a 6-year process.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, he need to open up that trash and throw his mic in there because it was horrible. His mic is horrible. I don't know if it's the static, but your mic is not good, Shadow.
I guess my only follow-up question then is, like, because it's in the US and because it's in Texas, is he more likely to, like, if his appeal is, like, granted, right? I mean, could he be acquitted off of this, or how does that work? Because usually in other countries, like the one that I live in, it's not a full-out acquittal. Usually it's more of an adjustment, right? Like a reduced sentencing. But like in Texas in the appellate court, like if he's appealing it, could it be just like
First of all,
overturned,
Dave,
how does that work?
Are you from Mongolia?
I am not. I am from America. I have not lived in Texas. I've lived, I would say, about half of my life in different countries outside of the US. So,
okay,
I am not from Mongolia.
Okay.
So,
So he got
a question.
Okay, go ahead.
To answer your question, so there's 2 options. First would be a new trial, right? The reason why he would get a new trial is because he had ineffective assistance of trial counsel. His counsel was so ineffective. His counsel was so ineffective that it actually inhibited his rights to effective assistance of counsel, which is protected by the Constitution. So they would run the trial again, but they wouldn't be able to present any new evidence. So they couldn't charge him again because that's prosecutorial misconduct. What they'd be able to do, on the other hand, is they'd be able to pull like whatever witnesses there are, have a whole new trial. They're not going to do a Rule 20, so they're not going to a different court. It'll probably be a different judge, but not the same court. Okay. And ultimately, if he gets convicted at that trial again, he's likely to get less time because he has a new set of juries, and he's going to be able to present his defense again. One of the issues is his defense didn't file for self-defense. You can't just get a new trial. You can't just get resentenced because that changes your offense of conviction. I hope that answers what you're asking.
Yeah, it does. That's really all I had. So I'm just gonna bounce out. But I appreciate you guys letting me come on. So thank you, gentlemen. I hope you guys have a good night, and I'll still be listening in the convo.
And make sure you hit the like button and the share button on your way out. Diamond Dave, appreciate you.
Already did. Have a good one.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. Either Man. Then we got Dr. PhD. He gonna tell everybody how handsome I is.
Yeah, I just listening to it, like looking at the video. I guess some people had some magnifier glass and they said that they seen something that they didn't see. You know what I'm saying? They got to look at. What I clearly saw was exactly what I believe happened. I believe that looking at that video, uh, that young man was approached and he defended himself. I still believe it's self defense. Now we got grown people up here arguing with how you supposed to defend yourself. That's a whole different conversation. But what we really look at it is that threat came to him, and it just tells us. I really expect this out of white folks. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wasn't expecting this out of as many black people to be so quick to come to the white man rescue.
Damn.
And so, and I get a child lost his life.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the consequences. It's crazy. We want all the consequences for the victim, but no consequences for the bully. And it's just sad. It's sad how many black people caping for this situation, in my opinion.
Hey, Sharon, I need you to donate to me. Donate to my graham cracker fund.
You like that one? We unlocked Now, let me welcome into Dr. PhD. Everybody hates mine, so you can tell everybody how handsome I is.
Sharon, the panel, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
Good.
What is your thoughts? This new video, did it
Mine almost got me in trouble.
confirm? Yeah, did it confirm your thoughts, or did it make you reconsider your position after seeing this video?
It confirmed my thoughts that I'm one of the only serious people on the internet, and I'm the most objective person on YouTube, and a lot of people full of shit. Because that video, right, didn't change anything, and it shouldn't have changed anybody who was on either side, right? We saw a kid go up and push another kid, and that kid pretty much jumped out of the tent, which I mean, got pushed out of whatever. He went out of the tent, and it just confirmed the story we heard from the beginning that somebody got pushed, somebody got stabbed, and then he ran to get towards an adult. Like that, it did nothing. I'm pretty sure it did nothing for the jury. It didn't benefit anybody. So I don't understand how anybody's position was changed, and I don't understand how anybody's position could have been solidified of like, oh, yup, I told y'all he was the bully, or I told y'all he just wanted to kill somebody. Both sides full of shit.
That's kind of the
Mark,
sentiment
what is
that
your
I had.
actual position?
Ooh,
So what's
good
my
question.
position?
Yeah.
As y'all not gonna like it, but I think my position is still very much in the middle, right? I would have liked personally, I think I would have liked him to get less time because he's a young man. So, ultimately I would have liked him to have something under, 10 years or under, because I think that I truly think that he made a mistake. I don't think that he's this serial killer murderer or YN people are trying to paint him out to be. I don't think that he's somebody who needs to be behind bars because it makes our society better. So I think he should have got a lot less time in my perfect world. However, he did kill somebody. He did kill somebody. He did kill another kid, and within reason, it's reasonable to understand how he just got pushed. We all got pushed before, right? He killed somebody. So I don't think
Say
35
delete,
years.
goddamn it. You're a new
What you say?
YouTuber, goddamn. Say delete.
Oh, my bad. He deleted somebody. I don't think 35 years is like some railroad, right? I thought I wanted something better. However, 35 years, it's not like I can't see the other point of view.
I can't see 35.
That
Plus,
was
it
the
might
best
push
non-answer
time.
I've ever heard.
Yeah, because he's still in the middle. He feel like he don't have enough
Yeah,
evidence to
that was
go
all around the
left or
board,
right.
Mark. He was all around in a circle. That wasn't giving us something particular. But you're usually like that on panels anyway. You're usually in the middle. You usually like that. So I get it.
Can't nobody give me an ironclad case of why this is like bona fide self-defense. And I don't think anybody on the other side can give me an ironclad case of why, somebody should be allowed to put their hands on somebody else in Texas, where we know the status quo is a little bit like they're a little bit more aggressive than other places when it comes to self-defense. So it just is what it is.
Here's my question. What happened to the bag? Didn't Austin grab that bag and snatch it away from Karmelo? What happened to the bag? He would not have ample time to grab that weapon out of the bag and start stabbing people. So what happened to the bag? And what happened to the knife? That knife had no blood in it. 2 inches. You stabbed me within 2 inches, and that knife was 3.5. If I'm a how do I say it, Sharon? I can't say the M word. So what's the proper word that I can say? Let's just say I'm just gonna say M. If I'm an M word, right? And if I really wanted to hurt somebody, I'm stabbing you the whole 3.5. That was only 2 inches. And then run away to my coach, and then confess. First of all, the young man didn't even know his rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. If you do not have an attorney, one will be provided for you. So that's my question.
When were those announced to Karmelo?
Huh?
When you just announced? You just said the Miranda rights. When was Karmelo given his Miranda rights? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you also know when he would have heard the Miranda rights before that point?
No, that's what he's saying.
Right.
He's saying either his parents should have coached him on that, or the coach that was there should have told him, "Hey, don't say nothing." Somebody should have told him that. Is what We Unlock is trying to communicate.
Y'all are talking about a bunch of people who are not out there like that. Sharon, you know to tell people that because you've been out there.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Shadow, we can't hear you. Maybe
you
you're blocking the microphone. Yeah, now we can hear you.
But keep in mind, Sharon, you would tell people that because you know about that, right? I would tell people because I know about that. If his parents are not the type of people who even know anything to do with the law, which according to their history, they don't, why would they teach him to do something they didn't expect him to do?
Oh, no. Shadow. I'm not saying that it's the child's fault because he didn't know. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all, because 90% of your kids don't even know the law.
90% of grown people. I've been on the streets.
90% of grown people don't even know the law.
I had to learn it because I was in the streets. They didn't know it, bro. You know what I'm saying? People was running down to you talking about, you loitering. What you doing over here? You know, you have to learn some laws. A lot of people just don't know the laws. They're very ignorant to the law. That's just a fact, bro.
Phil James, if I was a prosecutor, I would see this as an easy case. And if I was the defense, without Melo taking the stand, you as a lawyer have to explain it through other means. I absolutely think they should have put Karmelo on the stand, let his ass cry it out. That might have changed everything. Kim West, thank you so much as well. I would never forgive y'all for letting Shadow be the only black man on the right side of this.
Wait,
Shout
Sharon's
out
on
to
our
Phil
side.
James. Shout out to Phil James supporting both sides. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Thank you. Also, let me welcome into the show 651 Mint. How you doing? This new video that is released as evidence, did it change your perspective or did it make you reconsider your original position?
It didn't change. And I watched it. I watched the TikTok version and another version that somebody else put on. Again, it didn't change anything. I just think this was a case of a kid fight or scuffle that just got out of hand. I don't think Karmelo was intending to kill him. I just think it just happened. And I'm gonna say this again. That weapon not supposed to be at a school event, even though it was a school ground, it was a school event. Everybody kept saying it was a tool. That was a weapon. It was a knife. You can say multi-tools, you can say that because it had a little can opener or whatever, but why do you even have that? Unless he forgot that he had it in his bag. Like they say, a lot of kids in Texas have that knife and he probably forgot he had it in the bag. But apparently he didn't because he said, touch me again. Did they overcharge him? Yeah, 34, I think it was, 20, 25, 15, 20, 25, however you want to say, would have been fair. I think the parents should have, show forgiveness, pray with the father, like play the political game at that point, and I think they turned it into racial and made the shit even worse. So it's an unfortunate situation, but to answer your question, no, it didn't change anything. When I was looking at that, I was looking at was he being jumped? Because when I first heard this case, they said he would get stumped down, jumped, and it doesn't appear to. You couldn't really see nothing, but some people say they changed the video and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know what to believe about this case anymore. But from the video that CNN, Fox News, it was all the same video. It didn't appear as he was getting jumped. It was just a bunch of kids, teenagers being teenagers. You can call it bullying or scuffling that just got out of hand. And I still think he had the right to be under the tent, even though it wasn't the right school. I mean, kids be under different kids' tents all the time at different school functions. I just think how the whole thing was handled, it was just a bad situation overall.
Sean, can I say something?
Absolutely.
When I think about it, and I at this point, I definitely, when I process it more, I definitely think 35 years wasn't too much, based on the
You said
response. It wasn't too much,
was it?
based on the response from his parents, right? Because we gotta forget, we forget
Hold on,
that
you
it's
said
two sides.
wasn't or was? I missed
Wasn't.
it.
Was
not. Based on the response from his
Wow.
parents, and I'll tell you why. Because there's always two people involved in these cases, right? Of course, one side is like, one perspective is he's a kid, I don't think he meant to kill him. But the other perspective that needs to be taken into account is that somebody had a child taken from them, right? So that's the other thing that we put into account. Now, I think that it's extremely important to weigh the remorse in these situations in general in life. Weigh the remorse that somebody step on your shoe. Okay, you can say that person can be sorry, or that person can keep it moving and say fuck you, right? So I think that plays into how you respond and what you want for that individual. If somebody did something to my son and I saw pain in that person's eyes that they really didn't want to do it and they're trying to make it right with me, that's different than, if I don't hear any of that from that person and they just trying to protect their ass and they like, do your best in this case. I'm gonna do my best in this case regardless. From that perspective, if I was the parents, I'd want them under the jail, right? So I think that's a reasonable argument.
Yeah, but you know what, Mike? It's not just about the parents, you know what I'm saying? I think that comes back down to Karmelo himself, you know what I mean? If he's able to testify to that remorse. He's able to put us in his mindset, put the jury in his mindset, put the family in his mindset, because even that family still have questions in their mind. Even though we heard the story, they still wondering, why did he do it? Why did you do it? What were you thinking in your mind? And I think that him speaking, even though at the time I was like, I don't think he should go up there because that prosecutor was cooking and it probably chopped him up on the stand. But still in all, the best thing would have been for him to speak for himself, because you quit all questions, all doubt, and you're able, even if you don't get to get off your testimony where you want to, you're still able to express that remorse of there at the time or after, or how you feel right now after going through this whole ordeal for a year before you got to this court, to say, listen, man, I'm sorry for your loss. You know, I didn't intend for that. You know what I mean? So you're able to do that. So I just think that he not testifying also like cut his hands off at the wrist right there. I think him not testifying, and it's still questions that we all have, and that's why we're all here questioning it right now. Everybody's questioning it still, and we still all have these questions based on that same thing. You know what I mean? So if he spoke, I think he could express his remorse himself, and maybe he doesn't get 35. Maybe he doesn't. You know what I mean? Maybe you get to see the kid in him. Maybe you get to see those things. You know what I'm saying? That he's a child and it's just something that happened in the spur of the moment and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I just think
I
it's
always seen him as a kid, just how he handled the situation, because he was crying and he said, because he touched me. That's kid talk. Like, why do you hit him? Because he touched me. I always seen him as a kid.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all believe this young black man should have got on a jury in front of all them white folks. Y'all listen.
I
see
this all the time. Kids done got on the stand, and the little girl that just stabbed her boyfriend down here, she got 18 years. She got 18 years for stabbing her boyfriend. Now it wasn't on school ground, but she got 18 years down here in Miami. They still talking about the case over here.
Little black girl, right?
No, it was a black girl.
That's what I said, little black girl, right?
Yeah.
A black girl.
And how long? But how many black people was on her jury? 651.
I don't know that. I can't tell you that. But
that's what I'm saying. Like this idea that y'all think that these white folks that, and like I said, I'm not taking the stand that I hate white folks, because I love white folks too, right? But the group of these group of jurors that was on there had already made a decision he was guilty before this case even started. I really
You just saying that.
Go ahead.
We all thought he was guilty. We
You're
didn't know.
just saying that.
We didn't know what was going on.
The boy is not guilty. Boy is not guilty of anything. Point blank. Period. End of discussion. You just want to see another brother underneath the jail, and it's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. And this is the reason why I asked you, Sharon, and I asked you in the first place. Should I, at this specific point in time, hate white people? And I asked you that specific question for a specific reason. You answered it for me.
But you got to expand your mind.
You answered it for me truthfully.
Yeah, I did.
I answered the question for you.
Right?
Now you shouldn't hate white folks.
One thing to Elon, right? But it's not just white people, right? Because out of the whole 18, which is the jury in the backup, there's 5 white men, 5 white women, 2 Middle Eastern women, 1 Middle Eastern man, 4 Asian women, and 1 Hispanic woman.
And they're all classified as what?
Jury back and the main jury. I'm just saying that's what the whole.
They're all classified as what? Let's not get into that. Did you see any black people on that jury?
No, I'm not saying. I agree with you totally. But there were also some Hispanic people there, Asian people in that thing too, and some Middle Eastern people in that thing too as well. You know what I mean? Whether you classify them, whatever you want to classify them as.
Right. He just said that just keep it to the exact what is actually happening, because people will try to use that and say that we're not being truthful, right? So just keep it, 100, because people will try to use that as a way.
Oh, you don't want me to keep it 100 with you, Sharon. You do not.
Mr. Wall Nation, you act like black people are overwhelmingly saying Karmelo is innocent. This shit is like 50-50 or 60-40. It's not all. If you have black people on that jury, he still might not walk, because not all black people agree with what he did. That's what
No,
he trying.
I believe you in that regard because we got too many coons. We got too many coons walking around.
You can call it what you want it, but I can probably say, you know, from hearing on different panels and all of it, so it's split 50-50 or maybe 60-40.
Damn. Let me read the super chat real quick. What's that? Navalo Brown. Hey guys, I don't believe he died from the stab wound. They won't even let you see the autopsy. I believe he had drugs in his system. Damn. That's an
They
interesting
also
one.
brought up the heart. They also brought up an image of the heart in the court. They brought up an image of the heart. The chest wound. Sharon got the images of the chest wound itself and what that was. And the heart was in bad damage. You know what I'm saying? So it was in a bad state though. His heart was in a bad state. You know? Just to let you know.
Okay.
Man, nothing to do with drugs.
Let me also welcome into the show, KT the GOAT. What is your thoughts after the video is exposed? KT the GOAT. Did it confirm your original thought, or did it make you reconsider your position?
Decision, but nah.
Position. I meant to say.
Yeah, no, but I think it's just the same. I mean, you know.
Okay.
The boy was innocent. It was over jailing. Railroading is what we call it in the streets, where they throw a lot of charges at you, get you a whole bunch of time or whatever. But I think the main thing I got to say is, even without the video, it didn't change my mind because I stand on the same grounds of everybody can make the arguments of like what he should have done. What we can't do is act like what the white boy shouldn't have done is not put his hands on him. That white child is of no authority. People can make the argument down to their team, 10, whatever. They are not officials of the school. I just don't understand why people are trying to make this about what Karmelo should have done instead of about how the white boy came off and shit.
He should have just left. You should have just went to security.
If they was black twins, if they was black twins, would y'all been saying the same thing?
Yes, because they would have been out of pocket too.
Yeah,
Bro,
I think the question is, would y'all be saying the same things if those are black
This shit
twins?
happened at every black school.
That's such escapism. That is so escapism.
I'm a
That's
coon.
some bullshit, bro.
I'm the reason why the black community is fucked up, and I'm a coon.
You keep trying.
I've been told.
No,
I'm not on
you're
code.
on the road.
I'm not on code. That's what I get. I'm not on code. I'm gonna keep it
a bug. I think you're playing.
Don't make any sense to me.
I think you're playing a role because keep in mind, last week I put you in a corner where I actually asked you to think about it, and then you ducked and ran. But again, KT just asked the same question, and again, you did not answer it. So now I'm going to answer you it one more time, Ronald. You're saying Karmelo Anthony was wrong for defending himself. I'm asking you now.
That's not wrong.
Who's that? Who the fuck is that?
Mitch.
65. All right, 651. Fuck it, man. Look, even worse. I thought y'all were cousins. But so I'm gonna ask you right now: was Austin Metcalf in the right to put his hands on Karmelo?
No, he should have defended himself, but it's not required deadly force.
Wait a minute. Where are you from? Wait, hold on. Where are you from?
I'm from Florida, nigga.
Okay, so get this. Do you agree that Texas law and Florida law are different?
It's similar. I'll stay your ground.
Similar,
somewhat different.
but different, right?
Somewhat different.
Are they different? Are they?
I'm not familiar with Texas, but
yes,
from what
they are different. They're not the same.
I am familiar with Texas law. I hear what you're saying.
Event, bro.
I hear what you're saying, but again, I ask you, it was a school event. You keep making excuses for Austin, so I'm canceling your excuses now.
Which you should not do.
It was a school event. So why didn't Austin go get somebody with the authority to remove him instead of coming up like Debo?
Why the hell would you be? You know what?
He could have done that. He could have done that. Austin also could have swung, used his fist, or walk away.
Whoa. Okay, hold up. Now let me tackle you one more time.
Well,
Thank you for going
Karmelo
down the
should've
lane
did
for me. Hey, look, trust me, I know how to beat this conversation. Number two, so if he would have swung off on Austin, his
Karmelo
twin brother
should've-
Hunter, hold on, if Karmelo would have swung off on Austin, I'm making sure we're tracking.
Yeah.
Austin's twin brother Hunter was within 2 feet. Are you saying Hunter would not have jumped in?
Possible.
High probability.
So-
We
High
don't
probability.
know.
Wait, they're twins. So you're saying? So hold on. So So does Florida have equatable force laws?
Yes, you can. Yes, bro.
Wait, hold up. What does that even mean? What does that mean?
Because you can't make an assumption and use deadly force. That's what it means.
No, that's
You're
how
still
you
on
don't
deadly
understand
force.
what you're saying.
Yes,
That's how
I can't. I
Why?
can't.
Why are you
deadly
still on
force. I can't use
Shadow?
deadly force off of
Shadow,
assumption.
get him, Shadow, please.
I got. Oh, trust me.
Please.
So let me explain to you why everything you just said was wrong. Because everybody keeps saying he should have fought. Bet if Karmelo would have punched Austin, Hunter would have stomped him out. It's called a cowboy stomp. We do them in Texas all the time. Literally, you fight my homie, I'm gonna fight you, and then we're all gonna jump you. Factual statement. So with that being said, the probability of serious bodily harm was increased. Include that with Karmelo's medical history, and then there is a serious risk of serious medical harm or death based on his seizures history. With those two being said, he would have been protected. He would have been protected by unequated force in Texas. Had his lawyer made the same argument I just made, he wouldn't be in jail today because Texas law protects him. And I
That's a
guarantee you,
possibility.
I can find the same thing in Florida. You just don't know the law. I know the
Phil
law
J.
because I break the law.
Goddamn, that was
Most people don't
crazy.
beat their
Phil
stage ground. A
James.
lot of people don't beat their stage grounds in Florida.
Phil James, they would never allow assuming in court.
Yep, that was my point, Shadow. I can't.
But
you're-
I was
wait,
trying to
no,
make an example.
you're
I
assuming.
can't. We just
No,
had
Let
a
him respond,
situation
Shaq, let him
where
respond.
dude pulled out his gun on 95 because he thought the guy had a gun, and he shot up the car, and they ended up charging the guy for shooting. You can't assume shit.
They got him for negligent homicide. They got him for negligent aid, not M1. Different offense. Thank you for proving my
Argument.
point.
I'm not arguing the fact that y'all getting confused. I'm not arguing the fact that they overcharged him. I repeatedly say they overcharged Karmelo. I never argued that Karmelo intentionally did that. Y'all getting confused. I never said Karmelo was, hold on. I never argued that Karmelo was a bad kid. I never argued that. I never argued that white supremacy doesn't exist. I never argued that. I never argued that the legal system is not fair against black men. I never argued that. I said, yo, the kid made a mistake. I don't think he intentionally did it. It was a scuffle that shouldn't lead to death. We can all agree on that. Especially at a school event. Hold on. Especially at a school event. If I put somebody at school that doesn't on school grounds, because y'all want to be technical, what a school ground, with a school event, that should be deadly force. It's a school event.
If I punch you
at a school, you gotta say school event.
If I punch you, listen to me. If I punch you, because your hands are considered deadly weapons, right?
Jesus Christ.
Because it says in the state of Texas, your hands are considered deadly weapons, right, Shadow?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if I punch, I'm Karmelo Anthony. Let's just assume with my 130-pound ass that I punch. Yes, he was 135 pounds. I'm not going to even argue. I'm not going to even argue that. I'm not going to even argue. 5'8", 135 pounds, soaking wet. And if I hit a 6'2", 212-pound linebacker, let's just assume that I hit him.
and he drops and he hits his head and he gets drama from his head and he dies, would the outcomes be any different?
Yes, if he would have took a pencil or anything beside a knife that's not supposed to be on school grounds, yes, the outcome could have been different. Yes.
This is why I
You just
gotta
making
step in
stuff
because you
up.
being you trying to like you making the you keep making a situation that ain't there about things that don't matter. Listen, whether or not you're at a
But
school grounds, hold up. School grounds do not precedent law. I mean, yeah, it doesn't overrule law. That's the thing. Point blank period.
But you didn't want to use them tonight.
Schools do not
You wanted to use his
oversee
hands, right?
law. Do you understand that?
You wanted him to
You
use his
can do
hands, right?
something that's wrong at
You
school, but
wanted
it
him
ain't
to use
illegal,
his
right?
hands, right? You was all y'all was bitching and moaning that he used the knife. He should have used his hands. If he would have used his hands, it would have been possibly the same outcome due to him being in the state of Texas. Am I not right?
No, you're right. Either way, it would have still been a deadly weapon. Okay.
I'll rest my case.
I never said nothing about it. I believe he should have got both
No,
of them. But again,
I'm
just
listening. I'm
fucked up.
listening to you. I'm listening to you because you actually study law. I'm listening to you.
So y'all we just gonna have to disagree and disagree to agree. Y'all, I'm gonna pray for Karmelo. Y'all put money on his books. I hope he get an appeal, and it is what it is.
Why the fuck would you want to have a young black 17? You wanted to try him at 17. You wanted to give him life at 17 years old.
I never said that. I never said that.
I clearly said give me that bullshit. Don't give me that bullshit. You wanted to give him life in prison.
I clearly said they overcharged him. I said they overcharged him.
Oh, this is my thing, right? I just feel like as black people, it makes sense to pick our battles, right? It makes sense to when we're going to have a community outcry. It makes sense that be. Hold on, I got you, right? So we're looking at a case where a boy got pushed, and then he stabbed somebody else and they stabbed that other boy with a knife, right? And y'all want to act like it's not even reasonable that this is a murder case, right? Y'all want to act like this not even reasonable? Like, that's where y'all lose me.
No, first degree murder isn't reasonable. Like, under no circumstance, first degree isn't, it's excessive if we're being honest. It's the reverse of what you're saying. It don't make sense.
Hold on. Reasonable, reasonable means that can I see how somebody else can come to that conclusion?
Yeah,
you can't even
not reasonable.
You can't even see how
was shooting Cyrus in the back reasonable?
Let's do it one at a time. Let KT and
I'm asking the question sincerely. Was shooting Cyrus in the back reasonable?
I'm not too familiar with that. I'm not as familiar with that case as y'all are. But from the outside looking, but from what I do know, it seems like that man should be doing time in jail. But I haven't looked into it like y'all looked into it.
Okay, but I'm with KT. I don't think M1 was reasonable in this case. It's not reasonable.
Manslaughter, by all means, that's reasonable. When you talk about the kid is being like, because murder one means like you have malicious intent to harm somebody, and basically like you're, you know what I'm saying. It really means a whole different parameter. We can clear as day see this is a situation that happened in the moment. I'm not saying what happened. The end result of the situation was okay. What I'm saying is the charge, because we're watching kids in a heated situation. Again, this kid is big, bro, with a twin and homies, and they all keep coming up talking about you gonna have to go. Again, they have no authoritative position. I don't know what world y'all came up in, but if another one of my classmates come up to me in high school and tell me to do anything, you got me fucked up. Cause nigga, who are you? You're not a teacher, bro. You ain't got no regulations here.
So, Mark, hold on. I want to ask you about the reasonableness. So you're saying, do I believe it's reasonable for them to have charged him? Of course, I believe it's reasonable that they did it. That doesn't make that reasonableness wrong. Just because they can do it doesn't mean they should have, because the facts of the case don't support why they did it. Again, everything that led up to it. Keep in mind, the government had to stretch their case during trial in order to even get that accurate picture out. and they had to ignore everything that actually happened. You're saying, am I able to see it? Yes, I
Hold on,
can.
hold on,
But
Shadow.
what I'm
Let
saying
him answer.
is,
When we talk about M1, then I agree with y'all, because my understanding of M1 is that person set out that day to kill that person. From what I understand, I could be wrong. So M1 1,000%. If they're saying that he came to that track meet with the intention that he wanted to harm somebody, I completely disagree with that. I think that's crazy.
Lamont, that's the
Okay.
argument that the government made.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay. He said he disagrees with it.
No,
We get somewhere. He said he disagrees with it.
Based on what
So
I
he's saying
see happen, based on the video, I believe it was negligent age, because I believe even though he poked him, he did not intend to end him. And you know that based on his first two questions. And those two questions were testified to. The jury had enough information to assume, and again, that's what the jury has to do because they are not professionals at the law. But that was his counsel's responsibility to say, hey, you need to consider negligent H, not M1. If you're saying M1 is reasonable, that's when me and you have difference. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody agree with M1 for black people.
Like, I'm just not as middle of the road in this.
So Charlie, he already conceded that after he accepted the new information, then he agrees that M1 is a little too excessive. I believe that's what he's saying now. Is that right, Mark?
Yeah, I don't agree with M1.
Yeah, so he don't agree with M1 anymore. At first he was saying it was reasonable, but now he understands why that's a little excessive. And that's all really the main argument is that M1 is too much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit is
But
wild.
It was more than just a push.
Also, people are saying
More than just a push.
Also,
It was more than-
people are saying that the M1 was responsible because his parents were acting out. His parents are not the one at trial.
Yeah, that's not right. That's not right.
His parents were not the one at trial.
That's
His
crazy.
parents can do whatever they want to do.
And I do
His
want to point out,
actions show that he was concerned.
this whole case really exhibits the difference between us as black and white people in America, because like you said, people are trying to justify basically like his parents' action. I seen what's that kid name, the dirty one that had a dead rat using it for a alarm clock, Amish Gold. I watched him get up there talking about how, like, see, this is why it's okay to be racist. You see how his parents are acting. Like, and this is word. Y'all can go watch the video. He said it like directly, straight up. See, this is why today and age it's okay to be racist, because look how they're acting when people get what they deserve for the things they do. And then that's what I'm saying. Now the whole thing is about how Melo's family is. His good black family, and no offense, not saying it like they above, just saying by all legal means, these are good bystanders, right? Then we got Austin Metcalf family, who literally, their family are literally people who were like the people with picnic pictures where they had black people hung and it was white people smiling in those pictures. His family members are literally those people. His dad's literally came out and made racist comments. And we're not talking about their parents. We're not holding no judgment of that child due to how his parents act. None of that. It's just, this ain't right. You know, why people mad that he going to jail? He got what he deserved. Me personally, I'm speaking up because, like, if our children can't defend themselves, your grown ass is done for. That's just being 100.
But again, it's more than just a shove, as testified by witnesses inside the court. Okay, he grabbed him up. Okay, and it's a shove. So you grabbed him, put him in like a football move. That's what a witness testified to in court. That Austin was moving with a force towards him, knocked Eddie down out of his seat, and grabbed Karmelo and grabbed him up as well. So he also grabbed him up. So it's like a scuffle, grab him up, and maybe that push as well. So it's a little bit more than just, you just push a person and they just react like that. It's a little bit more than that. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit.
But Uda, even that would have been considered self-defense. Oh, sorry. Hold up.
I agree with you, Shaq.
Freedom. The charges were due to racism. Black people, wake up! I had to do the Spike Lee.
Shit show.
You know
So,
Spike
here's
Lee
the
say
thing.
wake up in every movie.
Even in that scenario, most people would see it as that's a martial arts movie. because he intended to move his entire body by force. Football is still a self-defense maneuver. So get this. That means he was using a self-defense maneuver on someone in a position of dependency. He was sitting down. He had no room to be aggressive. And keep in mind, we are in 2025 when this happened, 2024. There have been how many school events happen? So when somebody said, hey, I've got something in my bag, and nobody decided to take that seriously, even though they have drills on it every month, come on, bro.
But
Stop.
someone did take it seriously, Shadow. One of the kids told him, yo, chills. And I think he got something in his bag. And Austin responded to him, but he ain't got none. It's Frisco. So someone did take heed to that. That was there. One of the students did. They told
But Austin was a bully. He had a history of bullying.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't heed to the warning. He didn't heed to it.
And that's
Has that
they couldn't bring this up in trial.
But before KT go, Uda, I don't know if you know, is that something that was brought up in a court case? Is that something that is proven that Austin was a bully?
Oh, I've heard some stories and some speculations of it. And I mean, I don't know what's really all the way confirmed with him being a bully. But yeah,
y'all
they
say it again.
That means that way that they say that he was they said that he was even, you know, before the meet, he wasn't supposed to be at the meet before that. Like he was like kind of like, I don't know if suspended from the meet, but
no, he was suspended. He was participating in shot put. I looked
you
that
see what
up.
I'm saying? So it's other things like that to go toward maybe his mindset a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? About his mindset. Yeah, his character and his mindset. Yeah, so some things that's alluding towards his character. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Go ahead, Ronald 804. Oh, KT? KT then Ronald 804.
Nah, let Brian go. My bad.
Like I said, man, we investigating off of TikTok again, where we have no idea if something is true or false, and we just saying it just to match our narrative.
People that was in the court.
No,
I don't watch no TikTok.
No,
I have
Ronald,
5 people at the court. So I'm talking about people that was at the court, not legacy media news that want to tell you whatever story they want to tell you. So during this whole trial, I was talking to the people that I know that cover trials, and they talking to me about what they're hearing from in the court, and this is what we talk about. So I'm talking about only things that I'm hearing from inside the court and what was testified in court. So that's where I speak from. I don't really speak from no opinion-based thing. I really just speak based on try to just give you back some facts of what I've heard from people inside the court. So that's where I speak from. You know what I mean?
Did they say in the court that Austin was a bully?
I didn't hear it like that. I told you I didn't hear it. I just told you that. I didn't hear
exactly.
it.
So you're just telling me that you speaking from what you heard in the court and they didn't say anything like that, right? We've heard all kind of stuff. We heard Austin broke his daddy's arm and all kind of stuff.
Hold on. This goes to show people just want to hear things, whatever they want to hear. The question was asked: is there any kind of confirmation that he was a bully? The man said no. There's no confirmation to it.
He said in court, straight exactly too. You know what I'm saying, Ronnie? You just ready to defend your man's type joint. Take the cape off, brother. It's okay. That's what I'm saying. Instead of y'all saying sometimes I'm wrong somewhere, some part, y'all got a problem with that. That's why y'all don't be growing, and why a lot of things is lack of development. You an elder, my G. It's all right to be like, yeah, I seen the video. Nah, I ain't even gonna lie. You don't gotta change your opinion fully, but you can literally just sit there and be like, nah, all right, they did overcharge him. You know what I'm saying? But you can't do that. What you're gonna do is go harder and think that double down and makes you right somehow. Like, bro, take this time to grow, my G.
Grow, Negro. Shoot. Anyway, let's go back to what we were talking about. What I don't like is the misinformation on both sides.
Yo. Why don't you apologize for being wrong? First of all, you're a grown man. Apologize for being wrong. You were just wrong.
So you never said that Austin was a bully.
Rewind the tape, sir. Rewind.
So, no. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Ronald. We just confirmed. So I wanted to make sure you understand that. No, Uda answered the question and said no. That man was not confirmed to being a bully. Literally what happened.
I swear I heard him. I thought he heard he said
don't swear, bro. You put all the weight on a young man or what a young man supposed to do, but you're a grown man. You can't do what a grown man supposed to do.
Okay, Uda, if you never said that Austin was a bully, I apologize. All right. I don't like all the misinformation, even when it comes to the
the Carmelo Anthony side. They was like, people were saying, oh, they took the money and bought another house and all kind of stuff. So there's misinformation on both sides,
That's
and it's both
misinformation.
wrong, right?
Stop muddying
We
the
have
water
to
for
wait.
no reason. We cleared
What
that up
happened?
too. Stop muddying the waters for no reason, bro.
What? How muddy the water?
Like yeah, you muddying the water for no reason. That part been cleared up long time.
Yeah,
Long time
there's
ago.
misinformation on both sides, and that is not good.
You
That's
the
not
only
good for
one that's
anybody.
spreading misinformation. You the only one spreading misinformation.
So people wasn't talking about that on the internet.
We
Come on,
corrected
man.
those things when people. Anybody that said that on this show it's been corrected. You the only one is pushing out misinformation on the show. I cannot hold somebody else accountable that didn't happen on my show.
All right. So like I said, we gotta. That's the reason why I don't jump on here all the time, because I wanted to get more information before I speak about things. But you know, I know you got a show to run and stuff like that. So sometimes misinformation don't come out. You know, but as long as you clear it up, that's good.
Yeah, but you keep saying
So
misinformation where you talking about a different show.
okay.
He talking about TikTok. He ain't even talking
Bro,
about
you talking
here.
about TikTok, bro?
TikTok,
No,
bro.
but for
I
a
don't
while,
watch TikTok. I don't watch TikTok, bro. I don't watch it, bro.
but like I said before, we got to be honest. People was for a long time. People were saying he had something to clean his cleat. It wasn't a knife,
People where?
right?
People where? On this show? Or
Oh,
somewhere
yeah,
else?
man, you argued about this last year. I told you it was a
Oh my
knife. You was
God.
like, no, it was something to clean his cleats, right? We argue about a lot of stuff, and come in all of a sudden now you forgot about it. It's okay. It's okay if you can't remember that you were wrong. It's okay.
No. So this is why I'm saying you muddy in the waters. When we first got the case, we was discussing the information that we had at the time, and as time moved along, we got new information. Normal people, they change their position when they get new information, but they got
Yeah.
other people, they just want to be stuck in they position. No matter what information comes out, they say no, this is what it is, and that's it. That is the difference. So yes, at first it came out that it was some kind of cleat cleaner or some shit like that, and then later on it came out was a knife, and then it was a 3.5-inch knife. And so as we got more information, things changed the scenario as we gathered new information. Simple and plain. But don't say it was misinformation. That was the information at the time.
Yeah, that's a fact. So now it's
Or the thought
a knife,
thereof.
and the defense pushed that it was a multi-purpose tool. So that's where we're at today. The defense pushed it as a multi-purpose tool. Prosecution put that as the knife. We understand that tool, whether it's multi-purpose or not, it has a knife in it that's 3.5 inches, and we know that for a fact. Those are facts.
And it's also a very thick knife.
It's a knife. I would say it's
Yeah, it's not like a little skinny knife.
Okay, we
It's a
agreed.
thick
We
knife.
agreed. We agreed. We agreed. Move forward.
I agree.
You don't gotta reiterate it. We understand. We agree.
It was enough to take a life, so we get it. Period.
Yeah, unfortunately. So
Mhm.
I don't even have no coffee.
You got a question?
Take that coffee. You take that
No,
coffee.
we don't have no questions for a disingenuous person.
Nah.
Welcome to the show. While you gather up your thoughts, Ronald. Welcome to the show. Questions to ponder. After seeing the video, questions to ponder, the new evidence. Do you change your position, or did it confirm your position after seeing the new video?
Oh, absolutely not. The same as before. 100% the same as before. Karmelo, 100% in the wrong. It is very sad what happened to Austin. Very, very sad. And what's even more disturbing is that the number
You are
of
a devil.
these
You are a
faux-
Hold
devil.
on.
You're a
Don't
devil.
interrupt, please. Don't interrupt, please.
Let her live,
Go ahead.
yeah.
and the
let
number
her
of
finish her
these
thought.
faux
Let's attack the people's thoughts, not the person. Go ahead. Questions upon them.
And the number of these faux YouTube attorneys, if Karmelo had any of these attorneys, he probably would be serving 99 years right now. There's a number of things that, yes, we wish could be done differently, but I will just say this. Collin County, and I actually said this sometime last year, if they had changed venue, If there was a change of venue, they really should not have tried this case, because I will say this, Sharon, it will not be surprising if this case is overturned on appeal. Many of you are not familiar with Collin County, and they really should have changed this venue. They do not have they don't have there's a lot of issues with these people. If this was either tried in, let's say, Dallas, or even crazy yet, like Harris County, Houston, to kind of remove any shadow of a doubt, then more than likely he still would have been found guilty. And maybe, I don't believe at all he was going to manslaughter. Definitely not the criminal negligence. What happened, and
You
it
think he
happened
would have had a trial with
accordingly.
all
And
white people, with majority white people in Houston or Dallas?
even if he was in Dallas,
Yo,
I still
please
believe
stop.
he would have been found guilty.
Yo, please stop.
Even with the population
And
in
question
Dallas,
upon when you say
yes, Sharon.
guilty, you mean guilty of M1?
Yes, absolutely. In Dallas, absolutely, because I think what a big issue is that many people, even the other person, the Sonic the Hedgehog or Shadow, if you are not from Texas, especially if you're not from Dallas, there's just a different culture. And what happened to Austin, Carmelo's choices that were made, maybe it flies in other states like Louisiana. It definitely is not going to fly in Texas, not DFW, and certainly not in Collin County in Frisco. It's just not going to happen. So some people, yeah, I live in Frisco. You can live there. Maybe your children go to school there. But if you personally did not graduate high school, you yourself in DFW, if you don't have decades spent, if you did not go to school in Dallas, like there are many attorneys on YouTube, a few I can name, but in respect to your channel, who are familiar with this culture, who are familiar with this Collin County, Dallas, DFW culture. They all knew it was going to happen. Furthermore, he actually was given a plea. It was 40 years. Prosecution said nothing less than 40 years.
Just slap
Nothing
the
less
taste
than.
out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn.
Thank the Lord.
Oh, Lord. Shout out to Kim West. Questions? A seat. And then how you gonna leave? Where'd she go? She said, I'm done. I don't even. She said, I'm done. That's all I wanted to do. Oh, there she go. Welcome to the show, Kim West. Go ahead, my Tourette's homegirl. What's your thoughts? You're on mute, by the way, Kim. Yes, you
Oh,
go.
hello. Nah, you gotta get the demons out of here. You gotta get the demons out of here.
Yeah, what's your thoughts?
I think I have an echo. Hold on.
Okay, while you check out your echo, and it's $20 to bring questions upon the back if anybody want to bring her back. Kim West, after seeing the video, did it confirm your idea, or did it make you reconsider your position in this court case? Kim West. Echo baby. My Tourette baby.
Is my mic okay? Am I
Sound good.
echoing?
Yeah, nah, you good.
Sound good.
My position is I was I was steadfast and waiting for evidence and facts and things like that. So I didn't have an initial position a year ago. But as you said, Sharon, as the facts and evidence came out, I developed a position, and this video confirmed my position that it was self-defense. I didn't just jump out like people like say, oh, because he black, you jumped out and said it's just innocent black boy. I didn't know what was the case initially. And I didn't think because it was a black guy and a white guy, or a black child and a white child, that, oh my gosh, this innocent little white child. Because a lot of us like to say the black man is the devil, apparently, according to everybody. But no, it was clearly self-defense in my opinion. And what I really want to know, I got two things I want to know. Where's the testimony about the snatched bag? Not one. Well, we don't know the exact testimony, but out of all the media, the legacy media, the white media, the black media, not one of them has talked about the snatched bag. And reasonable doubt, which I guess people are saying in other words, but with all this Eddie line and everybody having different accounts of what happened, and literally nobody seeing the stabbing, according to, we don't know exactly what was said in court, but according to every media outlet, not one witness has testified to seeing the so-called pokey poke. I have reasonable doubt. Me as the outsider looking in, it's at least a reasonable doubt. And I think that some people are not really raising up that whatever you think, I think it's a reasonable doubt though. And I land.
Shout out to Kim West. Big Swole is correct.
Yeah, I think Hunter said that himself, talking about the bag and the snatching of a bag or some stuff like that too. I think he spoke toward that when he was speaking on it from the very round the beginning of the times of the case. I think somebody else alluded to that too as well, but I can't really remember really with that. But I'll fact check on that about the bag and what happened with the bag, because I have been hearing a lot of things about the bag too as well.
Yeah. It was said in two separate interviews, at least two separate interviews that I saw.
That that's something that was said outside of court for a fact. Hunter. Yeah, Hunter. I know that Hunter said that.
So my question is to all the doubters: Did Hunter lie on himself and his dead twin? If I'm in the throes of controversy, I say, "Oh, my brother grabbed the bag." Where did I get that from? Where would I get that from if I'm making it up? Why would I say that? What would be my motivation to say, oh, he grabbed the bag multiple times? Oh, he grabbed the bag. Yet not one witness, again, we weren't in the courtroom and we can only go off of quote unquote secondhand information, but not one, even if we go to white media, black media, Nick and everybody, none of them is mentioning this grab bag that Hunter himself said happened multiple times.
Yeah, the defense didn't push it. The defense is a lot of things that the defense ain't push. You know what I mean? This is things that the defense should have been pushing, bringing up. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why I said the defense is really lackluster. They wasn't really pushing certain things into the jury's mind, or even putting things on the record for us to even know that was on the record and we could discuss it. They wasn't pushing, and they only called like what, 6 witnesses or so. You know what I'm saying? So I think that really comes down to the defense to really push that line and bring these things up inside the court and bring it up in front of the judge. You know what I mean? And I still don't think that the defense really did that. You know what I mean? I don't know why they didn't, but it was just a shoddy defense.
I think it is up to the defense, but I think it highlights a flaw. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
651 Mint. My bad, bro, for cussing on your show. No doubt. Thank you so much, 651 Mint. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Kim.
I think it highlights a flaw. Why people saying they didn't pay enough, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. It's supposedly every attorney's literal legal obligation to present the best defense possible. Now, if you have financial restrictions, sort of like, I can't pay for DNA evidence, I can't pay for something of that nature, okay. But this is free witness testimony that you fail to exploit. And I don't think that falls upon, well, because you paid $100,000 versus $600,000, Now that's why the attorney didn't ask particular questions. That's asinine. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. It's like, well, you know, if you want your attorney to ask particular questions that are completely free of charge, you should just pay more money. Does that make sense to anybody?
No, but you do get what you pay for, they say. But no, I think that you should represent your clients, you know what I'm saying? But I think that you never know what kind of pressure everybody could have been under, because even if they say witnesses was changing from statements and testimonies and different things like that was going on, we don't know what anybody was dealing with on behind the scenes. People could have been getting threatened behind the scene with some racial, all kind of things. We don't know. But it just seems like they was more ready to lose the case than win it. You know what I'm saying? It just seemed like they was more trying to throw the case. It just seemed like
You
they threw the
don't
case.
know, but that's not an argument for
No.
it's not an argument for. Think about it. They're saying, well, you know, he lost the case because the parents weren't giving out enough money. That's not an argument for.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Justice, so to speak.
No. But
like
Bobby,
because you didn't have
you
enough
win,
money, you couldn't afford to get justice.
what happens to you, you know? So people could have been probably thinking about
Well,
on the back
right.
end. There, y'all.
Shout out to Phil James. The court released all the evidence, correct? Is that correct, Uda?
No, it's not correct. That's not correct. That's not correct at all.
Some things wasn't brought in, but that's up to the defense to bring up because the prosecution's proven their side of the case. So as far as what the prosecution wanted to bring up, yeah, that all went down. But I think the defense could have did more to highlight a lot more things.
No, but what he's saying, did the court release all the evidence?
Oh, as far as I have the whole thing, I sent to Sharon. Yeah, they sent prosecution photos, defense photos, body cam footage, and multiple camera angle view of the track. That's what they released.
Okay, Uda, since you tapped in, have they released the official trial transcripts?
No, the transcripts haven't been. I'm supposed to be getting them. I've been in contact with some people down there.
Okay, so
as well.
okay.
I've been waiting. I'm checking my
Alright.
email again. I've been waiting for the transcripts. I ain't gonna hold you. I've been waiting, son. Straight.
All right.
So Ronald finally got some help. Finally got some help. Welcome back to the show, Cam. Good day, Cam.
What up, though? I know I was helping Ronald. What he do?
He's saying the same nonsense you saying with no facts behind what he's saying. Just all feelings.
Yeah, I'm just right and use common sense. That's it. I'm guilty. Hey, I guess we
feel
all
like
there.
them not releasing the transcripts is in the same vibes of they're pretending there's no cell phone footage. You couldn't pay me $1 million to believe not one person got nothing of video of that moment. You couldn't pay me $1 million to believe that.
Well, that doesn't matter. It's already
Does anybody believe that there's no cell phone footage?
It doesn't matter. We already have a video on the incident.
Well, we don't really have a video
matter.
of it because if we have cell phone video evidence, that would be drastically different than this pixelated. We just see shadows moving around video that we got.
And let's not forget, Mr. Eddie said he was pretending to record. He whipped his phone out, he propped it up, and pretended to record, according to the alleged so-called transcripts. So how does it? None of that makes sense. And I'm not saying everything got to make sense, but can we use common sense? Does that? If I'm a jury member, that's gonna give me reasonable doubt. That's what I'm saying. If I'm a jury member, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, Eddie, bro, come on, bro. You whipped your phone out, and what are you talking about?"
It wouldn't give the jurors any doubt if they already seen the footage from the stadium and him admitting it on body cam that he did it. It doesn't change anything.
So do you
Wait,
think
what
so?
did you just say?
So, but hold on, but nobody is saying that he didn't do it. I don't know why people keep saying him admitting that he stabbed the young man means something different from what we are talking about. Nobody is saying that Karmelo did not stab him.
No, Sharon, people aren't saying he didn't do it. They are saying he didn't do it. And
No, what
people
I'm
are
saying is that
saying
people
he
disagree
could have
with
fell
why
on
he
the
did it.
knife. He could have.
No, what I'm saying.
It's
What I'm saying, Ken West, is that people can have a disagreement on why he did it, but we all believe that Karmelo had the knife in his hand and somehow it ended in Austin's chest. That's what everybody agrees with. Whether he fell on it and all that, the original knife getting into his chest before anything else happens because Karmelo had it in his hand. Nobody disagrees with that. So I don't know why people keep bringing up this whole idea that he said, I did it.
I think right. I think I did it could mean a multiple things. Like I was in an altercation. Yeah, it was me in the altercation. I was present in like I did it doesn't mean I murdered somebody. So I don't know why people are hanging their head on I did it because if I am a participant in an altercation and I see it resulting in something extreme, I'm saying okay, I was in it. I did it.
Yeah, I was in that situation, right? And I was the one who did X, Y, and Z, right? That's what he's saying. Not saying that. Yeah, I am with him. That's not what he was saying. Those are two different things.
I feel you on that one. The only reason that I believe people are still saying that because just like Miss West was pointing out, and a lot of people are still pointing this out, they're looking for more evidence to substantiate his innocence, which is not necessary because we know what happened already.
And also, he also asked the officer, "Is he okay?" So therefore, he didn't know that he did it in a fatal area.
Well,
he asked if he was okay.
I'm glad you brought it up because I did want to piggyback off of what Shadow said before he dropped off about Austin using a martial arts stance, kind of like the sumo shove. Him having the knife on him, it's a term, acronym MBC, Martial Basic Concept. It's the culmination of utilizing any form of knife fighting. The most common one, if you see somebody with a karambit, they're utilizing that fighting style with the knife. So him saying, touch me again, see what happens, he knew what he was going to do with that knife. But I will agree.
No. I can't. If you want to continue on with your soliloquy about he knew what he was going to do, this boy wasn't no trained martial artist. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he just was like, what is it, Naruto? And I'm trained, and I'm gonna stab you in the heart and disable you. Stop it!
Yeah.
What is wrong with y'all? Y'all. That's why I came up here. Y'all really aggravated me. Cause how y'all talking about? First of all, the Metcalf bullies. Firstly, the Metcalf bullies were trained. Now I don't know this internet, whatever, but supposedly the internet Metcalf bullies were taking classes and whatever they got to do. Just like they in football. Just like they in football, they taking martial arts classes, they doing whatever. Y'all are acting like Karmelo Anthony was a trained assassin that just came and precisely stabbed this boy in the heart.
I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Hey, Uda, they saying that he's a trained ninja. He ain't a regular ninja. He trained.
I don't know, bro.
Right here, he's a trained assassin.
Crazy, bro.
I can explain it though.
The football move, though, he did grab him up. They testified to that. You know what I mean? One of the witnesses testified that he did grab him up and try to put him in like this football move, though. So
they're both football players. He's used to that already on the field.
That situation all around.
Yeah,
that's
so if one of them is smaller than the other one, and the other two, they're twins. They're twins. The boy said on the interview, my brother always protect me. Whenever I start a conflict, he roll up like the, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what
you never had a family member. You never had that from a family member before? No family member in your life protected you?
It's Hunter Big Brother.
Hey, Cam. Hey,
That makes
Cam,
no
just to
sense.
let you
No,
Hey, Cam, hold on. I got you, Cam.
no.
I got you,
If
Cam.
you
Cam,
if
just
you
to let you
talking to
know.
me,
Hold
okay.
on, Kim. Hold on, Kim. Cam, just to let you know, Kim is the one they call when they need somebody to get touched. All right, so
she's making
Exactly.
it's a
Boom,
false
bam,
statement then.
ow.
So what's the point? So what's the point there? Why bring that
The
argument up?
point is, don't roll up on nobody if you ain't about that action.
Oh wow.
Hey, Uda, hold on. Hey, Uda, what was the saying back in the days? You run up, you get done up.
Done up. You get done up. That's a fact, bro. Run up, done up.
That was the talk of the
Because
town. You
I'm
run up, you
definitely
get
coming
done
at
up.
the solid assassin. I'm definitely
Shout out to
the quiet
PZ
one.
Ain't Going. Salute to PZ Ain't Going with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. PZ Ain't Going. I appreciate you, PZ. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. That's what happens, Cam. You run up, you get done up.
Period.
Hey, I feel it. Shoot, I feel the same way.
That's how it goes.
So,
you know what I mean?
how the
Yeah.
That's not possible. It's not
Get him,
possible that you
Trevor.
feel the same
Get
way.
him.
Yeah. He
How's
ran
that
up in that
possible
tent.
that
He ran up in that tent and they got up on him.
And
But that's where they could be saying that they was doing some
He
bullying.
got
You know what I'm
laid
saying?
out.
So regardless if he
Carmelo
had
ran up
history of
and they got
bullying,
done up.
it was bullying
So
Carmelo
Cam,
at the time.
Cam,
But
who
it wasn't bullying
who
him.
did the running up? Who did the running up and who got the dunning up?
The white boys ran up on him. It's apparently to the video. We just seen the video. That's why the video is important. Hold on. That's why the video is, let me calm down. Let me give me in my respectful tone. That's why the video is important. That's why the video is important. Because it shows them literally running up on him while he was minding his own black business.
Away from his team under someone else's team tent. Okay, we get it.
Why he was there? Okay, Cam.
Sir,
Cam.
a team tent is not private property.
Hold on. Why was he there?
From what they're saying, because his friend invited him over, but we really don't know that for certain.
We do know that for certain. That is
Okay.
for certain.
Yeah.
That is not speculation. That is for certain. He was invited over there.
Oh, shoot. Well, based on what everybody else is saying, that Kyle was lying. Like, hey, I don't know this person. I never met him. I don't know him like that. So did he invite him or did he not? Because
him and Eddie got pictures together where they are inside the houses playing video games and everything.
Right, but his testimony is saying he don't know him like that. So did he invite him under the tent or not?
He invited him. I don't know why we gotta keep repeating the same thing. This is why I don't like y'all muddying the waters for no reason. But I'm saying, did he? We telling you what is being said and what is being understood, and you still want to ask the same dumbass question to act like what we saying is lying. That's horrible. Why y'all doing this to this young man?
No, what's horrible is justifying murder. I mean,
Nobody's
M1.
justifying. All right, so who's justifying M1? What was
The
being
majority
said
of the, not the majority, but most of the people that came up here.
Hold on. What has been said on this panel that says is justifying M1? Go ahead.
Justifying just the excuses. I didn't listen to most of the podcast. I just got back on, so I can't specify
Of course, you didn't listen to it. Of course, you didn't listen to it. You had a strong opinion.
I got it. What excuse did you hear today?
Mainly just of what happened and why Karmelo actually pulled out the knife in the first place. The actions of Austin making it, well, he did this, so it was just he had every right.
Oh, go watch that most.
That's what I'm hearing from the majority of the people. Well,
No. Saying the sequence of events or why something happened is not justifying anything.
Well, I'm using my cognitive dissonance and I'm just listening. That's what I hear.
You said you using your hold on. You said you using your what? You said you're
I said
using
I'm
your
using
what?
my cognitive dissonance.
Dissonance.
Well, you know you're
That's not
using
what you
that term.
said.
Oh my God. You know you're using that term incorrectly.
I am? All right, my bad.
Yeah,
See, I can admit when I'm
you
wrong. Unlike the people that looked at your thumbnail and made excuse, I can admit when I'm wrong.
No, you're very
you're
slow.
not so
Why would
you
you engage in a conversation?
oh my
Why
God.
would you engage in a conversation knowing
Why do
you
y'all
are
ask these
a
questions?
dumb
Y'all
dummy?
don't have to just shoot me.
I just want to know. I just want to know.
Why do you
Why
want
do? Well, okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
when
What
I
else,
get
Ron?
somebody in the corner, let me get them in the corner, please, and keep them there. Why do you want to let them out the corner, Kim?
No, don't worry about it. I can dip
Well,
out if you need me to.
I think people
I'm
like
an adult.
him.
I don't need to stay in the corner.
You're an adult, so being an adult makes you an informed individual. You are obviously a dumb dummy. You're delayed. You're slow.
Dang.
Here
You
goes
have
the
a
name
lot of
calling.
mental problems.
Here goes the name calling because I have an
All right,
opinion like everyone else on the
Firstly,
panel. That's ridiculous.
I
hold
haven't
on, Kim.
called you
Hold
That's
any
on, hold
name.
on,
ridiculous.
hold
And it's
on, hold
disrespectful.
on.
I haven't called you any name.
Hold on,
I have not called
hold
you
on,
any
hold on,
name.
Yes, you
hold
did.
on. Before we dive into the insults. What's up, Joey85? Good day, sir. After seeing the video, hey Kim, mute up while you're not talking for one quick second because you have some kind of feedback. Joey
That's not my
85. What is your thoughts after you see the video? Did that confirm your thought or did you reconsider your position?
Reconsider, Sharon. It reconsidered it. Because
okay, go ahead.
I definitely, even when I said the footage was gonna come out, people still was gonna have their own notion on the situation. They still gonna be he was defending himself. You know what I'm saying? Now, for what I thought was happening is that people was surrounding
He
him.
was defending himself. He was regardless if you agreed to the way he defended himself, he still was defending
ma'am, I'm
himself.
talking, ma'am. Ma'am, relax.
Okay, sir.
You're getting emotional.
Kim,
Just relax.
you gotta let people finish their thoughts so we can actually
thank you,
talk
Sharon.
to their point.
She want name calling me.
You know what I'm
Crazy.
saying? Like this is the
Now
point right here.
Now say it to Cam. Now say it to Cam. Go ahead, Joey. Tell Cam to be quiet too.
Nah, I ain't trying to be quiet, but she can relax for a little bit.
Now you don't want to talk to another man. All right, I got you. Go ahead,
What?
Joey.
Tell him I ain't worrying about what. That's him and her. They got their own thing. But listen, every man and woman for themselves. But this is the thing I'm trying to make you understand, Sharon. As black men, we got to teach our sons too to have conflict resolution skills. We do, because our boys are just as emotional, just like these women up here, and they just
He
run off.
resolved that conflict. He
And the
gets
thing
on
You
is
cannot be
that
serious, Kim.
you see what I'm saying? That she proving my point. She literally proving the point. You get what I'm saying? You say the wrong thing. These young boys be ready to react and do anything. And that boy, he did. He grabbed that knife. Now, I don't think
Y'all
that
should be ready.
I don't think that
Y'all should be ready. Y'all are cowards. Y'all are cowards that are not willing to do what
Kim,
this
do you think this
boy
helps the
did.
conversation? Kim, interrupting doesn't
No,
help
okay,
the
I'm
conversation.
gonna stop.
But Sharad, do you not see? Like, she's proving the point. And listen to women like her is going to land a lot of men in jail. I've seen a lot of guys go in jail just by this rhetoric that she's even spilling, calling this boy, we're cowards because we're telling men that we need to de-escalate. Going to jail is no joke. I don't think people out here really been through situations. I have. You can talk all that tough stuff on the internet. You run up, you get done up. Nigga, you ever spent a day in jail? Have you ever even been in prison? That's not nothing to be played around with. So we need to understand that.
Yeah, me and
especially us as
Shadow
black
was in
men.
the same jail. Me and where's Shadow at?
So
Shadow,
you
come back
willing to?
here,
So you
brother.
willing to
Shadow,
lose your
come back here.
freedom
Me
because
and Shadow was
somebody
in the same jail, gang.
is telling you to get out of somewhere? You willing to lose your freedom, right, man? I'm trying to. Hey, Sharon, am I saying something wrong, bro? I'm telling that us as black men, we gotta learn how to control our emotions
You all
in
are
certain
not
situations.
you all are not willing to participate in revolution.
Ma'am. He had a knife on him. I don't agree to that.
And see, you don't? So
No.
you don't agree with
Not
the
no
Second
teenage boy
Amendment?
need to be carrying
The
no
right
knife.
to bear arms?
He is a
You don't agree with the right to bear arms? Okay, thank you.
He's at a school. What are you talking? This not. See, never mind. Go ahead, Sharon. You got it. Go ahead.
So Joey, you don't carry a firearm?
I'm licensed to carry, Sharon. Is you gonna compare a knife to me being licensed to carry and trained to know how to work a firearm? Is you gonna do that, Sharon?
Yes.
And I have the emotional
Yes.
intelligence to know how when people out here be trying to test me that I'm not gonna pull out my blicky and get the bang 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 because this person got me in my feelings. No, with great power come with great responsibilities. I know what me having a firearm. He didn't know when he pulled out that knife. I don't think that he intentionally tried to take that boy's life. But when he did what he did, come on, Sharon, like, what are we talking about?
So what I'm saying is that he was licensed to have that weapon as well because he was of the age to have a knife. It ain't no training for no goddamn pocket knife.
All right.
Yeah. Hold up, but Sharon, we also established. I mean, it's on school grounds. Look, I mean, most of us matter of fact, I'm not even gonna speak for you. I know I used to carry a knife. You know, from when I was in Boy Scouts to just being older. But every time I got into an altercation or whatever, I didn't just pull out the knife and get to cutting or even threaten to cut somebody. So I mean, I can agree with Joey to that extent, but at the same time, let's not absolve old boy, and that being Austin Metcalf, from not being able to keep his damn hands to himself. And that's what I don't like. Like they don't have any problem talking about, look, yeah, Melo need to understand how to de-escalate. Just because somebody puts their hands on you doesn't mean that you got to take their lives and all of that other stuff. But I was taught at a young age as a child, keep your hands to yourself. I didn't even hear, the Metcalf father say that. Like, yeah, okay, he made a mistake by bringing that knife and stabbing my son, but my son made a mistake by putting his hands on him. Like, let's just keep it real. Like that's just basic cause and effect. You put your hands on somebody, they might just stab you or blast you unlawfully, and they might just do 35 years for it, but you still lost your life. So that's why I said earlier, that's a mistake from two young boys, that neither one of them understand conflict resolution and de-escalation. That's why one lost their freedom and the other one lost their life.
Okay, so if you could quote unquote understand they both made mistakes, why would that be something you would say, oh, it's 35 years, murder, whatever?
Because now we're talking about the law, the law. So
the
I mean,
law
I think he was
is
overcharged.
subjective, sweetheart. I'm so sick of people talking about the law.
This can't be serious, bro.
I'm gonna let her finish it.
I'm overly sick of people talking about the law because the law at this point, because when I was a child, I didn't understand. I thought the law was the law, and what the law say, that's what it is. But in 2026, we understand the law is malleable. The law is pliable. The law will contort and fit to whatever people decide at the moment. So why are we pretending that the law is just this concrete thing?
This is wild, bro.
Okay.
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. Hold on one
What?
second, Kim.
Now, when
Hold
you're done,
on
Sharon,
one
I want to
second. It's
rebut.
like y'all can't hear me or some shit. That should get annoying sometimes. Welcome to the show, THT. Good day. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Glad to be here. My signal's kind of trash, but I'll be here as long as I can.
You coming through clear. Before we get back into MT's conversation, because my first time seeing you, what is your thoughts after seeing the video? Did that change your mind? Did it make you reconsider, or did it confirm your original thought?
It's more confirmed what I originally, thought. But I'll say this: I think a little bit different from most people. I'll say that,
Meaning what?
Well, I think of this situation from an entirely different standpoint, sociopolitically, socioeconomically, and what it really means for us as Black people.
Oh, what do you think it means for us?
Well, I think there's a lot of things at play here. I think with the current socio-political climate, there's people that are feeling a lot of different ways about a lot of different races of people. All right, we have a melting pot in America, but the ingredients aren't melting together too well. And I think as we go forward, as we start to keep clashing as a people, we'll start to see more and more incidences like this until we understand the art of war, and truly how to battle on the battlefield.
So you say everybody's clashing against Black folks, but while other folks ain't clashing with each other?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is, well, partly that's what's going on, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there is a change in sentiment towards Black people right now. And I think that this outcome is the result of that change in sentiment. And it's not something that Black people are really talking about or acknowledging.
So I have a
how do you
question. If you saying it's a change in
Before you
sentiment,
do, I
it been
wanted to be able
racism
to.
forever.
I wanted to be able to rebut
This
the
can't
last.
be serious. This can't be serious.
So I wanted to rebut the last thing before you guys change the conversation.
Go ahead. I'll butt out. Y'all can talk about the last thing, and I'll come back.
No, because she was talking about the law is subjective, and she's absolutely right. But at the same time,
hold
we're
on,
entitled.
because hold on. So I want to understand THT's thought pattern to what is it that he's saying. I got you, Auntie. I know you want to cook it up, but THT, how are people treating Black folks before and how they treating us now? What is the difference?
Well, I would say that with post B or during BLM, if you want to, I guess we can say, we had a lot of issues, and so we were trying to fight reform and police injustices and things of that nature. And there were cases where, there were some convictions that shouldn't have happened, and there were things that were happening with the police that shouldn't have happened. Granted, yeah, they were on a really small scale, but the world was listening to Black people at that time, and
The world wasn't doing nothing. When it was the Holocaust, they had the World
My
War
bad.
II. The world just made some T-shirts and did little walks. Where was our World War III of our genocide of Black people? It didn't happen. It was some T-shirts and it was some walks. What is it? The world did something, and therefore what? And now we right here, right now, with Carmelo Anthony and him getting completely railroaded, and in my opinion, based on his skin color. So what was the Black Lives Matter? Oh, the world. Where the world now? There's no
well,
world.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, you're on the money. This is exactly what I'm saying. This is the problem that's getting ready to happen for Black people that nobody's talking about.
This is my point. BLM don't really show. There's not a Black man that's deceased, so they ain't gonna show up until the Black man is deceased. They ain't gonna show up for a white boy that's deceased. BLM, is, in my opinion, really don't have a problem with this right here. So that's one thing. But as far as the law being subjective, and even when you're talking about the railroading, I agree as far as him being railroaded with the initial bond hearing. But when it comes to even the law and its subjectivity, you have the right to due process. You have the right to an attorney and you have a right to a trial by jury. He got that. And
no, he didn't. No, he did not.
I mean,
no, he didn't.
Whether we say it's fair, whether we say it was fair or not, because like I said, the scales of justice are supposed to be blind. They ain't never been fair. I'm not talking in
Okay,
terms of how
meaning
things should be.
when
I'm
there's an
talking about
unfair
how things
trial,
are. No, I'm
okay,
saying I'm
when
talking
there's an
about how
unfair,
things
Kim,
are.
unfair
And
trial.
hold up, I wasn't done. I didn't even
Kim,
interrupt you when
hold
you
on,
were
hold on,
going.
Ant.
That's
Hold
why I
on,
wanted
Ant.
to
Hold on,
rebut.
Ant. Hold on, Ant. Kim, you have to let people finish their thought. You cannot keep interrupting. Get Auntie
I
finish your
appreciate
thought.
that, Sharon. Not because I let her finish, but at the same time, I mean, and as far as everything the community did, you know what I'm saying? They donated almost $600,000 to make sure he had resources. They gave him the best defense that money could buy, or at least the best defense that they could help to award him. So, you know, the bond was lowered. Okay. He had a trial by jury. And these are the chances that you take when you take things to trial and you go before a jury. They found him guilty of M1. Now, I agree. Does he have grounds for appeal? Absolutely. You know, he does. But unfortunately, this is the way it's going to have to play out with the system. I'm not speaking in terms of what's right, what's wrong, how things should be. I understand how things are. That's just
But
how they
why
are.
isn't that your argument? Why isn't your argument of what's right and what's wrong and what should be? We all got eyes and we all got ears and we all see what happened. We don't need you to reiterate what happened.
I'll explain
When
why. I'll explain why. I don't believe in looking up at the sky and yelling at gray clouds and demanding that it stop raining. That's
No,
just
no,
it
no.
just
But
ain't
doesn't make
nobody
sense.
talking about
You
no
know,
clouds.
when it no, I'm just
Like
saying,
hold
what
on,
the
like
hold
hell?
on,
when the clouds are gray,
hold
I'm going
on.
to get an umbrella or I'm going to go
No,
inside. I'm not just going to expect the
Sir,
weather
we're
to
not
change.
talking about no
And I think in
clouds.
this
Come
situation,
on
you
now.
expect the world to change because you
y'all about
just
to
believe
aggravate
it
this.
should. That's not
No, I
realistic.
expect when I
But
pay a lawyer that the lawyer is going to do the job that I paid him to do. And I'm going to expect him to do his legal duty to defend me at the best of his ability.
Kim, he's not going to do that if he doesn't like you. It doesn't matter how much you pay him. He'll take
Okay,
your money.
so
He doesn't like you.
And also that's why you
okay,
have
so
That's the
that
fundamental. But
meaning I could
that's the
pay him $1
fundamental problem
billion.
that we're in right now. Exactly.
and
That's the
that's why
fundamental problem we're in
you
right
gotta
now.
choose your
They
you
don't
gotta
like
choose your
us.
legal you gotta choose your legal counsel a lot more wisely than Karmelo family
Stop.
chose his legal counsel.
Meaning you're admitting that the legal system is unjust.
Absolutely.
Right?
That's a
And I know
fact.
that.
Okay,
That's why I go out of
let's
my
start
way to
there.
maneuver
Let's
around
start
the legal
there.
system
If you're
by trying to
already
stay out of the
admitting,
system.
okay, if you're already admitting that the legal system is unjust, how can you sit so strongly on the side that, oh, Carmelo Anthony is so guilty when you literally just admitted that the legal system is unjust?
Let me explain. I never
Can I
said
answer
that.
this for a second?
The only way that wait a second before you go, you know, honest, before you go, the only reason why I would say Carmelo is guilty is because he was found guilty in a court of law by trial, you know, by a jury. That's it. That's the legal definition of guilt. Like he was found guilty. So, do I believe that he was overcharged? Do I believe that his lawyers could have given him a way better defense than they did? Did better when it came to jury selection, maybe even negotiating other options regarding deals and everything else? Absolutely. That's why I believe he has grounds for appeal. But they took it to trial, and this is the verdict. Like that's fact.
Go ahead.
Spot on the
Go
money.
ahead,
Spot on the money.
THP.
And that's the reality of it. And this is where the court of public opinion matters. We're in the court of public opinion now. All right. We're not in the court of OJ anymore. Right now, it's the court of public opinion, and this is why how the world sees us truly matters. And these conversations need to start happening. Now, I understand how Kim feels and how the brother was speaking. He's spot on the money. We have to look at what's going on, not what we wish could be happening. It's not happening right now, unfortunately. What is happening is reality. And I'll tell you what's not a good idea, Kim. It's not a good idea to poke the bear. I understand you can call it cowardice. You can call it whatever you'd like. But we don't have a certain level of power in this country, and we cannot move a certain way right now.
I'm
That's
not
just
putting
reality.
myself in those situations.
Kim, please stop interrupting so we can actually
I'm
argue
sorry, you're right.
your point.
Well, no, Kim, I don't want you to put yourself in a situation. As a matter of fact, that's the goal and the point is to take yourself out of potential situations, because when they go bad, you don't want to be at the opposite end of every single opposite end that you don't want to be on. You know what I mean?
So
That's all.
THT, haven't we seen there was a time when we was minding our business and we still got harassed, killed, stomped, destroyed, communities hurt? So we tried that route of minding our business and staying out the way already.
Well, again, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I would agree with you to some extent. Now, here's why I have to fight back, right? We are no longer in those times. Yeah, those did happen, 100%. I can't take that away from our ancestors who fought and bled for us to be here right now. I would be evil to do so, but the reality is we're not there anymore, right? And that's just it.
No, the
No, we're
reality.
not being wrong.
Why?
I'm sorry.
Why? The reality is that all they did was change the circumstance. They still doing the same exact thing. Majority of black folk, the majority of black men are docile to the fact of trying to fight back. Most people think like UTH, Kim got that same idea. Ronald 804, he got that same idea. Majority of people is not shooters on go.
Right.
So
Right.
it's a bunch of men
They
in the
definitely
world
not
that are
goaded like
not willing
KT.
to put their hands. Is not willing. Majority of us are not willing to put our hands on people first.
Hey, don't lie on me, man.
It's not. I don't think that's the case. Depending on whether I put hands on somebody is if I have bail money ready. That's what I think about now because I'm tired of going to jail. But
no, it's not. Because if a police tell me to move
Kim,
along,
what is going on, Kim?
I'm gonna move
You don't
along.
know this man, Kim. How are we gonna know what this man thinks if you keep interrupting? We cannot
because he
argue an
talking about
argument
bail
if you keep
money.
on.
He talking about bail money. I
Yeah,
don't
but
have
he's
no
talking
bail
it-
money. I got rent money. I don't have
His
bail
own
money. I got
experience,
rent
though, Kim. That's his own experience. That's how he feels about his
Kim,
own.
that's his experience.
That's
What
his
the
own
fuck?
experience. You know what I'm
Kim?
saying? That's just
We
his own experience. You know what I mean?
Shout out to Kim. I love the passion, and this is the thing. Kim is for the people. The problem is that these type of situations, like if the reality is this, is that we don't even like ourselves as much as we claim that we do. This is the reality of it, right? And so, like after Karmelo and all this goes away, we're gonna go right back to where we are as a people.
Before you, hold on.
Go ahead.
You said you don't like yourself, and why not?
No, that's not what I said. I said we don't like ourselves as a people. We don't. By and large, we don't appreciate ourselves as a people. We don't like ourselves, black people.
Okay, so you don't like. So what about you? You
No.
personally, you don't like
I
yourself as a black
didn't say
person?
me. I said by
That's
and
what I'm
large. Do I
asking.
like me as a black person?
That's what
Yes.
I'm asking.
I like being a black person. Yes. But there are things that are not so fun about being black. That's the reality.
And so,
Right?
do you believe majority of black people do not like being black?
I think majority of black people, if they had the ability to, would want to live an existence like white people do.
Wow.
Especially the women with weaves in their hair.
Opulence, and wealth, and and owning the world. I think that's what we all want, and this is why we live in America. We haven't moved back to Africa, back to the homeland, right? I get it, 100%. When we get money, when we get rich, we move into the evil white man's neighborhoods. I get it, because the white man's air is colder and the white man's chicken's hotter. I get it. We don't build neighborhoods. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
Have you heard about the town in Baltimore, Cookie Crunch?
What is that?
Enjoy the show. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoyed yourself, and I really appreciate that support. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much, Cookie Crunch. Thank you so much, Cookie Crunch. So we have plenty of neighborhoods where it's black folks, and we are doing very well.
Sharon, though, I gotta respectfully disagree with him right there, because even in this situation with Karmelo, if I gotta choose which of those parents to be, I would definitely rather be Karmelo's parents right there, having to deal. Because hey, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Okay, for real. So his Austin Metcalf's parents, they gotta live with the fact that they did not teach their son a valuable lesson when he was younger, and that's keep your hands to yourself. So because of that, they got to bury their child
if
prematurely.
you're gonna say
Okay?
that, How could you say that black people would rather live as white people? Nobody wants to be a white person. White people don't even want to be white people. In the United States, we want to be afforded the same access to social safety nets and everything else that we pay our taxes for. We pay for this life. Why we can't get the life we paid for? That's it. Because since we want the life we paid for, we paid our taxes for, we want to be white.
Wait a second. Real quick, Sharon. And I would just say this. That feeling of entitlement, that false entitlement that white family believed that they had right now, they got a dead son because of that. You know, thinking that you can just put your hands on people and there are no consequences for it. Nah, that's false entitlement. That's not a privilege. That's not real. That's not real because anybody can take your life. You know, if you don't understand just a basic concept of cause and effect, and the fact that actions have reactions,
and there's consequences too.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not negating that. I'm not negating that. What I'm telling you though, I understand. However, what I'm telling you is that, and if that's the case, then why are we all upset right now, right? What are we even talking about?
I agree with you, bro. I agree.
All right. I appreciate you, bro. The reality is, at the end of the day, they still have the power.
We pay tax.
God damn it, Kim.
I love her passion.
King Moses, good day. Welcome to the show. It's my first time meeting you. How you doing? Are you there, King Moses? You got to unmute yourself, King Moses. Going once, going twice. All right. I don't know what's going on with King Moses.
Hey, Sharon.
All right, so
I'm sorry, Sharon. I had to ask you a question real quick, bro. Did it change your perspective since you seen the surveillance? I ain't hear what you said at the beginning. Go ahead, my fault.
Yeah, so the thing that changed my perspective was I thought after people see the video, people wouldn't hold on to the racist ideology of what happened and just be honest of what they seen. I didn't know people was going to still hold on to this goddamn position that cannot be proven. This position of Karmelo is just some super thug, super criminal that he meant to get ahead and stab this young man in the heart. That was his aim.
I agree.
So that's
I just agree with
I don't know
you,
why
Sharon.
I don't know why you talking while I'm talking, Kim.
I'm just saying I agree. I'm sorry.
She been doing that the whole time, boy. God damn.
Who said that? Who said the whole time what? I'm gonna be quiet though.
Holler at you, Sharon. I can't. Y'all be safe, fellas.
So so that's my position. I can't believe people still holding on to that same racist argument after seeing the video, seeing that those people was aggressing him. We do not agree. What's racist?
Why are you gonna call that racist, man?
What's racist?
So it's racist that somebody saw a video and the guy got stabbed in the heart. So no matter how much you love Karmelo, he picked up a knife, opened it up, stabbed another child in the chest, in the heart. He stabbed him in his buttocks. He stabbed him on his leg. He stabbed him in the heart. So that's the reason. That's one of the reasons why he got 35 years.
That's what you saw in the video.
That video didn't prove anything new other than what we already knew.
Yeah, he acted in self-defense, which is correct. They were literally
No, but
aggressing on him, bro.
we gotta stop saying he didn't mean to do it. If I didn't mean to do it, I'll stab somebody. I'll stab somebody in the buttocks or something like that.
You were just talking
Just
about
to
that's why
get him off of me.
35 years. You still saying the 35 years is justified. That's what Sharon talking about. Y'all still being stupid.
It is justified
First of all, I don't know who that is talking, but out of all the things we've seen on the video, out of all the evidence, everything included in the video, did you actually see Karmelo Anthony stab anybody?
No, because it was hard to
All
see.
right,
But you did
all
see
right,
some. You did see something like a
right then.
push.
So if
Are
you
we
did, all right,
questioning
so
whether or not that
therefore,
happened though?
okay, so therefore, stop saying what he meant to do when you didn't see it.
Did he stab somebody in the heart?
We understand where the knife ended up at.
Okay,
But stop
so what the hell are you
saying
talking
that.
about?
When
The
we
what
say
we
he
are
didn't
talking
mean it,
about.
we mean he didn't mean to use lethal force. He didn't know the force he was using was lethal.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Sharon.
There's a reason why
Correct.
he got tried as an adult because he was 17 years old.
Why you
He
not
almost graduated from high school.
Ronald,
He went to
please.
biology class.
Answer to what we are talking about. We understand what happened in the court.
He's 17 years old. He went to
What you
biology
are
class. He know
saying,
exactly what could happen if you stab somebody in the chest.
That's what we're trying to tell you. I'm trying not to use. You're making it difficult. He was not. Do you know for a fact he aimed for the young man's heart?
He aimed for the chest, and most of our.
So how do you know he aimed for the chest?
Now you put in the
because that's where he stabbed the boy.
When somebody's standing over you, that's really the only
Hold
target.
on, please. I asked a very specific question. How do you know that's what he was aiming for?
The chest is the biggest part of the body. So you trying to say
again, that is a great fact that you are saying. I'm
That's
asking
wrong. The
something very
torso is.
specific.
The
I need you
torso
to be
is, not
a
the chest,
man.
sir.
I need you to be a man and not be a racist prick. How
A racist
do
prick.
you know? Yes. How do you know the young man was aiming for the other young man's chest?
Because that's where he hit him. And he went deep into.
That is the dumbest thing. Hold on. If I
Ain't
throw
like-
a basketball,
Oh my
if I
gosh.
throw a basketball up in the air and it happens to go in the hoop of the other team, do you think I meant to do it?
He didn't throw the knife, silly. He didn't throw the knife and it stuck him. He had the knife in his hand and he drove the knife into the other boy's chest. So
I need you to answer questions. Every time I ask you questions, you do not answer it. Just please answer the question. We understand where the knife ended up. Can somebody randomly attack somebody and it randomly hits the person's body?
it is possible.
So why are you acting like you know this young man's intention was to stab him in the heart?
I think he meant to stab him in his chest. I don't know if he was even directly for the heart, but he did stab him in his chest.
What proof do you have that he meant to stab him in his chest?
What proof do I have? Because it hit him in his chest, and not only and it hit him deep in his chest.
That is proof. Oh my God, you cannot be. That is proof of where the knife landed. That is not proof on the young man's intentions of where it landed.
So what you think he was aiming for, Sharon? What do you think he was aiming for?
I don't think he was aiming at all. Why are you not answering questions? See, even after you asked me a question, I answered it very directly. I need you to be a man and answer something directly. How do you know what his intention was when he swung the knife?
He didn't swing the knife. He stuck the knife. If you'd have swung, if you would have got a little cut, you would have got a cut.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one more time, and if you cannot answer it honestly, I might have to ask you to leave. How do you know the young man's attention on where he was trying to stab him? How do you know that?
Because they were face to face with each other, even though he was sitting down. So when the other boy came to him and put his hands on him, they were at that time he was probably face to chest. So Karmelo's face was at Austin's chest. So when he took the knife out, he knew exactly where he was going to stick him in the other boy's chest. It's just common sense.
And what proof do you have of this?
Common sense.
What proof do you have of this?
I mean, common sense for a medical professional, but Like
What?
I agree with
Right,
Sharon.
I
Now,
don't know what
real quick, Ron. I would agree.
conversation.
He meant to stat like he was just aiming for him. I don't think he was aiming for any specific vital organ or any of that. Like
I
he
can
was
agree to
just
that
like,
part.
yeah, he was just aiming
He
for
You
him.
said
aimed,
what?
I believe he aimed for the chest.
Ronald, hold
Sir,
on. Ronald, you said
y'all are
hold
acting
on.
like he was
Ronald, you
I don't think
said
he
you
was aiming at
agree.
all. He wasn't aiming
So
at
Ronald,
all.
so Ronald, you agree with NT that he wasn't aiming?
What I'm saying is, I don't think he was aiming for a certain
Yes or
organ,
no? Yes
but
or
he hit him
no?
in the
Answer
center of
a
his chest with the
question,
hardest.
please. Please answer a question. Do you agree with NT that he wasn't aiming at all?
I agree with Auntie that he wasn't aiming for a certain organ in his chest, but he was aiming for the chest. He wasn't like,
And
okay,
you
the
have
heart is right here, the liver is right here.
I can't. This is insane to me. I've never seen grown men act this way. I didn't know grown men act this way. Welcome to the show, Art. Are you there, Art? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's the
Good day.
consensus here? I just joined. Well, I was watching a little bit earlier, but I don't know
Okay,
whether
so my question is, so have you seen the video?
I saw a couple different versions of the video. Yes.
So after seeing the video, did that confirm your suspicion of what you thought originally, or did it make you reconsider?
My suspicion, as in guilt.
I don't know. Do you believe that he was guilty?
There was no.
I don't know your suspicion. That's why I asked you yours.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you to clarify a little bit. But the idea of him being guilty was never a question. I don't believe he said he did it. As far as him acting in self-defense, we know that he acted in self-defense. Now, as far as us being able to argue, I think is the point of, did he overreact in the situation? Could we agree to that?
I don't know.
You don't know
No,
if we can
no,
agree if he overreacted in the situation.
no, he did not.
Okay.
He did not.
How many other people in the bleachers that day knew that Karmelo had a knife?
I agree with you, brother. For what it's worth, I agree with you.
I want. All right, thank you. I
Zero.
need answer to the question, Sherman. How many other
Zero.
people in the bleachers? All right, so when
The
Carmelo
people that
said,
he-
"Touch me and see what
the peop-
happened," what did you think Carmelo was thinking at that moment? Touch me and see what happened.
He's
He
gonna
was
grab
telling
his
him
knife and defend
to leave
himself.
him alone. Don't touch me
He was
again.
gonna use the knife to defend himself. That is intent. This is a cut and clear, dry case of murder. There's no question about it.
You're literally leaving out what happens before he has
Hold on,
any intent
y'all.
to
Hold
It
grab
on,
the
doesn't
knife.
matter
He
what
got
happened.
physically
The
placed.
events.
Yes, it
please.
does. Yes,
Hold
it does.
on,
Someone's
hold
physically
on.
placed there.
I don't understand why when I say hold on, y'all act like y'all don't hear. That's crazy to me. So, Art, when somebody is scared, they don't want you to touch them no more. They say, if you do this to me again, see what happens. How is that not defending himself? We all understand that as grown-ups. I don't know why we trying to act like we don't know that. That's clear a threat. It was clear that he was touched already. It was clear that they grabbed his book bag. So we cannot continuously to say that this was M1 when he was defending himself from, in his mind, possibly multiple people. Like hey, listen, we gotta learn how to communicate with our words instead of just cutting people off and trying to curse the other person out. But we also gotta stop, like Ronald, you gotta stop being disingenuous and answer some questions. Stop moving the goalposts, please. That is
Because you
very
keep on giving me
difficult
dumb
to
questions, man.
Yeah, but you still gotta answer the question. Simple. Just answer the question. Be a man, answer tough questions. That's how we actually get things done. But you keep running away and moving the goalposts. It's not good for a conversation. It makes you very disingenuous. We need to stop acting like that. Please Answer the
How many
question.
times, Sharon? How many times have I asked you a good question and you didn't even answer it because you know it'll make you look like you're wrong? Come
I
on,
do
this
not do
happens
that
all
at
the
all.
time.
I do
Oh,
not.
oh,
I
oh,
do
oh,
not
oh.
do that.
Okay, so next
Yeah,
time
you
that
have to
happens, I'll make sure I call it
pull
out.
up the
Okay.
video. Pull up the video and show proof. But I have proof today that you did it
Okay.
in
At the
current
end of the
time
day,
today.
at the
In
end of the day,
current
no matter
time.
what
So
y'all
and again
say,
and again and again and again. THT, was he dodging questions? This is somebody that don't know neither one of us. THT, was Ronald dodging questions?
Yes.
Simple.
And spreading
And
misinformation
so
like he accused me.
and then hopefully, Ronald, you would take this and you would be a better man later or in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and you would make some adjustments to how you communicate. Don't be
hey,
a
Sharon,
disingenuous man. I'm telling you
Sharon.
something. Please don't try to bring up something that I need to do when we talking about
Okay,
you
okay,
and
okay,
being this. So like let's be men, right? Men
okay.
do not try to pass the buck to someone. That's what something that women do. You come to your wife and you say, "Hey, babe, you didn't do the dishes." She gonna say, "Well, you didn't take out the trash." That ain't no man shit. So we need you
Sharon,
to be on some man shit and say, "You know what? I did dodge questions. I'm being held accountable by my other brothers on the panel that see it that way too. I need to do better at communicating my thought." Simple.
Sharon, the reason why Carmelo's in jail right now for 35 years is
That's not
because
what we're talking about.
the
We're not
jury
talking
saw it the
about
way
that.
I see
We
it.
understand. Oh my God, we understand what happened in court. Nobody disagree what happened in court. I don't know why y'all keep saying what happened in court like the court can't be wrong. The court could be wrong. Do you understand that, Ronald?
Yeah, but in this situation, they were right. Just like how you thought you
Yeah,
could
but
do a better
that's your
defense than
opinion.
the
Hold on.
real
That's your
attorneys.
opinion because that's just an opinion you have because as we are talking about facts, you cannot show any.
Sharon, you actually
So it's
think
just
you
your
could do a
opinion.
better.
If that's just your opinion, it is no need for us to argue. We cannot argue somebody's opinion. That is fine.
Sharon,
But
you also said that.
what I'm trying to have a conversation is about facts and some data, some things that actually happen, some things that we could visually see to the best of our ability, and have some kind of context clues to what is going on, what normally happens in a situation like this, how somebody 17 can feel in a situation like this, how somebody in his size can feel in this situation. All these factors that comes in as a 17-year-old young man is what we are trying to have a conversation about, not about your opinion on how black people need to be in jail for 35 years. Because clearly you think black people need to be just in jail.
No, nobody never said that. Get out your feelings
You don't
now.
have to.
Can I ask
You don't have
Ronald
to
a
say it. We
question?
understand
Is
what.
that man's name's Ronald?
No.
I want to ask some questions.
No.
I can't have a question?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
This should be crazy. I guess y'all be thinking y'all could do it. You know what? Go ahead, Kim. You think you could do a better job than me? Clearly.
I don't think you
Fuck what I'm.
can.
Fuck what I'm saying.
I don't think I can do
Fuck
a
what
better
I'm
job.
saying. It's okay. Fuck what I'm saying. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to ask Ronald, or whatever his name is, whoever's talking, does he not find any type of reasonable doubt? Like, say you like,
Are you fucking
think
kidding
like,
me,
oh,
Kim?
it's
No, absolutely
possible.
not. No,
No.
absolutely not.
But
I don't know why they think this question is relevant at this point. This is
it
crazy.
is.
No, it's not.
Based on they always want to
No,
bring
it's
up the
not.
courtroom evidence, the evidence, and say based on the
So fuck what I'm
evidence.
saying. Again, you saying fuck what I'm saying, right, Kim?
No, I think that I
All
think
right,
a
so
reasonable person.
please don't ask me that question because it's not going to get us anywhere.
Right. Okay. You're right.
And also like this is the chances you take with the trial and the jury. Like, whew. I personally don't think he had much of a chance once it went to trial because of where it went to trial, the circumstances. Like, there's a lot of things. Like, you need a super lawyer to make that case. Like, you know, like you just need a super lawyer with a resume that really is just
Why
skilled in
though?
all.
If you need a
Let
super lawyer,
I,
how is that not indicative of a
I'll
flawed
break it.
system?
No, I
If you
mean,
need
because
a super lawyer, how is that not indicative of a flawed system?
are you asking a question or are you
Or
making a statement and phrasing it as a question?
I'm saying, do you think that it's a flaw in the system, even if you think that is how the system works?
Okay. I believe there are many flaws in the judicial system. Many flaws, and a lot of them are biased toward certain demographics, especially black people. That's the way it is. But in a situation like this, where you have all of these witnesses, you are on body camera footage, not just admitting that you did it, and you have witnesses showing that you did it, but there is no they, there is no
No, I
them.
gotta
It's like,
stop you right there.
now don't stop me at all,
Did
because I didn't
what?
stop you.
Did
I didn't
what?
stop you. You asked me a question, and I'd like to be able to answer it.
That's
So
it. I gotta
please don't
stop you.
stop me.
Did
Let me
what?
finish.
Did what?
Hey,
Did
can you do me a
what?
favor? Just
Did
like
what?
bite your
Did
lip for like
what?
maybe 60 seconds.
Did what?
You know?
Can you answer that? Did what? If I say I did it, what did I did what? Did
All right,
what?
I'm going to answer your first question, and then you can ask me the next one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when I said a super lawyer, I just mean a lawyer that's
Mm-hmm.
skilled in three different things, not just negotiating and making deals, but also actually fighting cases like this in trial and jury selection. Okay, that's what I mean by a super lawyer, and I think they dropped the ball with their choice for legal counsel with all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, your next question, as far as did what, can you elaborate so I can answer that quickly?
You're basically saying, regardless to the evidence, again, as we do know, but you're advocating for, regardless to the evidence, I just gotta be a magician in the courtroom. I just gotta be able to talk right, convince you, just say the right things. Why are you advocating for that type of legal system?
Okay, I'll answer that question as well. Because of the circumstances, the fact that there are 20 witnesses right there, the law when it comes
20
to
witnesses that lie.
proportionality. God damn it! What the? Come on, let me finish. Okay, let me finish because I'll let you finish. All right. Now, and
Mm-hmm.
where it's taking place, the town in which it's taking place, all of those things. Yes, in that situation, you do need a lawyer to be able to beat that case in a court dealing with a jury. That's just facts. I'm not looking at things through rose-colored glasses and how I hope things will be.
That's fine, but
That boy was
aren't you
facing life.
also admitting
Like I don't
that's
have
not a
time for all
fair
that stuff.
system? If my legal situation is dependent on my bank account, how is that not automatically not fair? Now, what
I
did
never
you
said it
say
was
is
fair.
that? Okay, so why can't you admit that this Carmelo Anthony trial wasn't fair?
I
Or
never
I
said
don't
it
know
was.
if you said that or not, right? But
I
if
never
you
said it was. Yeah.
okay, so do you think it was a fair trial?
It's a fair trial until you factor in the defense's defense as well as their jury selection and other things.
So it
That's
wasn't.
it.
So
I
no, it
don't think.
wasn't a fair
Yeah,
trial.
no, it wasn't. But at the same time, I mean that's the
I wanted to
defense
ask both of
that
y'all
he
a
put
question if
up.
possible. And
Mm-hmm.
I hate to rehash. If y'all already talked about this, then I'm sorry, but I know there was a lot of money given to the family. Was there some kind of issue with the money not being spent right or something like that? Was there any kind of credibility to that? I didn't look that far into it, but I heard.
No,
My
they used
position on it
the
is
money.
none of us have access to their bank accounts. We don't know what they spent the money on. What
Just
so
as
we don't have
okay,
no
we do know
place
what
to
they,
be saying.
we do know what they spent the money on. They spent the money on his legal defense.
No, they spent the
Well,
money on
right,
multiple things.
you know.
They spent the money on multiple things from his legal defense, as well as there are some other investment accounts that they put some other money into, which I've stated earlier. I think that's justified because they can't live in the same town that they were living in. He can't be, the father can't be a loan officer at the same car dealership he was in, and also they have other children to take care of. So even if they
Right.
spent that money or some of it to get another house in a gated community, make rent payments or mortgage payments or whatever, or even set something up for their son if and when he possibly gets out, I don't think they were wrong for that.
What about this next question? This is going to be a big question. I heard that the family was invited to pray with the other family, but they chose not to, and they chose to go on more of the defensive side.
Well,
What
that
that got to
happened.
do with the case?
Well, it comes into the court of public opinion in that case, because you could have gone into this court case with both families kind of more united, and I think, right? I don't know. We're talking about something big here.
So the thing is that happened, but Jeff, he bombarded the family at a press conference and said, "Let's pray together." So yes, he did offer to pray with them, but he also bombarded them with the questioning instead of like really communicate with them beforehand. So if somebody just bombarding you and say, "Can I do X, Y, and Z?" It's not really the same as you really wanting to pray. It seemed like it was more of a publicity stunt, and the people at hand, the parents, they didn't know how to react. If he's really wanting to pray or he wants some get back, and that is pretty alarming. If I know my son killed your son, you show up at one of my functions, I'm going to be on high alert from you. I'm not going to be one to sit down with my eyes closed on my knees praying with you, and we that close to each other, because you might be trying to get some get back.
Sharon, I would agree with you. No, I would agree with you on that. Definitely be on high alert. That's a grieving father, so you don't know what his intentions are, whether or not he's packing when he comes in there, or whatever the case may be. But even when people are bringing that up, regardless, Karmelo's family didn't owe them anything. You ain't owe that man anything, and that includes a damn prayer. So if that was taken into consideration in court, when it comes to the sentencing or the trial or whatever, that's more grounds for an appeal.
No, it's not.
What are you talking about? That can't be taken into
You don't know
consideration.
what them people got going on.
Let him build his own
You
argument.
can't listen.
Just let him build his own argument. We
A
can
judge can't
discuss
take
his
that into
argument.
consideration when sentencing that boy.
First of all, the judge didn't sentence the boy.
Okay, or even the jury can't take that into consideration. How is that even put into evidence?
They take everything in consideration, man. That's the reason why they get a chance to speak.
Yes, they do. They take everything into consideration. That's why the court of public
oh my
opinion matters so
gosh.
much. That's why I'm saying what I say. The court of public opinion does matter, guys.
Now, in that case, that's grounds for appeal.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's not grounds for appeal. That's not grounds for appeal, brother.
That's one of them.
That's literally one of the things that you could use for appeal.
No, why y'all don't even know what the hell y'all talking about when it comes to appeal. Most likely he's not gonna get he's not gonna win an appeal, man.
What is the actual
not even
appellate?
Ronald, when the last time you seen any kind of appellate court?
Okay, one of the grounds, the only way, one of the ways they could win a grounds for appeal is if they find somebody to agree with them when it comes to not having the black jury, or the reason why they didn't have a black juror, because they said that because they were educators or whatever like that. So if they find out,
the one that don't know what
could you just shut up for a second, lady?
You can get an appeal because they filed some paperwork wrong. Okay.
Oh, man.
So
yes,
you're like,
and
oh, it's not a ground to appeal. It is.
First of all, Karmelo was on trial, not his parents, not that activist. So, however, Jeff Metcalf was treated at a press conference in which Karmelo Anthony wasn't even there.
Right.
That should have no bearing on his case over something that happened over a week prior.
But that's not grounds for appeal.
Trial for. It shouldn't have had any bearing on how he was treated in court.
It is because it's called tainted. It's called tainted jury. Okay, tainted, and if either the jury's tainted, they gotta be washed out. They gotta be appealed. They gotta redo it. You talking about it's no grounds for appeal? It's so many grounds for appeal. Harvey Weinstein got an appeal. Okay, definitely, for sure guilty. But he got an appeal because, according to y'all, he paid the lawyers. And they're going to scrutinize and dig and find every means and mechanism possible for their client.
You know, you
All
you yeah,
right.
you can't.
And
My
I'm
my
telling
bad.
you, most likely he's not going to get an appeal.
Hey, now that I don't know. I think he's got
I don't
multiple
know
grounds,
about that.
and if that's the
Okay.
case, I'm just saying because I heard Jeff Metcalf say that's why that boy was sentenced to 35 years. I'm like, how are you going to sentence him to 35 years because you don't believe his parents showed you enough remorse? That's crazy.
That's
It's
like I
crazy,
said.
but
There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Like for example, there's a reason why Carmelo Anthony's mother got a chance to speak. There's a reason why the Metcalf family got a chance to speak. The jury, and whether it's the judge sentencing or the jury sentencing, they take all that thing in, right? And they also use the law also.
God damn it! You cannot. The thing that you're talking about didn't
true.
happen in the court of law. You cannot use the mother being on or in court testifying the same way as a press conference. The press conference didn't happen in the court of law. You
The
cannot
mother spoke.
compare what happened outside the court with what happened in the court.
The mother only spoke before the sentencing. At sentencing, before that comes up, the defense has a chance to call witnesses. The prosecutor called witnesses. They called her. She spoke to the trauma, like him being remorseful, him being her oldest son, and that's it. So she didn't go into no big thing. She just spoke about her son.
I cannot believe, Uda, I cannot believe he tried to bring up a press conference and act like that's the same thing as something that happened in the court of law.
It's not.
That's insane.
It's not. She was only called during right before the sentencing thing. She was called and she just spoke towards her son only, like saying that he was remorseful. He's her oldest son. You know what I mean? Please try to be as lenient as y'all can. That's all she said. So outside the court is something totally different than what happened inside the court, bro.
And this man don't think that he's racist towards black folks. He is bringing something that has nothing to do with
You just don't know what the hell you're talking about, Sharon. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you don't understand. Then you get upset why he got 35 years.
Because you are saying things that doesn't make sense. You cannot use.
Let me help you make sense.
You cannot use something outside of. You are using court as a reason why you justifying what happened to this young man. So if you're using what happened in court, you cannot now take things that happen outside of court and say this is what justified him going to 35 years. You just can't do that. That's not law.
Listen. Listen, let me help you out. And please, nobody cut me off, okay? When the Metcalf father wanted to meet with the Anthony's parents or when they're having a press conference.
Did it happen in court?
Could you just be quiet for a second? Let me explain to you. Okay?
Court? Did it happen in court?
No,
yes
that didn't happen in court.
Okay,
but that also contributed to why he was so upset and he wanted to.
It doesn't. I don't care if it didn't happen in court. Y'all want to always bring up court. Don't talk to me about things that didn't happen in court, bro.
It matters,
Sharon. If you just shut up and listen for a second.
Sometimes. How does that matter? No, you cannot say it matters if it didn't happen in court.
It's speculative.
Sharon, shut up for a second, man.
You don't know if that
you
was
want to explain why the dude got 35 years and explain to you, and you don't want to hear anything.
It did not happen in court. Don't tell me
about
things outside of court. It's going to affect what happens in court.
Well, this is why I think it matters. If I'm a jury member and let's just say I'm Caucasian, and I hear that this Caucasian father they're not supposed to watch any information, but we know all the jury members are seeing everything because we're in the digital age, right? And I hear, Austin Metcalf's father tried to have a prayer with Carmelo's family, but they rejected it. That's going to leave a negative stain on me and as a jury member. I'm going to go behind those doors and be like, okay, screw this family. It's not right.
Therefore, you can appeal that. If you believe
but it's hard. You can appeal it. You can. It's just going to be harder to prove.
We're not talking about easy.
But it's harder to prove.
About easy. We're not talking about easy. Ain't nothing about this.
Said he came here to taunt people at the press conference, so it could be speculative that he would did he really want to pray with people? He watermelon felon? He on that type vibe? You want to pray with people? You got all this Christian.
Very true.
Why you it could be speculative that he was even doing that. It could have been a show. It could have been all a show.
I agree.
I
agree 100%.
We not Austin Metcalf pops. We don't know how he went from there praying with people to calling people watermelon felons, calling people N-words and doing those other stuff then. And you a big Christian, sir. And you got straight from charges on your damn back. And you got it when you was 46 years old. If that's the case. So we can add some other factors in. Still
And
there.
you don't.
And this
You
is the
didn't
reason
even.
why he got
Hey,
35
you didn't
years.
you didn't even raise your kids to keep their hands to their damn selves.
I'm saying, bruh, it's speculative. That's speculative. So we don't know all that shit that's outside the court. Yeah, he could have really wanted to. Who knows? But we don't know. That's speculation still. That's still speculation. You know what I mean?
Most of us had a fight at school, man. Come on. So does that mean our teacher?
You know, sir, whoever you are.
THT, thank you for coming by the first time here. Hopefully you come back. I appreciate you. Thank you. Make sure you come back again. Uda, this is crazy. You're on mute.
He came up here with the misinformation after he told us about all the damn misinformation. That's crazy. That's nasty work.
Insane. But we're going to have to see y'all next time. We'll see y'all mañana. You know, we do this every day. Sometimes I don't know why I beat myself up. But we enjoy it. And we're going to do it again tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but we're going to do it again. God damn it. Make sure y'all hit that like, drop a comment after this show is over. It helps the channel out. Appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit that goddamn notification.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me